Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, in his outers, in betweeners. How you doing? Can you hear me, first of all? Five. Lovely jubbly. Thank you, everyone who's jumped on for this live stream. I don't know how long this live stream is going to go on for, but I want to get something out of the way first of all so that I can cut it and put it into its own video, just for the people that don't manage to get onto the live stream tonight. Now, it says channel update in the title of this live stream. There is a couple of other things I want to ask you guys about, so don't go anywhere just yet. But the first thing is that the channel update. Let's give you information on that. I haven't, do you know what? I've not even really thought about how to put this across, but I suppose the only thing I can do is just say what I need to say. As you know, I've had several medical mishaps, shall we say. 5 strokes in total. 3 in 2021, 1 last month. After the 3 in 2021, it affected me quite a lot. I've got weakness in one side, and I had chronic fatigue. That chronic fatigue has got a lot worse since the last stroke last month. I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful, very grateful that I'm not in a wheelchair or still in hospital or unable to drink or eat. You know, I'm grateful that I'm not in that situation, which could very easily have happened. But I'm getting so tired now that I can't go a full day without having to sleep in the afternoon. And it's getting really ridiculous. I don't want to give the channel up. The last thing I want to do is to give the channel up. I enjoy running the channel. It gives me something to focus on. But recently I'm really struggling to focus on anything, even the channel. I've sat in front of the computer many times recently, started to write my stories for the reports, and just got wiped out. And I've not been able to concentrate on doing it. And I'll just say to the people in the comments as well, right? People are going to talk about me smoking. People talk about me drinking, right? Do you know what? If I'm going to die, I'm going to die, right? I would think if I'm going to die from what I've had, I would have died by now. Do you know what I mean, right? What I've got is a stroke, which strokes will very rarely actually kill you. Okay. Generally, the worst that a stroke does is kills part of your brain, which can affect you, like your mobility, your speech, you know, all sorts of different things like that. But it's hardly going to kill you, right? So I'm not going to sit here and live my life petrified of doing anything in case I have another stroke. If I have another stroke, I have another stroke. Right? You know, hospital, doctor, specialists are dealing with it at the moment, right? But I'm not going to sit here petrified that I'm going to have another stroke, you know, wrap myself in cotton wool and go, oh, can't do that, can't have a bit of stress, can't do my live streams because I get stressed out when some dickheads come on here, oh, can't do all that stuff. Bollocks. I'm not doing that. I'm not going to live my life like that. Okay, so yeah, I will continue smoking, and yeah, I will continue drinking once a week as I do. So now as I'm drinking tonight, I won't be drinking on Sunday, as I never do if I have a drink during the week. So let me ask you very kindly to shove those comments up your ass. All right. So let me just get that out there right from the start. Okay. I will continue smoking. I will continue drinking. And at the moment, nothing's going to change that. Okay. So anyway, getting back to it, I'm finding it very difficult to navigate through an entire day. That's why there's been no videos this week. I've tried and I failed every single time because I've just been so worn out. My sleep is wrecked. I'm not sleeping properly either, which doesn't help. And it's just absolutely killing me. So I've got to put it out there because, you know, you guys watch the channel and I appreciate it, but I'm going to put it out there that I'm not going anywhere, but I'm for the foreseeable future, it's going to have to be as and when I can. And that might be a couple of times a week. It might be 20 times a week. It might be none a week. I have to work around how I feel, with regards to my fatigue and all of the rest of that stuff. So there are people that support the channel through memberships and through Patreon. So what I want to say to you guys, if any of you are watching, I see some people that are members in the comments, because for the foreseeable future, I'm not going to be able to put out anywhere near what I have been. It's entirely fine if you cancel your membership. It's entirely fine if you cancel the Patreon. No, I'm not going to feel bad about it. I don't want you to be supporting a channel that you're not getting your money's worth, so to speak. So, I want to make it clear that anybody that's supporting the channel in that way, you are perfectly within your rights to cancel those whilst I'm getting myself together before I come back, properly and be able to do what I need to do. So I just wanted to make it clear that I'm not going to disappear and let people continue, donating towards the channel, because that wouldn't be fair. I can't cancel anything my end. If you want to cancel it your end, again, completely fine. Absolutely no issues with that whatsoever. But as I say, I will be back. I will be back. That's 100% promise, guarantee, unless I die. So I shouldn't die from the strokes, but I might get hit by a bus. Who knows? So yeah, life is funny. You don't know what's around the corner, do you? But I'm not, as I say, I want to let you all know that is the situation at the moment. I'm not able to do. I mean, when it gets to this time of the night, I mean, I'm knackered now, but I can manage more of a night time than I can during the day, which is really weird. When I'm waking up in the morning, anywhere between sort of 6 o'clock and 11 o'clock, which is a really wide range to wake up from. But if I'm awake at 6, 7, 8, I need to be back in bed by 11 or 12 because I'm just so worn out. If I'm waking up at 10 or 11, I need to get back in bed at sort of 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon. And then I'll wake up in the evening and I can be awake for 6, 7 hours of an evening. Now, I've thought about doing the reports in the evening for the following day. The problem with that is the following day, things have changed, Yes, there are some that I could put out, I could do in the evening and put out, for example, the results of misconduct hearings. But if it's a court case, and I report on that in the evening, by the next day, by the time that goes out, it could all have changed. There could be new evidence. There could be, a chart. It could be everything could have changed. So it's not easy to do it that way. So I think it's best in that regard for me to just try and do what I can when I can, which is really difficult for me because I hate missing. If I see an offence, I feel like I have to report it. So not being able to report stuff is really going to do my fucking head in. Genuinely going to do my nut in. But I can't do nothing about it at the moment. So I wanted to make it really clear that for the foreseeable future, PAP reports is going to be very intermittent, likely quite sparse as well. So I want to apologise to all the subscribers and thank the subscribers as well for sticking by the last couple of years when things have been really difficult. But again, this isn't about me. This isn't a sympathy thing. I'm not asking people for sympathy. My point of doing this is to let you guys know, and to say to you, look, if you're supporting the channel financially with a couple of quid a month or whatever, then you're quite perfectly within your rights to cancel that should you need to, and that's my reason for letting you all know. And also, so my subscribers don't go down too much, because I still want to hit that 50,000 subscriber mark, which would be awesome. But yeah, but that's how it's going to have to be at the moment, I'm afraid. Had I chosen another subject, the channel might be big enough for me to be able to afford to pay people to do stuff for me. But it's a niche subject, isn't it? And not everybody is keen on what we report on here. But there we go. So yeah, so that's that out of the way. So wanted to get that out of the way. If anyone's got any questions about that, please feel free to ask in the comments. I'm on top chat, not live chat, so I might have missed some messages there. Yeah, so if anyone's got anything they want to ask, feel free and ask in the comments. Before we move on, I have a driving related question for everybody as well. A friend of mine approached me day before yesterday, and asked me a question about a driving offence. Now, I've never in my life been done for speeding. I've never been done for going through a red light. I've driven with no insurance and whatnot, but I've never been done for speeding or going through red lights. And I've been asked a question which I'm not sure about, so I'm going to put it out to you guys to ask you guys what you think, because you might say something that clicks in my head, and then I can go look it up and whatnot. But yeah, this is about somebody that's allegedly gone through a red light, but the information doesn't quite make sense. So I'm going to bring that up shortly. I've got three images to show you. One is a letter from the police, one is a picture of the vehicle, and one is the notice of intended no, one is an email. But we'll bring that up shortly. So other than that, so that's what, 19 minutes. That's a bit longer than I wanted to go on for, but I do have a habit of rambling a little bit. So how is everybody this week? How are we all doing? Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Wicked and pissed. God bless is pissed. Lost Souls is hungry. Graham is drunk. How you doing, Moo? It's not so much I'm upset. I'm pissed off that I can't get through a day at the moment without needing that sleep. I just can't get through a day without it now. And it's annoying. It's frustrating is what it is. Well, Paul, funnily enough, I thought it was a traffic light camera, but it wasn't. It was a copper standing on the side of the road who apparently witnessed the vehicle going through the red light, but the speed of the vehicle was 0. The speed of the vehicle was 0, but it was going through a red light, which doesn't make sense. But I'll bring that up shortly. Give me 5 or 10 minutes and we'll go into that, and I'll ask you guys. I'll show you what's what. Silas talks. I have to have what I call a pensioner's snooze. Yeah, I don't want to go that far and call myself a pensioner just yet. The worst problem I've had with the police, well, I mean, I've been arrested a few times in my life, mainly for fighting years ago and for some driving offences, but not speeding or going through a red light, or drink driving, because I've never done that either. But my worst, what was the question again? What's your worst problem that I've had with the police? Well, it's 2. It's got to be outside the police station up here when they done everything that they could to try and get my details out of me when it wasn't warranted. Then they arrested me, took me to the police station. I gave my details at the police station, but they still held me for 3 hours after that, which they shouldn't have done, because under Section 50 of the Police Reform Act, once you give your details, the offence is over and they can't hold you any longer. So, but they did. And the other one was in London. When I got arrested for filming the BBC pedo statue being smashed. And they arrested me for that. It kept me for 24 and a half hours in a cell. Well, 24 hours in a cell, half an hour in an interview. Just because I was filming an incident that everybody else that was there was filming. But there we go. No, not yet, Danny. Not yet. Again, that's something else I've got to do. I've got to go to the magistrates' court and ask for them to get my phone back. Which is something else that I've been meaning to do, just haven't got round to doing it yet. I think the camera was interfering with the police's operations, i.e. it was making sure that they weren't doing anything they shouldn't have done. Well, driving without due care and attention. But this is the thing. This was basically a red light is basically like a stop sign, isn't it? Contravening a stop sign. However, she's told me that she didn't go through the light on red. But the question I've got is why it says her speed was 0 as the copper took a picture of her vehicle. That doesn't make sense to me. Because if it was 0, then she was already through the lights at the time and stopped in the middle. Yeah, it doesn't make sense. So I'm going to ask you guys shortly. What's going on in the no, bearded vet. The vehicle was in the middle of the junction and it was stationary, allegedly. So the vehicle was completely over the line. The vehicle was, as I say, in the middle of quite a large junction. Again, I'll show you the image in just a second. She wasn't spoken to. It was just some plod on the side of the road apparently had taken a picture of her vehicle with a speed camera. Excuse me. Not lights on, not cameras on the traffic lights. Actual copper taking picture of her going through. Apparently, as I say, she's told me that she didn't go through, and obviously I need to know the truth. You know, it doesn't matter to me one way or the other, but I need to know the truth so I can try and offer some assistance, or at least give them an idea of what they need to speak to a brief about, for example. So I'm pretty sure that she's telling me the truth about that. It's not a speeding fine, no. Again, this is what's confusing. We'll bring it up in just a second. What I need to do is I need to work out how the fuck to do this is what I need to do. Right, if I do that, let's do that there. Let's put that there. Copy the mic settings. And put the mic settings in there. And then we need image slideshow. Oh, add files, desktop. No, I don't want slideshow, do I? Don't be an idiot. Remove that. Image. Okay. Sorry, guys. Let me come straight back to you in a second. Should have done this beforehand. Really should, but all right. Can we make that bigger? Yes, we can. So that's that. Okay. Image. Alt. Bring that down there. Put that up there. Oh. Oh, bugger off. Thank you, Pixie. Much appreciated. the letter, rename, and one more image is okay. No, don't remove your knob. Rename email. Right, sorry folks, sorry, my apologies. Done. I've not done it properly. I could have done it in a much easier way than I've just done it, but there we go. Right, okay, so let me do this now. Let me ask you guys now about this and see what you've got to say. Right. Now, obviously, she's received a letter, which is the notice of intended prosecution. Okay, it just gives the legislation, the law, where it happened. But it says here, let me just make sure I've blurred everything out. Right. Now, it says here, recorded speed 0, time into red light 0. Okay, for the alleged offence, motor vehicle failing to comply with a stop sign. Okay. So if the recorded speed was 0 and the time into the red light was 0, how do you guys think that the car got that far into the junction? So she was traveling at 0 miles an hour. She was 0 seconds in part, or 0. The time frame was 0 into the red light, but yet she was there. Now that makes absolutely no sense whatsoever, because that's got to be, unless she was going at 60 miles an hour. There's no way she'd be that far through that quickly. So I did say, look, you're in a crosshatched, which you're not supposed to be in. You're not supposed to stop there. Okay. However, the email from the police. Oh, hang on a sec. The email from the police. Please find attached the image of the offence. This image was taken by an officer who witnessed the car going through a red light. Okay, who witnessed the car going through the red light. And that is where the car was. But at 0 miles an hour and 0 seconds past the light. This was obviously taken with a speed camera. So none of that actually makes any sense to me. Now, as I said, I've never been done for going through red lights. I've never been done for speeding in my life. 40 odd years. Well, no, not 40 odd years. That's a lie. Quite a few years of driving. And I've never been done. But yeah, this doesn't make sense. And this isn't something I've come across before. So So none of that actually makes any sense to me. Normally I'd look at the wording, and I do. All these things, you've got to look at the wording, because the wording is very important. Now, I'm not suggesting that if she's broken the law that I'm trying to get her off, because I'm not. Okay. Point is, the letter says 0 miles an hour. She says that she hadn't gone through a red light. The only thing I can think of at the moment is that she pulled across and then another car tried to pull round in front of her. Or she thought that other car was going to pull round in front of her, so she stopped. But she's promised me that she hadn't, that she didn't actually go through the red light. But yeah, anyway, I don't understand that particular one. That's it's a new one to me. Yes, it's a no right turn. Yes. No, that lane is for going straight across as well. It was in Liverpool. Yeah, it was. It's straight across at this junction. There's no right turn at this junction. So both lanes, you can turn. Well, 3 lanes. One of them goes left. 2 of them go straight on. Bye, Caden. She said she didn't stop. Now, to be honest, you're not going to be able to tell whether she was travelling or not at that point, but she said that she didn't stop. So she was, again, she was on her way through, and I believe that that's why they've said about the red light rather than being in the cross hatchings, because if it was for stopping, then they'd have done her for the cross hatchings as well. You know what they're like. No, it's Liverpool. It says Liverpool on the letter. Yeah, that's my point as well, Graham. It doesn't make sense why it says it was stationary, unless they're going to argue it doesn't matter what speed it was doing because it was going through a red light. Maybe they'll use that as an excuse. But I would imagine that the handheld device that he was using, because it did say it was witnessed by a police constable at the time, so I'm presuming that he was using a speed camera, therefore it would have had a speed on there. So for it to say 0 doesn't really make any sense to me. She can't turn right there, Motley. She's not turning right. It's a no right turn. So her exit was clear, straight on. Her exit was clear. It's a 3-lane road, that one, I believe. You got a left turn and 2 straight on. Yeah, it's weird. She said that she wasn't stationary. She said she was driving through. However, she, again, I'm just trying to figure this out. If there's no rhyme or reason for it, then she's going to have to accept the penalty. I'm just trying to figure out why it would say 0 miles an hour plus the time 0 into crossing the red light 0. So she must have been going some speed if that was taken at the moment she crossed the red light, because that's what it's saying. So somebody just asked to see the picture again. So if this is at 0 speed and at 0 time into crossing the red light, how the fuck could she be there? 0 would be back here, back over here, back, down towards the bottom left somewhere. The brake lights aren't on. If you notice, her brake lights are not on, so she's not stopped. So she must have been traveling, but it's a weird one. This is why I'm asking you guys, and I'll have to go back through the chat later and have a look. But I simply don't understand. I simply don't. Again, I've never had a penalty notice like that before for driving speeding or going through red lights. So anyway, yeah. I think if it did WTF, I think we'd see some evidence of it. Plus, her brake lights are not on, so she's not actually stationary at the time. Well, I mean, she could be. Maybe she'd stopped and she'd just taken her foot off the brake, but that would be fucking some coincidental timing for the plod to take a picture at that point. But yeah, I'll have to have another word with her. So, I mean, it would make sense. For example, if you started to cross and an ambulance came from the other side and nudged its way through, for example, then you would have to stop. You wouldn't have to, but most people would stop and let the ambulance go in front of them and then carry on. So you would stop, and once the obstruction is gone, you would then lift your foot up off the brake, which would then make it look like you're traveling through. But she never mentioned anything about anything like that. And I certainly wouldn't get her to lie about something like that, because it would be easy for the emergency services to check if a vehicle was on that road at that time. So I certainly wouldn't get her to lie about it. So anyway, okay, all right, moving on. As I say, it was a confusing one for me. I've not dealt with one like that before. With zero speed and 0 time into crossing the red light. None of that makes sense to me, which is why I was confused. I don't think she does lost souls. But the first thing I did say to her is you need to, when get in touch, or when they get in touch with you, you want to ask them for the calibration certificate of the device that was being used, because it says 0 and 0. If it wasn't being used properly, then obviously that could be argued, and thrown out. If the device was, I'm pretty sure the device should show a fucking speed on there. Unless she is stationary, but she said she wasn't stationary, and it doesn't look like she's stationary there because the brake lights are off. But definitely, I've told her to definitely get a copy of the calibration certificate for the device that was being used. Handheld device in the back of a police car. It's going to get thrown about a little bit, isn't it? You know, so we need to make sure that it's calibrated properly. Yeah, she's only been driving for a year, Michael, which means that she could potentially be in bother, shall we say. I can't remember what the situation is around new drivers. I think it's 6 points, I think. But I can't remember. Anyway, moving on. We've got 150 odd people watching, and the last thing you want is me rambling on about that. So, what am I doing? Yes. Right. As today's not Sunday, so again we don't do the phoning during the week. We do the phoning on Sunday. I know we didn't do it last week, but we will be doing it this Sunday. So just for everybody that's watching now, on Sunday, if you're coming on and you want to phone in, we will be doing the phoning on Sunday. But for now, just for shits and giggles, I believe, well, actually, I don't know. Actually, I don't know if it was a police car or a police officer standing at the side of the road. It does say it was witnessed by a copper, but that would be something else to question. Actually, good point. Right. Anyway, shits and giggles. There's a link if you want to come up on a panel. Get your camera working first, lad. Because oh, there we go. Oh, fucking hell!
This is what it feels like to come first. Where's everyone else then? Cheers, Daddy.
How you doing? Cheers to you.
Let's have a beer. Fuck it. It's Friday night.
What are you turning your camera off for? Don't you like the way you drink? You scared of people going to take the piss out of the way you drink?
Because when you normally like to keep the camera on when I'm doing this. I'm not doing that on the live stream. Oh shit, my camera's on! You've got me to do it again. I want my 20 quid back. Anyway.
So yeah, let me change my thing because we got on a plane live because these banners popping up while I'm on the small screen don't work.
Come on, cheer up, Charlie. Everything will work out.
Yeah, I'm fucking I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed with myself that I'm struggling to do the shit I was doing before with no fucking problems. You know what I mean? It's just doing my fucking nothing.
You're just copying me. You know I've got bad arthritis at the moment. Should we get our trump cards out? Do you want to see my swollen parts?
No.
Didn't I? Here's what it is. You just got to go. You got to go on with it. Got to mucker on through it, mate. Like you, I've fucked up as well. I've got so much to do at the moment. and I just can't do it. I just have to patiently wait until I'm able to. Same for you. You'll be all right. Did they find out what a bit of metal was in your head?
No, when I went back on Monday. I went to the hospital on Monday to have a fuck it, what's it called? What's a baby scan's called?
A what?
The scan for a baby. What's those scans called?
Ultrasound, is it?
Ultrasound. That's it. I had to have an ultrasound on my heart, not my baby, not my food baby, my heart.
Okay, yeah, go on.
I had an ultrasound on my heart, on the arteries and the blood vessels coming out of my heart, and I had an ultrasound in my neck. I have to wait for the results of that. Sonic. So I've got to wait for the results of that. I've got to go back next week and get a portable ECG machine, which I've got to wear for 72 hours. I wear it from Friday through to Monday. And that's obviously going to check, see if there's any irregularities with my heart. And I've got one to go back to neurology, at which point I'll ask them to show me the scan of my brain, and show me where this piece of metal is, and show me where the damage is from these strokes, because that, you know, I'm interested in that as well.
What's he doing? Evening, Sonic.
How you doing, man?
Balls.
Like your necklace.
Chin.
Does it burn? Is that why you have to have a t-shirt on?
Nah, not much. No.
Silas is going for a brain scan tomorrow. Well, I hope that's not something too serious, Silas.
Oh shit.
Mine shouldn't take too long.
It's got to be the only time you actually get worried if nothing shows up.
Yeah. Yeah. I said that. She must hear it. Or you know when you go into a doctor, when you go somewhere and you think you're the first person to ever ask them something funny. Everybody does. Everybody goes. Right. So I'm laying on this. I had to lay on this bed thing, top off, lay on my left side. And she had her arm over me with this ultrasound thing, jamming in between the ribs, like actually in between the ribs. She goes, I've got to get in between the ribs so we can get a clear view of your heart, like proper bruising me up in there. And and I'm like, fucking hell. I thought I'll break the ice a bit because, you know, just trying to take my mind off of this pain because it was hurting a bit. So I said to her, you know, as you do, so have you managed to find anything yet? Or is it just a big empty void? And you know when they just fake laugh, they go, ha, yeah, whatever. I've not heard that 52 times today. But when you say it, you just feel like you're the first person to have said it to them all day. It don't matter what you do, where you go. When you say something funny to somebody, you just think, yeah, that was funny. And
you're used to using the term big empty void when you're having the prostate exam done. You just thought you'd change it up a bit and, you know, use it on something else.
Well, you'd know all about that, wouldn't you?
The amount of stories you fucking told me, son. I would think so.
That
screen's laggy as fuck, man. Shit on it again. You know, I'd be tempted to say something like sarcastic and funny during a prostate exam, just for the sheer hell of it. Just like, oh, you could at least bought me a drink first or some shit, you know. I'll just sit there and start moaning.
Why both your hands on my shoulders?
Yeah.
Like
that. That would work. You stop winking at me.
Come on, we're just gonna have a random shit talk today, and I'll go through this tomorrow, and I'll clip that first bit off and put that up as a video for people so everybody knows what's happening with the channel for the foreseeable. Fucking hell. Even doing the lid up on there is making me arm fucking ache. Honestly, I'd have laughed at people if people said to me like, "Oh, it fucking aches my arm doing a bottle lid up," I'd take the piss out of them. Now it's happened to me. It's like, fuck. It's really embarrassing.
I had a similar kind of thing with a ticket as well in London a couple of years ago. As you go down towards towards Piccadilly through Soho, as you're going along, it's dark. You got all these fuckers running across the road, you know, like headless chickens, and you've got to watch out for the cunts. Pardon?
Prostitutes, you mean?
No. Chinese tourists. And they're all fucking running around like a fucker, and you're trying to keep an eye on them. And then you've got the little shits on the Deliveroos and that going in and out. And then as you go forward, you go over this little bit of traffic, this bit where the traffic lights are. Then it says a sign saying only buses. And I stopped, and so I had to wait for the cars behind me. I put my reverse, the taxi behind me, put reverse on, and I got £70 fine for that from TfL. I didn't go any further, but where the sign is, it's too late. You either go forward and get the ticket or go back. Well, it doesn't matter. You got the ticket anyway.
It's even worse, man. It's like when you don't know an area like that, and
yeah,
like you're getting signs that saying like bus lane and shit, but you've got a sat nav on telling you to get through it anyway. You're like,
that's it. The sat nav. It was Google Maps as well, so it's the most latest upstate one. It's a live thing through the internet. It told me to go straight on. And so I had to stop by this traffic lights, and I saw the sign saying buses only. So, oh, fuck.
What interests me about sat navs is in your driving test, don't they? They get you to use a sat nav as well now, don't they? To see if you can use one properly.
I think it's for about half an hour or something like that. You listen. Do you need to do it for?
And you have to follow the instructions that it gives you. So your driver tells you to follow the instructions on a sat nav. Obviously, you've got to be aware of your surroundings as well. But if you're following the directions of a sat nav, you expect the directions. If it's being used in a driving test, you expect it to be correct. And if it tells you to go somewhere that ends up getting you a ticket, that's what my argument would be. Probably wouldn't work, but my argument would pass my test. They told me that I need, during my tests, sat nav, learn to use it, pay attention to it, do what it says. That's what I did. You can't give me a ticket for doing something they told me to do in the driving test, surely. Mate,
I'm just fucking glad I never get my driving lessons on Edinburgh. Because the amount of times I've been up there and the sat nav's told me to go down certain roads and stuff, it's all like blocked off, it's pedestrianised. It's telling me to fucking drive down it. You're like, what the shit, man? So I was driving around the circles, it's a 20 mile an hour zone, everything's all changed a bit. And it's all like one way area, so you need to go all the way around to come back to then fuck it up again because the sat nav's telling you to go the wrong road. Like, fuck.
Switched off. It's when it puts you in the middle of a field when you start worrying.
Oh, stories I've heard and of, but people with sat navs have either turned it onto a river or they've turned right or left on a level crossing.
That's probably how dogging started. Everyone was directed to a bit of a field. Oh, fuck it.
You're that at a rave party. And stories and I've heard, I think there was some woman that because of her sat nav apparently, she was told to either turn left or right or something like that on a level crossing, and she ended up on the fucking tracks.
That was quite recently.
I think it was that long ago.
Yeah, it's about a week and a half ago. I saw that. Was it in Wales, wasn't it? Or someone like Wales, Devon?
That makes sense.
Everything's geared up against you if you've got a car these days. Everything. Now they got another one. Was it a low traffic zone or something? There's another one they just introduced.
Oh, the fucking lasers or something, all that shit.
No, not that. Oh, that's old out, that one. God. No, there's another one. You had the 15-minute cities that are introducing WhatsApp. All this low emission. Now there's another one where it's apparently low traffic zone or something. Only access. You can't just drive through here. You have to have access for a reason. I can't remember now what it is. They started doing it in Brixton. That's the first one. Oh, funny enough, Cairns, London, part and parcel.
You're right. Tic Tac says, "Who knows how to use a map and compass?" I mean, do you remember the days when you used to sit in a car and your mum, you know, your dad would be driving and your mum would be sitting there trying to read a map. You know, you used to get where you need to go far better with a map than you do with a fucking.
Oh, hold on a minute. No. Well, I remember those days. And the women always say to you, it's left, as you're going past it, 60 miles an hour. Come on, let's be honest. Give me at least 300 yards fucking notice before I have to turn left or right.
And then you're like, love, you're reading it upside down.
Some of these roads, some of these roads down here as well, it's like nice. A lot of them, like you get the build-ups to like you're approaching like a 30 zone or 20 zone or something, like 300 yards. You get the markers. Some of them you don't even get any warning. It's just it's a natural speed limit. You're doing 60, next thing you know, boom, you're straight into a 20 zone, no warning. You're like, fuck, straight on the brakes. You don't even warn you or nothing, man. It's crazy.
I mean, this 20-mile-an-hour limit in some of these built-up areas where you got how like cars are parked on either side of the road, congested areas. 20 miles an hour, I think is okay. But when you're coming into London, you've got that like motorway that comes in from the A1, I think it is, 3 lanes, 20 miles an hour, and it's just like it's empty. It's a motorway, and it's 20 miles an hour. Just all fucked up.
Roger got caught coming off a motorway, similar situation. No warning that it was dropping from like motorway speeds to whatever it was, 30 or 40 or whatever it was, and he got collared to go speeding through there. Can't remember where it was now.
But going to 20 miles an hour in certain areas, your emissions are higher, aren't they? The car's not running efficiently.
Well, no, not if you're in, if you're going from first, second, third, second, third, second, first, second, third all the time, then no.
No.
And that's what you're doing when you're going around all them little fucking.
No, surely it depends on your rev count as well, like how your revs are and all that kind of shit.
Remember those days you can just like go and get a map and think, I'll go down there today, or I'll go down the south coast, just have a cup of tea and a bag of chips by the pier, just for fun. Can't do that no more.
Just to get attacked by fucking seagulls.
I'd have to park a bit like half an hour's fucking walk away from the place because it's all pedestrianised.
So what's been happening, everybody? What's been happening? What's been going on?
Zelensky doesn't look a very happy bunny at the moment, does he? Have you seen all the stuff in the places? Stood on a stage and everyone's fucking ignoring him. And then that Ursula, whatever her name is, she's on stage. I don't know if you want to get the clips. And he's held her hand, right? And she's kind of like, okay for a second. Then she kind of like let her hand go. Then he grabbed it back again like a right pest. I don't know if you've seen it. It's funny as fuck. And she's like, get off me, you weirdo. So hopefully that's about to die because no one's supporting him no more. Even our British defence, what's his name? I can't remember his name right now. Said Zelensky seems to think we're like Amazon, asking for his little wish list every time he comes over here. So hopefully that'll die down. But they'll find another reason why the cost of living is so expensive and the fuel and everything. They'll blame it on something else. So don't hold out any hope just yet.
It wouldn't surprise me if they're not actually giving him as much as they say they're giving him.
Wow.
They've probably got to deal with. Look, we all know that everyone's, that America's got to deal with.
Ben Wallace, thank you, Para. Yeah, sorry.
Ukraine. It's Ukraine, isn't it?
Yeah.
So America's always had to deal with Ukraine to wash its dirty money for them, right, and other stuff. So it wouldn't surprise me if we've got some kind of war with them as well. And it comes to this, and they're like, right, listen, we're going to tell everybody we've given you £4 billion, but we're only going to give you $3 billion. But you've got to say we've given you $4 billion, and we're going to pocket the other fucking billion.
But that doesn't make sense, though. Surely, if they actually want people to donate money, give them money, you would actually tell them they're actually getting less than what they're actually getting, in order that people think, well, they're not getting that much. We need to start giving them more money.
Well, they say they would need more money anyway. $4 billion. I don't know how much we've given them, but it's simply not enough, is it? That's why he's out there with his fucking begging bowl all the time, speaking to other countries. allowing states like that to turn up in Ukraine that's in the middle of a fucking war, to have photo opportunities. Yeah, all righto.
It's stunk all the way through. It's stunk all the way through. I've looked back and seen what's going on, and looked back through history, and even the BBC, showed them all to be like, from the Nazi era to this day. I am pro Putin now. If anyone wants to step up and question that with me, it's not a problem. But the stuff you see over there, that's why they banned. Ukraine banned every type of reporting over there. They stopped it all. That's why the West stopped straight away. RT, Russia Today. It's really a bullshit war. We should not be involved in it. And the Ukrainian government shouldn't have done what they've done to the people in the Donetsk area. It's genocide, and it's still going on today. And why would the USA have 48 bioweapon labs? You know what bioweapons are? They're to kill human beings, and stuff like that. So they shouldn't be done in the first place. It's just nothing to do with us. We shouldn't be involved in it. It's fucking Iraq and Afghanistan all over again.
Oh, and then they're not allowed to start doing that fucking, what do you call it? That shit they've done with the whole fucking COVID shit. Well, they take something and they fuck about with it. Oh, what's the term for that shit? I'll come back to me. But anyway, they're not allowed to do that shit. So then they go to places to China and do it, and then fund them. So they do it in a different country. So they're technically still doing it. Oh, but gain a function. Research. They were banned for doing that, so they went to another country, started doing it, and started funding them. And apparently this is how this whole fucking COVID shit came about.
Somebody needs to start a channel up, like auditing Parliament. And just to see all this money that's getting put into wars and other countries and paying for this and paying for that. And do you remember like the £5 million for the Somalian Spice Girls project years ago? All this dosh going out here, there and everywhere. The hotels that there's 5,000 beds empty every night for migrants, just in case they come over here. It's paid for. Fair play to the guys down in Base Welshman and that, and Lenelli. Finally fucked off the security there. Did you see the security? These are our British guys working for the security firm, and they fucked off in the end. And when they stopped at a petrol station, they come back out and all their 4 tyres were deflated, and not one tyre company in that area would come out and repair their tyres. That tickled me. Fucking fair play. But I don't know. What are you going to vote? Are you going to bother voting? If you do vote, you don't vote. You're fucked if you do vote. Fucked if you don't vote.
No, I still say we reckon a guy like UKIP or another one. A chance. I can't forget the name of that other fucking party now. Apparently, no, I'm going to go ahead like they were actually going to be like merging because they've got the same kind of goals. So that'd be brilliant. Instead of the vote being split, if they came together as one fucking party and we all voted for them, get all these usual wankers out the picture and give them a chance to fucking do what they're going to say.
People are scared of change. That's why it's a 2-party fucking race all the time. People are scared. People think they know the Conservatives and the Labour, right? And then any new party that pops up, they're afraid of something new, and they won't vote because they've got no track record, they've got no history, and even though Labour and Conservative have got wanky track histories, okay, they'd rather have a wanky track history than someone with no track history, which is ridiculous. Better
the devil you know kind of thing. But it's the amount of people that sit and bitch and moan and complain about it. It's that things are never going to change and blah blah blah. Well, why the fuck do you keep voting them in then?
Stop the small boats, Richie. Why did he just award another 9-year contract to Serco? Another 9 years, and they're trying to stop it. Come on, wake up! It is an invasion. I don't care what people want to say.
Oh, totally.
They're not fleeing war-torn countries and stuff like that. Look at Paris. Look at Sweden. Look at Norway. Look at all those places. They're fucked. So, we have Si's on. Good evening, Si.
Hello, Mr. Sideways.
Simon.
Simon, actually, I was looking for your number earlier. All I've got is your phone-in number for some reason. I don't seem to be able to find your other number. Paz asked me on my last live stream to get his phone number off you. So can you do me a favour and text his number over to me?
Oh, that reminds me about Rev as well. See that when I was done, Chalky gave me that wee food flask thing that I gave you from. Did you manage to get him it?
I've not seen. No, I've not seen him yet. Got a gift for you as well, Simon, from Sonic. So if you
That's for Chalky.
For who?
Chalky.
Chalky.
Aye, Chalky's in the side chat. Aye, Chalky gave me it because I was going to for your do.
Ah, right, okay.
Because he had that for him. Because he said it seemed like one of these streams he was sitting eating cold rice or some shit like that. I think it was. He says, "Oh, I'm not having a hot meal." And here you go. I've got this. Give that to him. That's for me. And
right.
So gave me that to take into you again.
Chalky in the chat, Rev, gave Sonic a thermos thing where you can put like meals in, put like rice and curry or some veg and fucking lasagna or whatever it is. You can put that stuff in it and it'll keep it hot.
So separate.
If you message me with Paz's phone number and then drop me your address and I'll chuck it in a box and send it down to you.
I just remembered that there just when you said Rev was on. So I don't know what it's called, Bearded. It's just basically, it just looks like a flask, a big corner. It's a big thick fucking thing. You unscrew it. You've got like a wee bowl thing at the top of it. You take that out and there's another one inside it. You keep your food separate and hot. You just stack them up, put a lid on, and away you go.
Yeah, so at least you can have hot food while you're out working.
Totally.
He's gone quiet now. That was a quick visit. Nice one, Rev. Thank you. Thank you, Rev. Yeah, if you can email me or not email me, if you can text me your address, Rev, and I'll send this food flask down for you.
That big, is it?
What?
Damn it, Holly, you fucking bet me to it.
That big. Yeah, let me know then, Rev, and I'll send it down to you, and then you can have hot rice.
Hot rice.
There's plenty of places in England to get hot rice, isn't there?
Maybe some chili. Maybe some curry.
Plenty of places to get curry as well. Yeah. Did you see tonight, today on the news, going on about the matter of mental health? People signed off now.
What?
The amount of people being signed off with mental health and long COVID. And I'll tell you what that probably boils down to is, partially as well, is that they look at everyone coming into this country, getting everything for free and everything else. If you're it doesn't pay for low-skilled people to go to work these days. You're better off than a dole. You can't blame them. I can't blame them either.
Well, lots of people have said, even police have said the same. They'd be better off not actually working. I mean, they don't anyway. They might as well get paid for actually putting their feet up rather than actually having to do some walking and some paperwork.
Man,
I mean, let's be honest. Is it really worth going to work knowing what your tax is? It doesn't go into the NHS so you can, dentists and stuff like that. You try getting a dentist these days. And, you just think to yourself, what's the point? What is the point? Our forefathers, stuff like that, went to work to build us a good generation of things like schools and hospitals and libraries and good public transport systems and stuff like that. It's all gone to shit, isn't it? So get out while you can.
Chris John Wright, please don't put comments more than once like that, mate, because the mods will end up getting the ump. I think you've already been asked once.
Yeah, that's spamming.
I need to put it once.
I haven't seen Jack Ablaze for a while. Is he all right?
I've not heard from.
I think he said hello in Discord the other day. But other than that, I don't think I've seen him either, to be honest.
Have we got any special guests in the back waiting to come up, Dan?
Same special guests as last time. Well,
Yeah.
that was an interesting one, though, wasn't it? I'm actually just surprised how fucking fairly decent it turned it, considering.
Right. I'm going to address something more here. I had a text message this evening. I don't know who this is, but I had a text message this evening. So I'm hoping that the person who sent me this text message is watching. I'm not going to read the number out, and I'm not going to show it on screen, but I'll read the message. Hi, is this Dan? Hope I find you well. I've been passed your number from Kent, as I've asked him for it, as we have been chatting. I am working with Bobby privately with regards to his mental health and his health. I've also been sent some screen recordings of some of your live shows that you have done, and along with yourself and guests, Bobby and his mates have been the topic of your show. I want to ask you with respect, and hopefully I will get that back from you. With not knowing each other, who knows, but I am not here for an argument. My name is Matt, and myself and my co-host run a few shows a week and a social media platform where we support homelessness, mental health, CSA cases, child protection, etc. And Bobby is struggling to move forward until closure on the bad atmosphere. Right. There is more. I'll get to the rest in a minute. So, Mike, if you're watching, you do say in your message that you're not interested in what I've got to say, which is quite weird, that you're just simply taking Bobby Kent's words and you don't care what anyone else has to say in response to that, you know. Peculiar, but there we go. Especially if you suggest that you help people with issues like mental health and stuff like that, to simply take one person's word and not want to know what the other person has to say about it is a little bit fucking odd, if you ask me. But I wonder, Mike, whether you've actually been on Bobby's channel and seen the videos that he's put up trying to slag me up, and the lack of videos on my channel of Bobby. Bobby has been on my panel a few times, granted, yeah, in the past, more than recently, when he was okay, shall we say. Always a bit of a pain in the arse, do you know what I mean? But he was okay. Then things went awry and he got booted from our Discord chat and from the channel and stuff. And anybody that doesn't like him is on him. It's nothing to do with anybody else. And yes, he's been spoken about. Maybe if he didn't get involved in conversations and situations that don't involve him, then he wouldn't get spoken about. Maybe if he stopped following people onto other people's live streams, then he wouldn't get spoken about. Maybe if he spoke to people with some respect and had some dignity, then he wouldn't get spoken about. However, that's not the case, unfortunately. And Bobby Kent, regardless to his mental health, knows right from wrong. I've got mental health issues myself. I don't just appear on people's live streams following them to slag them off. So, yeah, you know, it's because I know what's right and what's wrong, even if I have got mental health issues. And for anybody to use that as an excuse is a fucking idiot, if you ask me. And for you to just take the word for stuff, I think you have a bit of an issue there. So let's read on. And it's this simple. Can you and your guests drop Bobby and his mates' name? Why his mates? First of all, he says that they're not his friends. He always says that they're not his friends. But why if Bobby's the one suffering, why should we not talk about other people if we want to? If their name comes up, then yeah, we'll talk about them. And I don't really give two fucks about Bobby's feelings when it comes to talking about other people that have got a fuck all to do with him. To be
Can I
quite
just
honest.
say something there as well? For somebody that says to be concerned about mental health, so to speak, why is he so willing and prepared to drag other fucking people into this shit without any consideration for their mental health?
Well, because
just wondering.
that's how it works, unfortunately. And this Mike obviously feels the same way. He's not interested in how other people have been affected.
I'll
He's
jack
just
it.
in his
It
mate.
just says to
Hello,
me,
everyone.
it says to me like a fucking hypocrite. But there you go.
So what are we talking about?
Hey!
Hello.
Right,
So let's
fucking lads.
hang on, shush. Drop Bobby and his mates' names out of it and move on. Do your thing, and Bobby does his. He's willing. So I hope you are. There is enough going on in the world without all the fighting against each other, which you're absolutely right, there is. But nobody has gone and attacked him. People have just retaliated to the shit that has been dished out.
Yeah.
So there's a big difference in that. I'm not asking for you all to make up and forgive, just draw a line under it, and you and your guys do you. Bobby will do his thing with us. Well, unfortunately, when people are going to keep putting videos up and jumping onto live streams, slagging me off and writing comments, and God bless, and other people, if people want to be left alone, then really what they should be doing is leaving other people alone. And unfortunately, that's not the case, which is a big shame, because Bobby hadn't been spoken about for fuck knows how long, months, maybe even a year or more. And then all of a sudden he pops up, and what happens? He starts causing trouble, and he starts getting called out for it.
Yeah.
And if that's upset his mental health, then unfortunately that's on him. You can say no. You could reply giving me information on your side. To be honest, I'm not interested in what's happened. I just want it all to stop for everyone's mental health, really, please. So again, that's where he says that he's okay listening to Bobby Kent, but he doesn't want to hear anybody else's side of things. I hope you can see. I hope you can see what I'm asking for, and hopefully you as adults will agree. But I will await your reply. As I've said, Mike, more than happy to. More than happy just to not talk about him if he fucks off and leaves everybody alone. Obviously, if there is no reply and it continues, then I will have no option to do the same and expose you all on our platform. The man's not well. The man's not well, but no excuses. He just wants to do him now, and hopefully you can do the same. This is a nice backhanded threat here. Running 3 shows a week and having well over 200,000 followers across our platform, you would understand it wouldn't take much to get people talking. I don't want to do that, and it's not a threat. Well, it is a threat. It's a polite request. That's all. Thanks. So he's threatening to expose me when, look how many people have tried to expose me. Well, nobody's been able to, because the proof outweighs their bullshit lies. Yeah,
Probably 4 or 5 people on your channel, I think, have tried to do that.
Somebody else threatening to expose me for bullying Bobby Kent, when Bobby Kent is the one that has been jumping on channels causing shit.
Thank you. Yeah.
And we have just been responding or
responding, not retaliation. There's the difference. Responding.
He originally was kicked off your channel anyway, over a year ago, because he said that you were Tiffany and that's agent or whatever, and then you said to him, send me if that's the case, send me a summons, and you got rid of him.
Yeah.
Well, obviously it was more to it than just that, but I'm just saying that was effectively the end of what happened, because it was a phone-in that you did. It wasn't on the panel; it was a phone-in that you did. But obviously more had been going on in Discord that Bobby hasn't actually spoke about, that he hasn't exactly given the full truth of what's happened in the past, and it's still there.
None of them ever do, Bobby. Yeah. This is Bobby. So fucking hell.
Jesus, man, defend the poor Jack here. Come on.
This is the problem, right? People will go and grab little clips, and they'll show that clip rather than showing the context. I mean, I got called out on Sunday's live stream, and I showed the full conversation that I had to prove that what the calling out was bullshit, right? Trying to say I was bullying him, but yet the conversation showed that he was the one that contacted me first with a sly little comment, right? And yet I'm the one that's the arsehole for responding. You know, it doesn't. Yeah, doesn't
And
fucking work.
Thing is, why these little fuckers like they do this thing at like 4 o'clock in the morning on someone else's live stream when everyone's gone to bed? It's like they're all like it's like the 4 o'clock club AM. You know,
Wait till everyone's gone, and then we can slag them off without anybody standing up for themselves and fucking questioning us. That's what it's about.
It's just childish behaviour, to be honest.
Look at Society X. Is like, I mean, I've been off YouTube for the past few days, so I'm being too good. I'm just too tired to deal with it. I know what you mean, Dan, when you get lethargic and that. And he came on Society X. I normally come up on there first, but for one night I didn't, and I watched it the next day. Who came up first? Bobby again. Nah, I don't want to bring the channel down, and I don't want to bring any trouble here, but that fucking God bless. And I just, oh my God.
I don't want to bring the channel down. Don't want to bring any trouble here, but I'm going to bring the channel down and bring trouble here anyway.
When he's got his little Facebook, his little YouTube channel, I just asked him. I politely requested him to can you just stop, like, going on about my wife and kids all the time. They're nothing to do with you. Why do you keep getting after my kids and my missus for? It's getting a bit weird. Maybe I should send a sting gang up to see you. Anyway, then after I said that, he makes out that I've said that I was going to post his grandchildren's pictures from Facebook or something. Now, the thing is, right, he said he hadn't got Facebook. And I said to him one night, I said, look, listen, mate, you have got Facebook. No, I haven't. I said, well, look, you have, but you've left it open. So you want to make it private. Make it private. That's what I said to him. It's a twister. It's a twister. We've
known about it since last year, Simon. And whatnot. So it's not like this is all. It's not like this is brand new. It's old news, isn't it? Most of the stuff he's on about, he talks about that happened last year, and he still brags on and goes on about it. And it's happened over a year ago, and he's twisted the whole narrative to make it kind of in his favor as opposed to what's actually happened.
I mean, he's turning up in like a little coffee shop I go to in the middle of the Amazon rainforest that no fucking sat nav knows where it is, and there he is. Oh, hello, cat. I don't want to bring the channel down, but fucking God bless is it. Everywhere. I've got another Canadian channel I go to right in the middle of nowhere. This guy, he's a lovely old guy, and he's on his own. And oh dear. Oh, I don't know.
Talk amongst yourselves for a second.
Oh, Angry Kids come back.
That's what pisses me off, man. With cunts like that, though, you know what I mean? It's like they deliberately instigate shit and talk absolute bullshit and spreading rumours and all that childish crap.
I think what it is
to bring out the worst in people, and then when, like, with us, we show we're fucking worse than retaliation, they then turn to plain victim. Like, what the fuck?
The thing is this platform is becoming more toxic as time comes. Right, as time leads on, it will get more toxic to the point where YouTube will be full of toxicity, just like most other platforms. Discord, Reddit, Twitter. I don't even bother going on anymore. It's a bunch of crap now.
I like Twitter for the things I see on there. Like around the world, it's quite good.
Yeah, well, to be honest, I'd rather use Reddit than Twitter, but I know that they're two different platforms. And
Rumble's good as well, and Telegram.
Yeah, I've heard of Telegram, but that's kind of like a WhatsApp-y, knockoff-esque type.
Yeah, but unrestricted. You get to see what's really going on in the world, like the Ukraine war and and other countries, what's going on in Paris and all those things like that. Things that the mainstream media won't show you.
Hey, here's a what was it? Here's a weird thing. I actually wanted to say, and it's completely unrelated to anything about. Someone mentioned
ads. It's the same to do with ads.
No, it's not that. Someone mentioned Aldi, right? So I'm thinking supermarkets. Now,
or cars.
Whatever, right? I didn't know this, right? And I actually am quite disgusted at the fact that the company does this. I don't know about others because I've never shopped there before. It's mainly Iceland I usually shop at the supermarket, right? Iceland Foods. I didn't know this, but Sainsbury's actually have a Challenge 25 policy for everything. So if you order online and you wish to get your regular weekly shop, right, but you have no over 18 rate items like
Products.
cigarettes, alcohol, anything like that, they
Energy drinks.
they will come to your door as they would when they deliver your food normally, and they will ask for your ID. And if you don't have any ID, if they don't believe you're over 25, or sorry, over 18, but you don't look 25, they will take the shopping back and take it back with them. Right, so they'll take it back to the supermarket where they got it from, where it was already picked and packed. So pretty much, if you didn't have any ID for whatever particular reason, and then you go to the door and get it, or you have difficulty, whatever, right, and you get it, but they say, "Oh, we need to see some ID," they can just turn around and say, "Well, no, you're not having it because you don't have any ID."
Jack, that's not the most craziest. Amazon. When I order a box of 100 packets of Rizzlers at a time, you have to be over 18. I have to show I'm over 18, and I think I look over 18. Dan says I don't.
You don't say.
Yeah, but Dan just flirts with me and says I look 17. And packet of Rizzlers. You've got to show Amazon ID.
My name's not fucking Hugh Edwards.
Yeah, but I mean, I can kind of understand why, because Rizzlers are used kind of like for tobacco and stuff like that, which is also an 18 product. So I can kind of understand why. Obviously, it's not exactly an 18 product, but I can kind of understand why they do it.
It's paper.
Well, yeah, I know that, but I mean, you could use it for anything, really. But I mean, it's like. Whoa! I mean, I get it, but I just don't understand why Sainsbury's. I don't know if Asda do it or not, but Iceland don't do it. They don't ever ask you for ID unless you're ever buying something that's you need to look 25 or.
But if you're getting Rizzlers, just say I thought they were post-it notes.
Listen, not so useless for a wizard.
What are you doing? You look like you was on the beach. That's what you're about to go to the beach all the time with your big hat on.
It looks like Kevin Perry fucking left him my beef for years ago.
Weather. I don't think you want to go to the beach in this weather.
I say it looks like Kevin Perry left him in fucking IB for years ago.
But if anyone does shop at Asda, do they have the same issue where they get ID'd? Simply just getting a regular weekly shop online instead of having to go in store, just for normal items like food.
Nothing, not for normal food. I mean, come on.
Sainsbury's do it.
For normal food.
For normal food. Sainsbury's is the only company that I know of that will actually require your ID at the door. Yeah, even for normal food. If you don't look over 18, right?
Could it be because you might be using your parents' credit card and you might be kids?
No.
Uber Eats only asked for my date of birth. They didn't want to see my ID for that. Just my date of birth.
So send your birthday card.
Yeah.
But no, because and I was funny. This was a few weeks ago, and I was speaking to the driver that obviously went to deliver it. And it's not the fact I don't have ID. I do have ID, but that's not the point. The point is the fact that why would I need to show it in the first place when there's nothing that you would need ID for? Cigarettes, alcohol, vapes, energy drinks, things like that, right? Why would that I can understand if you don't look over 18, right? Also, you don't look over 25. That's what they call it, the Challenge 25 rule. But even I just don't understand. And the thing is, they can refuse it because there's been lots of news stories and stuff about Sainsbury's not delivering to people who have got severe medical conditions. So one had like cerebral palsy or something. Not sure how you say it, and they needed certain foods and stuff, and they didn't have ID, but they offered to give them a birth certificate. But they said that's not enough because it doesn't have your photo on it, right? So they basically said, "Oh, we're gonna have to reschedule the delivery then." So they took the delivery away, and then they came back, and he still didn't have ID. So he wanted a refund, but he had to wait 10 days to get his refund.
Yeah,
it's just another form of data collection, if you ask me.
Going back to Dan's joke about Hugh Edwards. Now, how do you all feel about this? Because at the moment now, there's
I
always
don't know
like
who that is,
hashtag
but-
at Hugh because he's citing mental health.
Hmm.
And now it's like, I'll leave him alone. And there's always support groups now, like virtual signaling for him. Now,
Of course.
how does
He's
everyone
been-
think about that? Or is he using a get out jail card? Or maybe he really is mad, you know, like, I'm not mad, sorry, got mental
Look,
health.
even if he is, right? Look, I've said this, I've already said this, right? I've got mental health issues. I haven't asked anybody for fucking pictures for money.
And
Yeah.
the thing is, apparently the guy was legal. It's all legal, wasn't it? There was nothing illegal about it. Is that correct? But I think
Well, apparently, we'll say allegedly because we don't know the full story yet.
Yeah.
Police have said that they're not looking into it, but that doesn't mean that someone else isn't going to come forward. Apparently, there's 7 allegations now. So, you know, somebody else could come forward at some point. Who knows? So it has to be you have to say allegedly at the moment for that. But, you know, there are lots of people in the world who have mental health issues, depression, anxiety, all that kind of stuff, right? And I honestly don't know anybody personally. I mean, granted, they're probably not going to tell me, but I don't know anybody personally who is going to go off and start asking people randomly on Snapchat or Facebook for, you know, pornographic images of themselves for money. I just don't know people that are going to do it unless they're fucked up in the head. And I don't mean mental health wise. I just mean like sick in the fucking head.
Exactly. I mean,
Well, if you want to do that, just go on OnlyFans.
Is this going to lead the way now to all those fucking nonsense that go on these dating sites, whatever, and get these 14-year-old girls and, you know, the ones that the sting gangs and the police catch? Are they just going to start citing mental health as well as a get out jail card? Can you see where I'm going with this? You know, it's just,
Yeah.
I mean, Schofield's probably fucking doing cartwheels naked around his garden right now, going, yippee!
Yeah.
You know,
we hear it all the time from the police when it comes to being charged with something that they've done or what's it called?
What was you at 10 o'clock?
Fuck it. It's gone. I can't even remember what
Decent
word.
exposure or some shit.
No, do you know what? The words I just said have gone. I can't even remember the words I just said to finish the sentence off. Shit.
The fuck?
I fucking hate this. Hate it when that happens.
I just need a Dan, but back in a second.
Oh, the police. That's it. So when the police are up on a charge for something or other, or they've got a misconduct hearing, it always comes down to, oh, I've got mental health issues. Oh, I'm struggling in my marriage. Oh, the workload is too much. So fucking what? Get another job. Don't fucking predate on people. Just leave and get another fucking job. You know? It just doesn't make, to me, it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't. You know, there's plenty of stuff on the internet already, legal stuff that you can go and check out without, you know, spiraling into these depraved depths and doing things like asking people for fucking pictures. I mean, what the fuck is that all about? Mind you, I have been accused of asking somebody for pictures recently. But, you know.
Well, we all know that's not true. Come on, let's be honest. We know we know not what you said, but we know that.
Well, I know somebody wanted to send me some pictures a couple of years ago. Somebody wanted to send me some pictures. And they were talking in a group, not in a main chat as well. They were saying that, like, oh, I was going to send you a picture of me in some stockings, is what they said.
It was a Bob.
And you know what? I don't
like
that. I think that you should only do that if you're with somebody in a relationship. I don't agree with sending pictures of yourself to people that you're not in a relationship with. I think it's degrading, and I think it's dangerous because people can use that shit against you as well. But I think, you know, I think to myself, why on earth would you want to send pictures of yourself to a stranger just to make yourself feel good? I mean, surely it can't make you feel good getting some stranger that's going to sit there, you know, doing God knows what over your pictures, and you get nothing out of it. What? I don't understand it. do not understand it.
I think it's more satisfaction for them, but then it's like they also, once they've got what they need out of it, then it's like they move on, kind of thing. It's like, well,
they could. I mean, they could be uploading it to any number of sites that most people wouldn't be looking on. You know, there's a site out there called Rate My Girlfriend, right?
really?
Oh,
Yeah.
rate my girlfriend.
Rate, R-A-T-E. Rate.
Yeah.
Don't get the wrong impression, Simon.
And people are known to upload pictures of their exes onto that website. You know, there are sites out there that people can upload pictures to, and I, if I want any pictures to go out anywhere, I'll send them myself. You know what I mean? I don't want some other cunt using my pictures to upload elsewhere. You know what I mean? But it just don't. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand why people would do that.
I agree. What was I going to say? Yeah, you better come back to me. I'm gonna start putting stuff.
We're in a world where anything goes now, aren't we? Look at things like these drag queen stories with kids and stuff. Anything seems to go these days. Nothing. It's like Sodom and Gomorrah.
Dan, do you know how you know that there are impersonators or people that are trying to impersonate you in your channel, right? Pictures of your face or of the logo, or videos on channels that you get what I mean, right? So things that you have on your channel, whether it be your advertising, so your police abuse of powers and your logo, or any videos you might have, things like that, right? I believe now, I checked the YouTube policies because they're updated recently now. They're actually going to be cracking down more on people who are impersonating YouTube channels. So, for example, yourself, you could effectively, well, obviously the process is more strict than it was before, right? It wasn't as enforced, so to speak.
You're not wrong. It was enforced. I complained about somebody set up a channel in my name with my full address on. Not that I mind, because my full address is out there on many of my videos.
Yeah.
They set up a channel with my full address in the about page, my phone number in the about, properly doxed me. Well, it would have been doxed had I not already given that information out online. But I've messaged YouTube many times about that channel, and they still haven't taken action on it.
Well, I mean, where was I saw it because obviously I know that I use it myself. I know you use vidIQ, the thing you can check your stats on your channel, like all that. Yeah. Well, obviously their YouTube channel, they put a video up recently about some of the new policies or updated policies even that are being added. And so now it's actually more easier for you to be able to kind of take action against people who are impersonating you, impersonating your channel, or have content. Because obviously you've got to realize as well, fair use is also a part of it. Obviously, like you mentioned in the past about using other people's content, but transforming it sufficiently enough to making it into a new piece of work.
Sorry.
What?
No, just reading the comments.
Oh, okay. I thought you were laughing at me like I was.
No, I'm sorry, mate. Apparently, some guy was a flasher, and someone said it's not very much. And he went home and hung himself, and someone put it. Oh, so in the end, he was well hung. I'm sorry.
Jesus Christ, man!
I know that's a bit dark, but I
can always rely on the community to add some darkness to the chat.
Humor. Fucking totally.
But yeah, apparently they are cracking down on it more, or they will be cracking down on it more when it comes to people impersonating others. And also as well, speaking of, do you know if like people create fan channels, like so they'll create like compilations or montages of videos and stuff like that, right? If it's a fan channel, they'll actually need to put in the name or the handle of the channel fan. So, for example, Police Abusing Powers fan, or they'll need to put it either in the YouTube name, YouTube channel name, or the handle. Otherwise, they can also be terminated as well.
You hear that, Bobby? You're gonna have to call yourself a fan now.
So technically, the emails they send you is fan mail.
Where do you fit the word obsessed in that?
Fucking everywhere.
Now, obviously, it would have been different if Bobby had uploaded part of the live stream to his channel, because then technically that isn't fair use, because he's just basically, he would then just be re-uploading part of something that you have already technically that you own. Not technically, you do, that you own. That's how fair use. Well, I think that's how fair use works. You can't transform that. Well, what he has done. Can't transform that. It's dark that quick, isn't it? What time is it? 10 o'clock almost. Bloody hell.
4 minutes to.
Or almost, yeah. But
Keep your t-shirt on.
well, funny you say that actually. Okay, so the last time I came on, I was in the process of putting. I was in the process of putting my t-shirt out, Ryan, and obviously that's when done. So get your top on or whatever, right?
That's when you realise. That's when you realise you didn't have ginger hair and glasses. And thought,
then not long after that,
can't compete.
Not long after that, Nathan appeared. It's like Nathan's a leech.
Your nipple brothers. Your nipple brothers.
Yeah, but the thing is though, I'm much better looking.
Well, should we put a vote to that?
Fucking hell,
I think so.
They're still only on 9. Still.
9 subs. Oh, he's doing great, isn't he?
It's been 9 for ages.
Private messages between myself and Tiffany. That's Tiffany in the.
I just realised something. He's using light mode of Discord. That is like what's the word? That is bad. If you use light mode, Discord,
it's me that's using light mode on. Oh no, not Discord. No.
Sorry. He's using light mode on Discord. I can tell.
Wow. And then there's that one: police abusing powers and LSP messages they don't want you to see. Now I've looked at that. In fact, I'll tell you what I'm going to do.
Where's my messages? I put messages on it as well.
Shits and giggles, all that, as they say. Hang on.
Okay. Messages
you look at the time scale when I put my message on him, tell him to leave my missus and kids alone. You're a bit stalkerish. Then afterwards.
Hang on. There's no sound.
Go on.
There's no sound. But what you'll find is he's completely missing out almost all of his comments and showing other people's comments. That makes no fucking sense. This is him trying to say you really don't want to see these messages because it goes up LSP and PAP and other people, and look, it just doesn't show anything.
I mean, I can have a browse through right now and disprove everything he says, but I mean, to be honest, we don't even need to disprove him. We've already disproved him several times.
I mean,
I don't mind that stuff. I just want to see the proof. It's like me. Oh, you know, it's like someone saying, "Well, yeah, I've seen this. I've seen a certain person get caught on sting gangs, and he's been texting little 13-year-olds." And I just leave it like there, see if the mud sticks without the proof, and that's what.
Yeah, it's definitely not his real name. And then he puts, then his comment comes in, and guess what? Oh, it fades off to something else, so we don't get to see his comment. So again,
what date was that? When the
22nd to the 25th of February 2022. I don't know what the fuck that is.
Yeah.
The fuck.
And it's
power of Christ compares you.
Somebody holding a cross.
Second.
The power of Christ compels you.
Oh, don't.
Hang on. Hang on, guys. Come on, hang on a sec. This is back when we used to talk to Bobby. This was when he was okay. I say okay. Wouldn't say he was part of the core community, but he was okay back then. Because you look in on Dan, he sounds like he's not doing good. But this is still a year and a half ago. Yeah, lots have changed since then. So he's showing the comments that make him look good, or hiding the comments that make him not look so good. But even this, I mean, how the fuck has this make Lost Souls Paranormal look bad. Not sure if you meant to put that comment in the general chat or in here, but I am much too secure in myself to let anything that vile creature has to say affect me in any way other than mild irritation. So what? So she was talking about Bobby, but what Bobby has forgotten to do again is to show what it was that he said that received that response.
There's someone backstage, by the way, Dan.
How do you even know that?
Somebody called Sod and Mal.
Well,
and again,
you were...
for Jack, I can't tell you why, but he needs. That he's showing. See the comments that make him look good, which is fine because there were some comments. You know, I'm not going to say he was an absolute arsehole throughout our interactions. You know, there were times when he was okay, but unfortunately, he turned to a point that he couldn't come back from.
So I don't need no guardian angel.
But this doesn't show anything. This doesn't show, you know, this is called messages they don't want to, in other words, messages they don't want you to see. My private messages to LSP, right? So why would we not want them to, why would we not want people to see that? I've got no fucking issue with people seeing stuff like that. None of us have, I don't think. In fact, as you know, when I've had comments come up about me, I will, where I can, go and show the full context to it. Hello, Smiler.
All right, mate.
Hi, Smiler.
How you doing?
Blinding.
Smiler, how come you got a different account? Good evening, anyway. You got a different account, Sod
Yeah,
and Mal.
I did say to Pat the other day that I'll use my other account, which is my T-shirt account.
Oh, right.
And see whether that one's blocked. And obviously that one isn't blocked, but my Smiler one I can't chat on.
But we went, you know, just to clarify. So we did go through that the other day, and we went through the blocked and the Google blocked, and you're not in there. So I still don't understand why it won't let you on.
I ain't got a clue, mate.
It might be Smiler. It's like that Michelle C. I joined her channel the other day, said hello, and had a great time on there. And then I went back on a couple of days later, and no one's talking back. It turns out I've been blocked.
Oh yeah, Dafter's been going around blocking us from everywhere.
Yeah, I didn't know he's a moderator on there. How's he a moderator on there?
Don't know.
On where? Michelle C. Is that Shelley C?
I don't know. It's a nice channel. It's only about 700 subs, but it's all our kind of.
And her partner Jason.
So if anyone's at Michelle's channel, just let her know that Dafter's blocked me, the fucking idiot. And I've been nice on there. I haven't done nothing wrong. It's okay. Run away.
Well, it's like she kept sending me she kept putting her email address up for me, and somebody kept taking the email address down before I had a chance to hit the link to get her email to send her all the information about the pedo stuff and the simping stuff.
How bizarre.
Every time she put the email up, and it was like it was there, and I'd just go to click on it and it'd disappear. So I couldn't send all the information that she wanted because I was putting it all in the chat. So then I had a knock on the door yesterday by the old Bill again.
Really?
Yeah.
Fuck.
So that's my third knock on the door now. Regarding, like I said to the old Bill, everybody has shared that information on the internet. They've got more money than me. They've got bigger lawyers than me. They've got bigger barristers than me. And all the information is out there for people to look up. It's all there for people to see. It's all there for people to read. All they got to do is put in the name. And they will find all the details that I could find.
Like you see that ex-army Paz has just said there's a lot of politics between you two channels. Look,
Paz.
That fucker's come over to all the channels I used to go to, but I never blocked him. He never blocked him. You know, I only block people that threaten the channel or get it put in, taken down. And even then they get a warning. So it's sad that, he's using his little toy there to block anybody speaking the truth. Anyway. Good evening, ex-army Paz.
Paz,
All
I've
right,
got your number
Paz.
now. I've got your number now. I'll give you. I'll drop a message tomorrow, Paz.
Who's got the echo?
Not me.
Not me.
Do you know what? That fucker gets everywhere. When I go to my house, who spilled that chocolate on the carpet? Not me. Who left that? Who did that to the wall? Not me. That not me is not to answer for, I tell you.
What's
Well,
that happened? I got here. Big boy.
Who's
didn't
getting
run away.
old? Definitely Simon.
Definitely fucking me.
Who looks like he's about to go to the beach every single day? Simon.
What with my shaven nads?
No. You have.
I did, Smiley. You're
You
good.
started talking about the nads.
Yeah. I just got shared that video earlier, and I thought, I wonder whether he's on Society Access, or I wonder if he's about live anywhere. Because
Simon's
where
got
does it
videos.
say where does it say I'm a liar? And why didn't you share the rest of the messages, like where Obo doesn't want you on your channel because you're nothing but drama, and it's a gaming channel. Why are you doxing other people, right? When, like I put in the message in Societies, Jason's, I put the message there and redacted the name that he hasn't redacted very well at all. I redacted the name with question marks, word for word, copied and pasted it and redacted the name. So where does it actually lie? And like every member of my Discord will vouch that he wanted to send me fanny pictures.
Who did?
Bobby Kent.
Oh, yeah, I've heard about this. I've heard about this. It's going around for quite a while now, isn't it?
Yeah, he wanted to send me the pictures because everybody said, he's a hacker. If you send him the pictures, he'll be able to tell you the address that the picture was taken at.
IP.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, even
So
then,
Metadata in some pictures will give coordinates.
yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Your geolocation, so longitude and latitude. Anyway, he couldn't hack his way through. Oh fuck! I've already messed the joke up.
Go on, start game.
Give me. Hold on. Oh,
I'll wait for another 3 more hours when Dan's really pissed and forget what he tried to say earlier on. I like the rest of us.
Just give it 10 minutes, you boy.
To be honest. Paz, I'll tell you what. God bless the UK was really, really fucking helpful. Sorry, I'm not blowing smoke up your ass, Simon.
Why not?
He's a bit of a wanker, but you know what? He knows his way around a computer, and he helped me out loads getting my shit sorted out. Yeah,
There's a blind PC as well.
We had some mad problems on this. It took quite a while.
Always get there though.
All he asked for was a reach around. Didn't ask for payment, just wanted a reach.
And to gargle, not swallow.
Oh, the joke has just gone right out of my head.
All held it ale. Yummy.
Oh, you couldn't hack it at. Oh fuck! Honestly, I can't remember what it was going to say now.
Yeah, I have that problem.
You need to write those things down, Jack.
Yeah, probably should. Well, I literally got 2 screens in front of me, so I should probably write it down on a digital post-it note.
You say that, right? I was writing notes down. Right? I've got a pad here with notes and stuff on, right? But then I forget to write stuff down. The pad's right in front of me most of the time, and even though I know I've got to write shit down to remember it, I'll forget to write it down. Never-ending fucking bollocks for me. It's ridiculous.
Yeah, I use backs of envelopes. All the junk mail, and I write down on backs of envelopes. And then it's like, where the fuck did that go? Oh shit, I threw it away.
I used to do that as well, but I come home and my kids have fucking drawn daisies and fucking unicorns all over it, and I can't see what I wrote down.
Yeah, the worst one is when you get an envelope with a see-through patch on the front, and you've got no other space, and you try writing over that with a biro, and you're like, you won't write on there. Instead of getting another envelope or another piece of paper, you spend 10 minutes trying to get the pen to come out on the fucking see-through.
Rip it open.
It's a pain in the arse.
Then you got the inside of it to write on.
I've got the
Yeah,
joke,
but
but
that's
it's
normally blue. As long as you've got a black pen, you're all right.
Yeah. Go on, Jack. Go on, let's do it.
It's kind of a computer joke, but also something else. You could even hack a tree if you wanted to. It's boring, isn't it? Oh. It was funny because it wasn't funny.
It's funny, but not for the reason you hoped for.
Good old Danny Austin saved the day. It made him laugh.
Well, I just butchered the joke, guys.
Who's a dude with
right.
Cornwall on his avatar? That's Smiler. I'll put the names.
No,
back
but
on
anyway, he couldn't even hack it if he couldn't even hack anything if he wanted to. Probably couldn't even hack his bank account.
Who are we talking about?
The person we were talking about before.
Bobby.
Yeah.
No, that's why he wanted me to do it for him.
Yeah, well.
Which is peculiar, seeing as he's supposed to be an assassin. I'm sure he'd have those.
I was just about to say that.
yeah.
He's a hacker, he's an assassin, he's what else did he say?
A mercenary
He's
as well.
a mercenary, yeah. He lives in France. Where is that?
No, he's from France.
Sorry, from France.
No, he's from Russia, isn't he? I thought he's Russian. That's why he calls himself Meher Kent, whatever it is.
Hello, young lady.
Hello, how are you? Excuse me just a moment.
UK lady in their house. Good evening.
Simon's
UK
appeared
lady.
on the screen. Simon's
How are you
appeared.
doing?
Barking.
I'm good. I'm just about to feed the dog.
He just-
That's why I'm barking. Feed me now.
He was born in France, but he lives on a yacht. Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's Russian, but French, but lives on a Wirral on a boat.
Yeah, but on the boat. Yeah, but hang on. He gets the prostitutes to come and visit him on the boats. Remember that one?
It claims
you
to be
might
French because of the
getting-
fact it looks like a fucking onion.
You're not getting
That-
a mix with Joe Public.
No.
I cannot
He
confirm
gets,
nor deny that. I don't recall that bit. I cannot confirm nor deny that because I don't remember. But yeah. You'd think as an assassin, you wouldn't go on YouTube and let people know you're an assassin, would you?
No, sorry, he's an assassin.
that's all part of the ploy. Come on, think about it. Now you wouldn't think, but yeah, to see where he's going with this, you don't even think. Hey, look, you're falling for it as well. But he really is an assassin.
You'd think the high table would have something to say about it. No,
Hitman.
your continental, your access to the continental would be revoked. The high table wouldn't stand for it. If you've watched John Wick, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. I was just thinking that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. His little gold coin.
Hey. I mean, technically, this is what he says he is, so it's not like I'm taking the piss or anything. But, what do we call Bobber? An assassin. Think about it. Assassin.
I'm trying to think who you're talking about.
It's Bobby Wick. Bobby Wick.
Don't know him.
Calm down. Get the devil. Say the devil.
Actually, you got Bobby Kent.
Sounds like
Bobby
Bright.
Wick, Bobby Wick,
Sounds
Bobby
like
Kent,
he sounds like he's
Michael
selling a
Kent.
dog toy, and somebody's
Yeah,
got their
something like that.
hands round his throat at the same time.
Just remember, I've had that backhanded threat earlier that somebody
Oh,
would
no.
Backhanded threat, lovely.
going to shame me.
There's an army of 200,000.
What are they going to do? Bring me cake?
This text message I got earlier.
Time for weed.
Apparently, the gentleman we've just been talking about passed my number on to somebody and asked them to contact me.
Oh no!
Reason, which I've had a nice long text message from them telling me that Bobby is suffering from mental health issues, and I should not talk about him, even though he's still putting videos up on his channel about me.
Well, if he wants to play big boy games, he can be treated like a big boy.
Yeah, exactly. It's a mental health. I don't do that shit. I've got mental health issues, and many people,
some degree.
most people have got mental health issues these days. But I don't see anybody going around creating videos about other people on YouTube, trying to make out they're lying, but in the process, just making yourself look a fool.
Yeah.
Just doesn't happen. But there you go. Trigger. Thank you. I appreciate that. Unfortunately, I did say at the beginning of this live stream, which I will clip and make a video of its own. My health is causing me some issues at the moment. Since the stroke I had last month, my chronic fatigue has got so bad that I cannot go a full day without having to sleep during it at the moment, and that's causing me some major issues in doing videos, hence why there hasn't been any for 2 weeks. I will be back at some point, and I will try and put up videos as and when I can, but it's going to be sporadic. It's not going to be anything like it was for a little while at least, until I work out how to deal with this chronic fatigue. But I appreciate your support, and I promise I'm not going anywhere. We'll be about still. It just might take me a
Is there
while.
anything that we can do while you're away? Just drop us a message.
Well, I could do with a co-host.
I don't know. I'm a bit spicy. Could you cope with that?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Have you watched any of my videos?
Oh yeah. I'd be happy to help you out if that's what you're looking for. We'll have a chat.
The chat on it. The chat on it will need to be fucking age verified.
Self.
Yeah.
Verified.
Simon's salty.
I'm what? Sorry.
Salty.
Salty Simon.
That's not. By the way, that's not from his personal experience. All right. I just want to make that quite clear.
Don't believe you, mate.
I'm not the next Schofield.
Are you? No. You don't. Well, I mean, you're probably a lot older than him anyway.
Yeah, more Hugh Edwards' age.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Go on, bring it on.
Hey, you were talking about your own nads earlier. I didn't even mention it.
You always talk about my nads. I knew it was going to come.
What is the fascination with your nads, love?
I know. Now he told me about this fucking shaving thing. What was it called? What was that shaving thing called? Jack?
Manscaped.
Yeah, Manscaped.
Yeah.
Now I keep getting these fucking pop-ups all the time.
Oh, lovely.
Yeah,
Well, somebody's trying to tell you something.
I think it's called the lawnmower, the weed whacker, which the weed whacker I think is the ear and nose trimmer.
Oh, okay.
And the lawnmower is for downstairs.
Why don't you just wax and be done with it?
Oh,
Yeah, what's the matter with you lot? Jesus.
fuck that.
Bloody
Mare?
hell, man. Is that what women do nowadays? They just wax
Women
Yeah.
are tougher.
There's whole salons
Women are
dedicated to
tougher.
it.
I mean, people think I do crack and sack to be porn star ready. No, it's because I'm fucking tight as fuck with the toilet paper.
You need to install one of those at-home bidet systems.
Just set fire to
In
it.
my house, we get 4 rolls of toilet paper a day. 4 rolls.
Bloody hell.
Yeah, I know.
Mate,
I'm
you
just
must
not-
have literal trucks coming out your arse.
Yeah, that's kids for you, though. That's kids for you. I listen, 20 years ago, or just over 20 years ago, I was in a household with 6 kids, me and the missus, right? And you wouldn't believe, right? A kid goes to blow their nose and they just go,
Yeah, fucking Andrex puppies, a lot of them.
that was the toilet roll. They got about 50 layers on their hand. They go, you throw it in the fucking toilet. You're like, you little bastard, what are you doing?
It's true.
It's the last thing you need, isn't it?
Do you know what? I hate it, right? When my dad leaves an empty toilet roll on the toilet roll holder and
Oh,
doesn't
that winds me up so much.
and doesn't bother to put
I
a
know.
new toilet roll on there. It just really annoys me. And I say it to him all the time. You're gonna empty you're gonna put the empty loo roll in the bin where it belongs. Can't be asked. Or
Oh, you should see my bathroom. I've always got about 4 empty rolls on the fucking radiator.
Oh, that makes me cringe. Unless you're saving them up for like some sort of DIY kids
Oh,
craft
yeah,
project.
Oh, you can recycle them, can't you? Just put them in the recycling bin.
I know. I bet he puts a bit of toilet paper inside them, doesn't he? And makes use of them.
I make sure to use every pot.
Toilet paper's no good. You're better off using a pint glass with 2 sponges and a latex glove.
Educational.
Those sponges that you get, those Big Daddy sponges, have a place to put your spoon through. I suppose you could
There's
stick your
one
finger
other
through.
way. Now, you don't need a bidet because all you need to do is if you have a shower, right? If there's an option to if there's 2 attachments, or 1 attachment, so you can basically turn.
Hang on. Where are we going here? Where are we going with this?
Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second.
It only takes a minute, girl.
Shut up.
Because 1 minute in heaven is better than no minutes in heaven.
A shower head that you could, a shower head that's that all you have to do is there's a little lever you just turn 90 degrees and it changes the water to go from the shower head to an external one that you can kind of plug in. Some showers have that.
Exactly.
Well, you can just use that as a bidet if you really want
A bidet.
Yeah.
Well, you can get these little things that go into the back of your cistern that you can have a little squirt of.
Yeah, you can. You get these things that clip onto your toilet seat as well. So you got little buttons on the side of your toilet seat,
like in Japan.
Clips on the back of the lip of the toilet, and it and you got 3
douching.
I'm doing my best to save the world, right? You know when you sat in the toilet, instead of what you do is blow your nose, and then you got a biodegradable wet wipe. and a bit of gaffer tape on either side of the cheek, 1 slice of toilet paper does it all.
Mate, the thing that goes through the toilet paper with that.
Sit on the edge of the bath and get the shower on it.
Well, what you need to do is just start issuing out so many sheets per session for each day, for each kid each day.
Oh, do you know what? I'd love to do that.
Do you know, I was with a girl once who used to...
Once? All right.
One woman who used to sit there. She'd sit in the front room and she'd get like a six pack of toilet roll and she'd peel each piece off, each square. And she'd put them in piles, and she'd put a pile of squares in the bathroom. But even that didn't work because the kids just go, fuck it, grab a handful like that, all scrunched up. And then, it'd all be gone anyway. So it was just a complete waste of time anyway. But it's funny watching them sit there picking off the squares of toilet roll for an hour.
It's either that or just leave enough for one use in the toilet at all times. And every time somebody goes, replace it.
Do you know what, right? When a kid's stuck in there, right, and you're telling them they're not getting off the toilet till they've wiped their ass, and they're like, but I can't because there's no toilet roll. When they're there for an hour and a half and they can't get off the toilet, they soon learn not to use all the fucking toilet roll.
Yeah.
Just the way you said that there, you had one woman. I said, don't let fucking Brian hear you say that. Jesus Christ.
Why?
Oh my God.
What have I missed?
It's just somebody else on YouTube that doesn't like me.
Oh, fucking hell. Tell them to bite me or bite you, because at the end of the day, the more people that
Okay, so I'll tell them. I'll say, right, bite UK lady.
Yeah, but the more people you like, the more trolls you're going to get, isn't it?
Let's just say she'll make loads of videos about you.
That is very true.
I used to make funny videos to pop at people, but I just got sick of it.
Hey, Mickey.
I don't do videos on people. I've done one video on somebody. Well, years ago, I think I've done a couple of videos, but I've done one more recently. I think it was this year. Somebody was slagging me off, saying that I was that I'd doxed them online and all this stuff. And so what I've done is I went back and I found the video where they doxed themselves, put it on my channel, but I bleeped out the last half of their phone number. Right?
Yeah.
So just to prove that I hadn't doxed them, and yet they tried to get people to get my channel shut down because of it. She's telling everybody to report the channel, report the video. Video's still up because I hadn't doxed anybody, but she's so convinced in her own little mind that I had done something wrong to her that she can't get over the fact that YouTube won't take action. She proper, even now she bitches about it. It's quite amusing, to be honest.
Well, if she had a case to answer to, she would have spoken to the people that could get Google to take action, if you know what I mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, even now she reckons she's got a what's it called? What's the word? Not a solicitor. What's the little runarounds they have?
Oh, clerk. No, not. No, that's the one.
You're not for the poo, you, mate.
Not a court clerk.
No.
You mean like a trainee solicitor?
Basically, yeah. I can't remember what they're called.
Brief. That's just a slang term, isn't it?
But yeah,
there's something else. Yeah.
Advocate.
No, not legal secretary either.
No.
Paralegal.
That's the one. Thank you.
Yeah, they've got training in administrative duties, and they can do some legal stuff in America. I don't know about here.
But generally, what they run around and they do all the dog's body work for the solicitors. And this person reckons she's got a paralegal who's really on her side, and this, that, and the other. And they probably haven't even been in front of a solicitor yet. They're probably just looking at it themselves. But such is life. Oh, hello, Sweet Leaf.
Yeah. Hello. I'm just looking to see where she is. Good.
Hello. How you doing?
Hi, Pappy. I'm good, thank you. How are you doing?
Oh, there you are.
I heard you
guys, love.
Yes, I'm glad I can see you here because now I won't see you on Society X anymore, but at least I can talk to you here. I watched you from the beginning, Pappy, but I've just been busy and I couldn't come on yet. And maybe the word you're looking for is barrister or intern.
Intern.
Well, it's they call it a paralegal. Somebody else put it in the chat a minute. And it's basically the solicitor's dog's body. They do all the, they'll look at the evidence before giving it to the solicitor, and if the solicitor wants somebody to look at a video and jot things down, they'll do that, and then take their findings to the actual.
They'll write the letters and things like that.
Right.
Yeah, basically. Right. So that they do have some.
A lot of their legal power deals with contractual things like making sure the signatures are right on documents or getting something. Well, I know in America, I think it's pretty similar here, but like if you wanted to go get something registered or verified and signed by a legal person.
I had a friend who used to do that.
I think you said a minute ago, UK lady, administrative stuff, I think is probably the best word to use for them.
Right. And I don't want to miss anybody. Sorry. Hi, God bless. Hi, Jack. I miss you, Jack. Hi, Smiler.
Amongst the pigeons. Gabby.
Hi, Sonic. Hi.
Hi,
person in the bottom right. Who is this?
That's Gabby.
Oh, Gabby Graylips. Hi.
Yeah.
I've seen you before.
Hi, Gabby.
Hi,
Gabby. Come on, Cat.
What? No, but I can't see. I can't see.
Oh, okay. All right, get out, girl.
Yeah. Hi, and everybody in the audience that I can't see.
Yeah, I don't want to chat usually.
Smiley Lewis, Sonic, and UK lady, of course, and then that geezer at the top end. Danny or Daniel. Yeah.
Pappy. It's Pappy. That's Pappy.
Hello to all the fucking spies.
How you been, Kat? You been all right?
Yeah, I've been pretty good, thanks. Actually, just taking a bit of a break. Because, you can get right into this drama and everything, and then you lose your head, right?
There was a case in the papers today that I thought, or yesterday that I thought about you about.
A bit like the Matrix. You have to remember the real world sometimes.
Mm-hmm.
It's true. The murder case in Boston of a little girl that got killed.
No, I don't pay attention to news. But what made you think of me?
Oh no, Pat. I mean, there was a case of a guy here in the British town Boston that just walked up to this 9-year-old girl and stabbed her in the heart and killed her a couple of years ago.
Oh my God!
He got sentenced this week, and he's got an indefinite order to just remain hospitalized because he's that off in the head. but I don't think that's fair on
So-
the family.
So
Well, he must
basically,
be sick in the head. Who does that?
He was an immigrant that came over here and stayed, and then went back to visit or was denied something, and had only been here a couple of weeks before he attacked the little girl outside of a mom. They were outside playing, the kids.
so he's not in prison. He's in a prison hospital. I would assume.
Yeah.
Something
Indefinitely. And if there's ever a time that they think that he needs to be released, he'll have to have another trial.
I can't remember the name of the hospital.
It's,
All they use now.
but I thought that was a case that you'd probably be catching up with a lot, because it highlights a lot of issues.
To be honest, as I said at the beginning of this, my health isn't doing me any favors recently since the last stroke in June, I think it was, beginning of June. My chronic fatigue has got worse. I was able to do, every other day at least without needing to sleep in the afternoon. But now, even just waking up in the morning, just sitting, having a cigarette and a coffee, catching up on my messages, an hour or two later, and I'm tired again. So I'm
running out of spins a lot more quickly.
Do
you find it's worse in the summer?
I don't know, to be honest.
I know a lot of people have been suffering.
I didn't really think about it after the strokes in 2021. It was just one of them things, and I was trying to fight it and just carry on doing what I do. And some days I was able to put out 9 videos a day, and other days not so much. But since the last one, it's got worse, and I'm literally so far been unable to go a full day without having to go to sleep, sort of midday time, and I hate it because I feel like I'm wasting.
I personally have to have at least one day a week where I just don't even get dressed. And just stay in bed. But everybody's different.
It's different if you plan for something. If you just say to yourself, right, I'm just going to spend all that day, it's just going to be lazing about it. It's different. But when you get up and you're like, right, I'm going to get up, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do that, I'm going to do the other, and 2 hours later you're so tired you just can't.
And when you live on your own, it's so hard as well, because you can't just ask somebody to do the washing up.
Yeah, I mean, I've just bought a handheld vacuum cleaner because getting the big one out, vacuum cleaner, Simon, before you say anything, getting the big vacuum.
Well, I have one on each floor of the house. That helps.
Well, I'm only on one floor, but I've only got 1, 2, 3. But I've got 5 rooms, 2 bedrooms, or a bedroom, the office, the bathroom, the lounge, and the kitchen, and the hallway. But even just doing the bedroom, the bathroom, and the lounge, before I've even finished doing the lounge, I'm aching to the point where I have to sit down. And then I sit down, and all my energy just evaporates, and I just don't even have the energy to get up again and do what needs doing. So I've got this handheld one. So as soon as I make a mess somewhere, I can just whip it all up.
That's good. I might need to one.
And just try and go a little bit longer.
Dan, have you got a Fitbit? Dan, have you got a Fitbit or any of these?
He's gorgeous. He's really fit.
Yeah.
My bit is fit.
So does it show you what your sleep? Does it show you what your sleep is at night?
Yeah, I'm getting about 19 minutes of REM sleep.
That's not enough by anybody's
What's that mean? What's REM?
I had that problem.
It's when you dream.
Every time I moved in the bed, it would wake me up.
Right.
When you're in that deep sleep that refreshes you and actually heals your body.
Problem. Every time I move in the bed, it would wake me up because of the pain, because of the blanket duvet touching my skin. Right, but I have a smoke now before I go to sleep.
Right,
Smoke.
Puts me lights out.
Speak of the devil.
And that'll give me like 8 hours, 9 hours.
Yeah,
sleep.
That was
you're
one of the
not
best things
talking
about
about a
getting
cigarette.
No, that was the best thing about getting a medical cannabis prescription, was the ability to just say, I need to unwind. I need help getting to sleep, whatever. And that's when I tend to have my smoke.
Okay, Pappy, I've got the same problem that you have. It seems like everything you complain about, I've got the same complaints. So I'm telling you, it's about the oxygen level in your blood. And even though it reads a certain amount, it's how much you're using. So, if you are, I'm assuming that you have trouble keeping the oxygen at a decent level.
I have, when I'm asleep, I have a because I'm
Yeah.
a fat bastard. I have to use a
No.
CPAP machine.
I hear you. I'm a fat bitch.
So I've got constant. I've got constant going through my nose and mouth to keep open of a night time. So
it's hard to stay awake. It's hard to stay awake when you don't have proper oxygen, and also it's not just about the oxygen in your blood, but how it's circulating. Your blood is circulating. So if your blood is not circulating properly, you're not going to have as much energy. And even though I understand that, it doesn't really help me. But you said you were having an ultrasound done on your neck, so I assume your arteries.
Well, I've had that done. I had that done on Monday. I had an ultrasound on my heart, the valves and the arteries and veins on my heart and on my neck. If there's any blockages in the arteries and stuff going up my neck. I don't know the outcome of that yet. I'm still waiting to hear from that. But I go back again on this Friday and I pick up a portable ECG, which I've got to wear for 3 days.
It's called a holder monitor.
Yeah, to see what my heart's doing over a period of 3 days. See if there's any.
It doesn't catch everything sometimes, though. It doesn't. I had it for a week.
Catch things too.
I had it on for a week, and it didn't catch the skipping of the beats when I needed it to. Because it wasn't. It's not all the time that it happens. So in that week, everything was working great, and they were like, "Oh no, everything's great."
Yeah.
Then I go and get the ultrasound and all the different tests and everything. So it's whether there's blockages in your arteries, but also how thin your arteries get because we smoke, so they get thinner, right? So not that I'm a YouTube doctor, but I really recommend you eating some fresh garlic every day. You mince it, let the enzymes mix together for about 10-15 minutes at room temperature, and put it in a salad, put it on a sandwich, put it in something that you eat raw, right? After the 10-15 minute mark, that's when it's at its height for medicinal use. So, and that will help to. Sorry,
I planted some garlic at the beginning of the year.
Good man.
So I've got about I had about 7 cloves, and I planted all of them. So I'm just waiting for them to grow. I don't know how. This is the first time I've ever tried growing garlic, so I don't know how long it's going to take. But the leaves have grown massively, but when I pull back the soil to check the bulbs, they don't seem to be doing a lot at the moment. So,
well, that's where the meat is, right?
Normal garlic.
It needs time to grow, but also.
No, I mean, Pat, did you plant wild garlic or normal garlic?
Say again, sorry. Did I plant
wild garlic or normal garlic?
Oh, normal garlic.
Yeah,
you don't want to use the GMO stuff though. Like don't use that like Chinese garlic. You need organic garlic.
Chinese garlic.
Oh my God.
What?
Yeah.
No, I really like Thai ginger.
And me.
Do you know your blue ox? Do you know like the measuring?
I do like.
And then, hold on. You know the measuring stuff on your watch and whatnot. Is it as accurate as it can be? It's not completely accurate, is it?
No, it's not. Nothing's 100%.
No. I did buy the other day. I did actually buy a blood pressure machine.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I bought one of them the other day just in case if I start to feel weird, then I can just whack that on and see what the blood pressure is doing. But I haven't had a chance to sit there and calibrate my watch to it yet. But I've got the doctors coming. I think next week I've got the doctors as well. Let me just double check.
Most chemists have a blood pressure monitor as well. You can pop it and calibrate it with.
Dan, are you diabetic?
No.
Do you ever do a sugar level test?
No.
Wow. That might be part of your problem as well. That causes lethargicness.
Well, they've checked all of that stuff. I mean, when I was in the hospital last, they've done a full blood screen, like everything. They said
you ain't on gabapentin.
You passed everything. Fully done it.
No, I'm not smiling. No, They did pick up that I'm low on folic acid, so they gave me some folic acid.
I knew it.
Yeah,
That's going
I
to bum
said
you
to her,
off,
it's
if
a
anything.
food baby, not a real baby.
Oh yeah, blue baby, butt baby.
Baby.
Oh, don't start
I was
the
waiting for somebody saying that.
No, let's not go there.
No, it's a true thing, UK lady. You can buy butt babies. You don't know this?
No, and I don't want to know.
No,
Yeah,
you can buy them.
let's not go into the whole butt
You'll
baby.
be telling me all about your ponytails and shit.
It's a
next.
true
I don't wanna know.
story. It's a true story. You can buy them. These butt babies.
I bet you can buy anything.
You can feel what it's like to be pregnant, but up the butt.
That's okay. I prefer now.
Yeah, it's like a 9-pound baby being squeezed out your butthole.
Does not sound attractive or fascinating at all.
Whether or not if it's actually true.
Anything for the rainbow.
Ugh.
I need gas and air when I need a shit in the morning.
I must have
Fucking hell.
Bush.
bringing it up.
That sounds like it could be a bit stingy.
Was it on? It was on Amazon, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't know where I found that blue one for you for. Have you finished with it anyway?
Yeah.
I'll send it back.
Oh, thank you.
No,
That killed the stream.
Sorry, I'm just getting ready to.
Well,
put my phone out.
I don't actually know if that's. I don't know if that is accurate or not. But last night's sleep between what 1:04 to 6:07.
Mhm.
About 4.5 hours sleep. It says. REM 50 minutes. I had mostly a light sleep, barely any deep sleep. And apparently my blood oxygen was below 90% for 3 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's not good.
Now, whether or not
You're
if
only
that's
5
actually
years
the case-
old.
What?
You're only 5 years old and you already have a problem with your oxygen.
I'm a
You don't even
5 years
smoke.
old. All right.
You don't smoke.
Wow.
You don't drink.
Well, I was trying to figure out whether I'd rather be talking about butt babies or Jack's friggin' shavers.
Suppose they're equally as charming.
Well said, UK.
Who wants to stick things up their arse? Let's be honest, Simon does. Come on, he talks about it all the time.
Keep thinking that, Jack. I'm going to start charging you for those thoughts soon.
Mate, you should make yourself an OnlyFans if you really want to say it, if you want to show people.
I only have one subscriber. Have you got enough money?
No, if you like it, you should have
Don't
put
get
a
shy
ring
now.
You should have put a ring on it.
Nah, but he's saving up.
On that note, I need another wee.
Yeah.
Ooh, going for a shady.
I'm gonna go get your prostate.
He's the real
What?
Slim Shady.
Why haven't you, Pappy? Why haven't you asked for dirty pictures of me?
What?
Whoa. That was very forthcoming.
If you're going around asking for dirty pictures and you
Yeah,
never
because
asked
I sent him to him already, Cat. Sharing is caring.
What, of your wrinkly junk? No thanks.
Unfortunately, as wonderful as that probably may possibly be,
oh, how diplomatic.
I don't agree with that kind of stuff unless you're in a
No,
relationship.
No, and you'd be hard pressed to find one of me. So I'm just kidding.
You're just kidding. Which part are you kidding about?
Pat, but just
About-
found his butt baby, so put it in private.
Oh, have you found it?
He messaged me the other day asking for naked pictures. I'm starting to wonder if it was a fucking wrong number now.
Oh, right, thank you.
Pathetic baby that gives trans women
Tonic has
the
got a butt
experience
baby
of
as well.
childbirth.
He's across there, something at the end.
What, you stick Simon up your ass, do you?
No, I stick it up his ass.
Oh no, I thought you was
Oh,
Transfer
Jesus.
Get out, man.
Man,
Oh, there's
that
the
shit
butt
is
baby.
There
racist.
you go.
That's
You
it.
Oh no! I don't need to see that.
But no, you got
That's some proper filth.
You got one black one, one beige,
Trans
and
women
one
can now have
brown.
their baby to simulate
So I can
childbirth.
choose from any color.
Biologically.
That's lovely.
Since when do biological women give birth out of their butthole?
No, I know.
It's completely ridiculous.
It is.
Oh, you're gonna have to make me look for the picture I sent you now, Jack. Not Jack. Danny.
Hey,
You shouldn't call him Nathan.
Don't call me Nathan. Please don't call me Nathan.
Right,
I'm
Jack,
far more
Jack,
looking.
we need to see your bank account statement, mate. Sorry, we need to know he's fucking sending you money.
No, he's not been telling me, man. I'm far better looking than Nathan, Cat. Let's be honest.
You what?
Far better looking.
Oh,
Who is?
yeah, I heard you say that. You're a lot sweeter. I don't know about better looking because you're both boys to me, but you're both. You're
Wait,
definitely
so
sweeter.
would you prefer if I turned into a female?
Well, then you'd be girls to me.
Wouldn't be much different, would it?
No, not really. Does Vincent
It's
Vega
probably the
ever
same
come on
size.
your show?
I don't
Vincent
know. Has he?
Hasn't been on here, no.
Oh, because I saw him on Society X, and he was trying to remember something, and I had the answer for him. I had the answer at the time, but I didn't want to write in the channel. But he was wondering about that saying where somebody says, "You like me, you really like me," and that was Sally Field when she was accepting an award.
By the way,
That was after the commercial for Mikey and the cereal. Remember, Mikey likes it.
Oh,
No, that was way before. That was when I was a kid. Yeah. No, but it wasn't a show. It was an awards ceremony, like an Oscar or something.
Oh,
and she got up
yes.
on stage, and she goes, "You like me, you really like me," and it became like a very famous
picture,
thing.
That picture, by the way, was God bless trying to pretend he was still a virgin.
After you've been there.
Oh, nasty.
Oh dear.
Oh dear. Who have we just fight? Oh, if we just frightened cat off. Sorry, cat. Didn't mean it.
Or she's been fluffed and she'll be back in about 5 minutes.
No,
Anyway, Gabby, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I got my new glasses.
Oh, nice.
So now
Yeah, very
I can
sexy.
now I can see everybody. It's great.
God, turn
Not that now. Not on this panel.
No, I've got to say this, she's fucking regretting it.
Aye, but I've got bad news. That's for seeing the video and that, and I need another pair to see far away.
Further away. So I'm just going to translate for Cat.
Oh,
I said long glasses.
Are you short-sighted then, Gabby?
hey, aye.
Yeah, so I'm short-sighted. I'm meant to wear glasses, but I don't wear them very often because I look a tit.
So they are. I
You
don't
look like a
care.
tit anyway.
Vanity, my favorite.
He wears them with his ginger wig.
All right, I've seen them. I've seen his ginger wig.
Comes a big tin.
Gotta put on the black vanity wig.
Simon, thanks for the money you sent.
That's all right, mate.
I'll make sure to upload them videos. I'll make sure to upload them videos of you to the OnlyFans account. I'll charge like £30 for a video, for like a 5-minute video.
I need that.
Wasn't it done then? It was you all this time.
It's really authentic, but those glasses got to be about another 7 sizes bigger.
I'm sorry, these are expensive ones. These are French Connection, not National Health.
Gosh,
Oh,
fuck me, it's Chris Evans.
Ooh, bitchy.
Bonjour.
There's a little bitchy flick like Miss Piggy. Come here.
Smiler.
I can't see the chat. Oh, I like that.
It's not me saying it, it's what the internet
Now that's the kind of hat that makes you dance.
And if you run out of toilet roll, you've always got something there to fucking help out.
Grab hold of. Yeah.
Or wipe your chin. Or wipe your chin, Jack.
Oh, Simon. It's easy cleanup.
You're so dirty,
I
Simon.
shaved it recently. It's
I
not,
love
it's not as long.
Sure.
Well, certainly not as long as
She said-
someone else's.
Oh, thank you, Danny.
There's not quite 30 grand there, though, is there, Jack?
No.
Hold on a minute, hold on.
Clearly it wasn't you that Hugh Edwards has been messaging.
Hold on.
Oh, fucking hell, Dan. You nearly killed my keyboard then. Oh, fuck. Right, if you can say something, just give me a shout before I take a sip of beer.
Yeah, but then it just ruins the whole thing, isn't it? I'm just about to say something that's funny, and everyone's like, "Oh, it's not going to be funny then."
That's well in excess of 10k on my head right now.
Is that all?
Where's the other 22 grand? No, 25 grand.
Oh, is that how much you
That
paid
right
me
here.
for a 5-minute
wasn't-
video of you showing your nads?
Obviously, you didn't look as good naked.
So suddenly you look better. Suddenly you're more
No.
attractive now, Jack.
Oh, thank you. Well, Simon, well, let's just say that Simon's wrinkly all over.
He does look like one.
Oi, oi.
I mean, it's not even, you don't even need to see from experience. You just know.
That's good you don't fluff me up, that's why.
Imagine you being naked in the cold. Oh my god. Now that's
Imagine being naked in a car. Why are you trying to get people to imagine you naked, Jack? Come on.
no, not
Come
me,
on.
Simon. Simon in the cold, naked.
Yeah, imagine being naked with just my
I
head.
wouldn't mind seeing that.
You've obviously
I don't know what Simon even looks like. I don't think.
I think you've been thinking about that far too much, Jack.
No,
Turn your
Simon.
cam on, Simon.
Simon needs to go to manscaped.com.
Simon's pretty good looking, actually.
No, not at the moment. I'm rough as fuck.
No, you're still good looking.
Shut it.
Hey, good
Whoa.
looking.
What?
Oh, mountain man impression there.
Someone can clip that now.
And that was just a thought of the butt, baby.
Oh my god. I could put that in an OnlyFans now. Just sucking on his finger.
Do you know what? I'll tell you what.
No.
If you put a pair of stockings and knee
My impersonation of Crinkle.
well, no. If Jack had a pair of stockings and knee-length boots on, he could go read some stories to some kiddies in the library.
Oh, I'm not drag queen.
Careful, Dan. They might start thinking these stories are true.
Oh.
Oh, Pap's pretty good looking too, and at least he keeps his cam on. I got something to look at.
Come on, man. Get on there, Simon.
Do you wear glasses, Kat?
No, I don't. I'm
What is
supposed
that
to.
noise?
Maybe you should get some.
I didn't think it was that good looking.
Oh my god.
Harsh.
I would love to squeeze those cheeks.
Hello, ladies.
Ooh. Someone's getting a bit fruity.
Tutti frutti.
So it's a good thing. It's a good thing I like. I don't mind taking the piss out myself, isn't it, Sonic?
He's a fucker, isn't he?
Remember that?
Right,
Happy
brother, we've
birthday
got to
video,
do that
mate?
shit
You
for
read
you.
that? As off
Hi,
the Tuesday.
Tina.
Hi,
Hi,
Tina.
Yeah, look. At the end of the day, if we can't have a joke
Even
about
Tina.
ourselves, we're going to be very, very boring and
Exactly.
mentally disturbed people.
DJ Sonic.
I love
Jack,
what
you suit that, man.
I love what Sonic's
Hi.
tagline says. Brought to you by McDonald's Wi-Fi.
Because it's shit.
DJ Sonic.
So do you DJ, Sonic?
Hi.
Hold on, let me get him with the DJ.
It's
pose.
not very good.
Tell you what, then, son, come up here.
He plays the radio and records it. You know the play and record button on the top.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then mix it together.
Well, next thing you know, he'll be using copy and paste and copy and control and C, and he'll be a
Hang on,
social
hang on,
media
right, hang on.
journalist.
Tina
Say
J.
that again.
Hello,
Hiya, Tina.
Hi everybody, how we doing?
Tina!
How's
What
all
was
the
that
beautiful people in the panel today?
Thank you very beautiful today.
What was that copy and paste thing again, so I can write that down for future use? Copy.
Right. Okay.
Um,
Dan, what are you doing? I thought I'd slept for 2 days. I thought I slept for 2 days straight, and it was Sunday.
Oh no.
No, it's a Friday. I had a bit of an update. I wanted to let people know.
Okay. You okay though?
Yeah, it's just because you've just jumped on. I will be clipping the beginning of this video and putting it up as a separate video tomorrow.
All right, mate. No worries.
My fatigue is got worse since the last episode.
Yeah, I was listening to it earlier because I do spy on you quite a bit, so don't worry, I was listening. So
Another spy.
I'm always watching the gossip about your channel. I'm always flirting around somewhere. Yeah, you've been told you got folic acid deficiency. What you need to mention to your doctor is you need to get a 3-month B12 injection because that conquers fatigue.
Yes, I'm due for mine. That's why I'm tired.
Why get an injection instead of just eating mangoes?
Because he's not absorbing it properly.
If you
I did buy some stuff. 1 sec.
No,
I'll be back.
The
if you can absorb it, then
into the body. Yeah, UK ladies, right? It absorbs better into the body, but what you get is like speed legally from the UK. It's a high. So
you can also get it in spray form.
Oh, it's great. It's fucking
put it in
great.
your mouth, but I have mine every 3 months. I'm overdue
so
for
that'll
mine.
help with this depression then too.
It's really, really good stuff. Seriously, it is. Because when you start to go down the ladder and you come to about a week before, you know it because you get so tired. But when you get that jab, I will warn you, it's like a bee sting, 1,000 times stronger than a bee sting. And you go, ouch, shit.
Oh, yeah, because they keep it refrigerated too. Yes.
Is it really B12 or is it some kind of synthetic thing?
No.
It's real B12.
It's B12 concentrate liquid.
I would stop.
What's the calm down like when you come off it?
You don't. It's just when you start running low.
No, this is my medicine box, right? This is a month's worth of medicine in there, right?
Oh my god!
I did buy.
Is that it?
I bought some of these because I was told that they was quite good.
Yeah, those are good. I've got some of those.
Yeah, I can't take those because of my stomach.
So I've brought them, and I also got some D3 and K2.
That's what I've got. I told you to get that, Dan. That's brilliant.
So did I.
So, as well. So
that builds your calcium up, and it also gives you a boost of energy. I got K2, MK7, and D3, and over the past 3 years, my eyesight's improved when I've had to have my glasses changed.
And you won't have as many dental problems either.
I don't longer need these permanently. I can see walk around the house. And I've had glasses since I was 8, and to suddenly be told over 3 years it's now improved 4 times now.
That's amazing.
I've got 9 tablets that I have to take every day.
With me,
11, 9 in the morning, 2 of the night.
With me, UK lady, I don't trust doctors. I don't trust the push of medication.
Me neither.
So I will always look for a natural remedy. Okay.
Good.
So
I'm the same.
Yeah,
I always look for natural before pharmaceutical.
Yeah, I got major osteoporosis. I've had about 40 fractures over the years, but the worst one was my tibia shattered. 2
what did you say about necrosis?
What
did you say something about necrosis?
Osteoporosis, brittle bone disease.
Oh, okay.
I was born with it when I was a child, and I've got about 40 odd fractures, but I shattered the tibia below my knee 2 years ago just by standing up, and I felt the pop. It was like, so yeah.
These ones, English bottle cap, these ones have got curcumin. I don't know if that's how you pronounce it, ginger and black pepper. Well,
yeah. I can't use any peppers because of my stomach disorder. But natural remedies, like for the K2, MK7, and the D3, what they wanted to give me was a drug called biphosphonates. Now, the first 12 warnings of giving a person bisphosphonates in red was fractures of the jaw, shoulders, hands, wrists, hips, knees, everywhere. And I said, who do you give that to? She said, the elderly. I said, there's no wonder why they're falling over and fracturing their legs then. I said, I'm not taking that. There's no way I'm taking it. No, assholes. My doctor hates me, by the way.
The dog agrees.
I don't even have a doctor. I have a nurse practitioner because I have to do certain things, but otherwise, I don't even want a doctor. I don't want to deal with
doctor. I'll be a doctor of love.
Do you know the reason I go, Kat? Do you know the reason I go?
For ODS or for disability?
No, I go because it's one of the few things we have left in this country that's fucking free.
Oh.
When they start charging, I won't be going there, that's for sure. But no, as for B12, Dan, it massively improves your stamina. You don't get so much fatigue with it. It's a 3 months dose. You book your appointment 2 weeks before the next one. But I tell you what, you'll feel so much better.
Viagra does the same thing. It increases your stamina.
No, we don't want to talk about that. That's the wrong kind of stamina that you need. So, right, effectively, so how many of you have poor sleep?
Me,
Me?
Yep. Do any of you realise the reason why you have poor sleep? Can anybody give me a reason why?
Breakfast.
Mine's multifold.
GTA.
Is it pain?
No.
It's not for
Memory?
me. I don't have pain in the night. When I wake up in the mornings, I wake up and my arms hurt. It feels like, it feels like I've been asleep all night, tensing my arms like this all night
Right,
long.
okay. So what you're having is possibly memories and dreams and things that have been going on in the daytime, and it's repeating at night, keeping you awake.
Well, you say that, but then when I go back and look at my sleep pattern on the app, it says that I've literally only had about 19 minutes of dream sleep, REM.
Right. So how much sleep do you think a person like me with lots of disabilities gets in sleep per night? What's the average you think I sleep for?
For you, not a lot. 2-3 hours.
6 straight.
I got 3 hours.
Okay.
6 straight hours
I
with
dream at
proper
6.
REM. Okay. And there's a reason for that. I do, as you know, I'm a Buddhist. So I do twice a day, very deep 15 minutes of breathing and meditation. I get rid of, before I go to bed, I get rid of all the anguish, all the discussions throughout the day, like after dance site, basically on a Sunday. I literally download everything away from my body and I go to sleep relaxed. I don't turn the lights on. I'm in the dark. The television's off. There's no sound around me. I just sit there and I breathe with a candle. And that's what I focus on. And I do deep breathing exercises for 15 minutes. And that is why I get perfect sleep. Because I dispose of everything like a bin. You're chucking out all the crap that you've got in your head throughout the day. Try it. It's good fun.
I'll tell you something I've tried, right? I used to do that self-hypnosis stuff. Now, years ago, that used to work, right? Yeah. I'll be honest, years ago, that used to work. Get a candle, stick a candle across the room, just lay or sit or lay down, relax. You've got tense all your muscles from your head all the way down to your toes individually. And then when you untense them, you relax it, all of that stuff. And it used to work years ago. I even had some, what's his name? Paul McKenna hypnosis books and CDs.
Yeah, that's what.
Now, to be honest, the first one I ever bought, it was about confidence. And this was when I first got a job in sales. I was so convinced it was going to work for me that the week after I read that book and listened to the CD that came with it, I had my best ever week ever in sales. Right?
Yeah, it gives you a boost of confidence. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's that belief in it. It's that belief it's going to work that actually makes it work. It's not the actual thing itself. It's the belief in it. So I soon lost belief that it was working, and my sales plummeted, and they went shit. Now I've tried other books. I've got some books here, some Paul McKenna books, some other ones. And I've tried them, but because my belief is shot, I don't believe it anymore. No matter what I do, it doesn't work. Now there are some parts within that, and in most hypnosis sessions, they say, imagine a time when you felt really good. You felt at your best. The best you've ever felt. Problem is, I can't think of times like that. Because when I start thinking about, for example, when my kids were born, which was a fabulous time of my life, it was one of the best times I've ever experienced. When I think about that, then that leads on to the fact that I haven't seen them for 20 years and that I've got a broken relationship with them. So no matter the good things that I try and think of,
something else comes into play.
Have a negative connotation to them. So as much as I try, and trust me, I try and have tried many, many times, I can't clear my head of those negative thoughts about the good stuff.
But are they bad? Do you consider negativity bad?
Well, it is kind of. I mean, like with the kids example, right?
So are we made and designed to be perfect?
Well, no, we're not. But that's not that's the that's not what it asks you to do. It asks you to think of a time when you felt the best you've ever felt. And the times that I think about have all got a negative attachment to them.
I see where you're coming from, but you've got to take out the word negativity. We are human beings at the end of the day, and no matter how good we all think we are, we have a fault. All of us do. It's in many different things in our lives. But you shouldn't judge that. Right. You shouldn't judge that as a negative. Each stone you lay, each step you take is laid by every step you take. You decide your future. You don't decide your past. You can't change the past, but you can design your future. It's the same with negative and positive. Nothing's negative. It's just a mistake, but you learn from that. You grow from that. It's not a negative thing to keep in your mind. You learn a lesson from that. You go forward so you don't make the same mistake again.
Amen.
That makes sense.
That's true.
It's perfect
Sorry,
sense.
I just want to respond to this comment. Why we're not talking about real things that are going on? We are talking about real things that are going on.
Sorry.
Mental health and things like that is a real issue that a lot of people are dealing with because of other things that are going on in the world. Now, we don't have much of a say or impact on a lot of the other stuff that's going on in the world, but we can have an impact on other people's mental health by talking about this kind of stuff and getting them to see things, in a different way, for example. So I think that we are talking about real things that are going on. It might not be what you want to talk about, but if you want to talk about something, by all means, come up on the panel and join into the discussion and put your views and your comments across to us.
There's nothing more real than our health.
No, there isn't. No, it's very important to maintain your level of health that you can, taking one day at a time. You never look to the future. You just do each day. That's what I do each and every day. So when I wake up in the morning, it's like, whoopee, I made it. I'm awake. So, and I carry on with my day. It's like, great, I'm still here. I'm breathing. So the other thing about your breathing, Dan, have you ever used one of these? A peak flow?
I have. I used to have asthma.
Right.
So I used to have.
Have they tested you with this recently?
No.
Right, you might want to suggest it. Peak flow on this one is for all adults. Now, the genuine lung pressure is what defines how much oxygen goes in and out. All agreed? Yeah? It's like breathing in, breathing out. Unless it's cigarette ash, then that can be not good. But I smoke anyway, so fuck it. So, as an asthmatic, I'm supposed to blow between 300 and 350. I shoot 450 on this. And they can't believe it because I am not, as in an athlete, because that's a sports lung. How do you do that? Well, I do deep breath, meditation, which exercises my lungs. Well, that wouldn't do that. Well, obviously it does, because I can beat the fucking machine anytime I come down.
Yeah,
so,
everybody should have one of those.
They only cost about £6 on eBay. And if you practice breathing before you use it and calm your lungs down, and then what you do is you pull the pointer towards you, take a very deep breath, blow quickly into it, and do it 3 times. And that's the average. And if you're below 350, you need to do more deep breathing in, breathing out, and you'll bring your lung capacity up. And
is that the same thing as the one that you blow into and the balls go up?
Sorry.
Is that the same thing as... I don't want to interrupt Smiler because he barely ever talks.
Kat, you go first, and then we'll go to Smiler. Sorry, Smiler. 1 second.
What?
Go on, Kat. You go first, Kat. Smiler.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Smiler, too. Is that the same thing as when you blow into this machine and these balls go up and you got to get them all the way up?
That's correct.
Okay, because I can barely move those balls.
Right, with the ball machine, now how many balls are in there? Is there 3?
I can't remember now. It was a few years ago I did it.
Right, there should be 3 balls. So you first exercise with the first ball. Just try light pushes to get the first ball to move. When you practice that and you get the first ball to the top, stop it down. So get the ball to the top, then you do the second ball, then you do the third ball. And that means you've got good strength.
Okay.
So you start with the first one. Yeah. Smiler? Hello?
All right, that peak flow meter.
Yes.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I got you, mate.
Right, the peak flow meter you just shown. When I go to the doctors and I use that, the red band actually hits the bottom, bounces back. Yeah.
Wow.
I've got
That's cool, mate.
I've got COPD. I've got COPD though.
Yeah, but
Right?
you can
But
still practice.
but those peak flow meters, they're just so easy to actually bounce them. Now, my own GP that gave up smoking, he can't even blow 450 on it.
I know that they well.
But I can
When
hit,
my-
I can hit the bottom and bounce back off. You know.
Well done.
So the peak flow
But
meter.
this is what-
When I went on the machine, I had lungs of an 86-year-old man.
Yeah, I still blow great on the machine in the hospital. I've done the breathing machine up there, and I fire it right up, man. They say, "Well, that's not possible. You've got asthma." I said, "Well, I've just done it. Do it again."
Did
So
you
yeah,
just do the
Asthma
fire
just means
right up
your
you?
lungs, your trachea closes or whatever, right? Doesn't mean that you don't have lung capacity. It just means you can't get it in and out of your trachea,
Yeah.
right?
but the lungs open up. As people make the mistake of breathing by pushing out their belly. You don't. When you breathe in, you take your shoulders up to open up the rib cage, which gives your lungs more capacity. So it's up. You bring your shoulders up when you breathe in,
Right.
and then you breathe out. So it's shoulders up and then down. So you
But that's
just
because
move
we're
your
always told. We're told to breathe out through our diaphragm, using our diaphragm, and it's actually more natural to pull your shoulders up.
Yeah, but in most places they basically say you've got to breathe out and push your belly outwards. But what your lungs actually improve on is you have to move that rib cage out the way, because that's where your lungs are, behind the rib cage.
Right.
Sorry, I'm not a doctor, so anyone who, I'm not a doctor, so don't take me literal. Look it up.
This is common sense.
I just know a lot about medical issues. So
The reason you're speechless, Holly, is because you were brought up not to speak with your mouth full.
Hi, Holly.
Hi, Holly. Hi, Danny.
And Danny. Yes, hello, Danny.
I've been doing Buddhism breathing and that style of training since I was 17. So that's how I'm able to combat it. So
Are you subscribed to Wim Hof?
No.
No, he does breathing exercises. He's like famous for the breathing exercises.
I was taught by trained monks, trained Tibetan monks on breathing exercises, relaxation stuff. So, and they also taught me about Tai Chi. So I do Tai Chi twice a day as well with relaxation. But I can't do it with my legs anymore because I don't want any more broken bones. But I can still do the upper half.
Right.
So I do that every day.
Did you say tight cheeks?
No. I'm not going to tell you how tight my cheeks are, Dan. Thank you very much.
I think they're called Kegel, but that's...
So yeah, it's the martial arts. I still practice some of the katas, but I can't do a lot of the moves now again because it involves full body movement, and I'm too concerned about breaking more bones, moving around too much. So yeah, I do calm down a bit on that, but yeah.
Yeah, I did.
I'd still use it if I had to. Somebody pick on me, they'll come off worse. I don't care.
I did Tai Chi to change my.
You move too slowly in Tai Chi to be able to defend yourself.
No, it's not. No, that's where the fallacy is. Tai Chi to move is if you get the palm, okay, and you do that. That's two strikes. One to the face, the elbow goes to the person's face that side, one to the face that side. A Tai Chi palm move, instead of punching somebody like you do that, you literally put your palm up. One palm between the rib cage, one palm just below. Those drop like a sack of shit because it takes out their breathing. Trust me, when you use Tai Chi correctly, yes, it's exercise, but when it's used correctly, it's a martial art and it's very powerful. But I'm also trained in Aikido, Judo, Jiu-Jitsu, Wado-Ryu, and Wing Chun.
Is that related to that move that Kane did in Kung Fu The Legend Continues? Where you
there is one where he does the fist palm, yes.
Well, no, but there's this thing where you can actually hit somebody somewhere in their solar plexus.
That's correct. That
takes they take 5 steps and they're dead.
Well, they don't die, but they just can't breathe very well.
Everyone's going to be messaging Tina now. Do you want to come out for a pint with me?
No.
Yeah, I've had that.
Oh, Tina.
But yeah, it's a good Tai Chi. You know the black and white yin and yang that you see everywhere.
Yeah.
Tai Chi is the center of all martial arts. It started from that. And the only reason martial arts came in was one of the Japanese emperors banned all weapons from villagers. So they had to find a way to fight without using a weapon.
Oh, we could use that in Canada.
So yeah,
They took all our guns.
so they trained with garden hose. They trained with broomstick handles, and that's how they became
What
proficient.
about
in
a pointed stick?
Yeah, you could do that.
I've
Can
trained
we
with
do
a
a
hoe.
pointed stick? Nope, we got to
Yeah.
learn how to defend ourselves with a banana.
Well, I've got a lifetime martial arts license, although I can't do much these days, but I can defend myself. People think I can't, but I can.
Change the subject slightly. Well, not slightly, completely.
I'm sorry.
But no,
And now for something completely different.
The housing, Tina.
Yes.
I've got the, obviously it's a housing list, and I've got to go onto their website and bid. Every property that I've seen for the last 2 months has been over 60s only.
Yes, I'm debating that at the moment. They tried that. Yeah. It's actually against the law to do so. Disabled properties are made not just for the over 60s or 65s. They upped it to 65 in my city. So a case went to court, 6 years ago, and it was a young girl. She was 31 and she had a wheelchair, paraplegic from a car accident. She needed a complete disabled accessible bungalow 2-bed because she had a carer staying over, and they refused, saying it was for the over 65s. She took it to court and they were done for discrimination of a disabled person.
Right.
It's direct discrimination because they can't do that, because they don't make disabled bungalows just for disabled people, but they were giving it all to the elderly where they can't do that. It's against the law. So let me write a letter about that. Don't worry.
Age discrimination.
Now, obviously, there are some properties there that are in complexes for elderly people.
It doesn't matter. They still can't discriminate.
No, I know, but obviously, I don't want that. I don't want, I'm
Why?
not.
The pensioners would love you to be going around pinching your cheeks every day.
Oh, young man! Oh, young
man! I've got to go, ladies come around for a cup of tea. Oh my God.
But there are other places that I've seen that have been available. No, they're not close enough to my mum's, but if it's nothing else available, then I'd have to do.
It tends to be councils that discriminate. If you look at housing associations, they don't care what age you are; they will put you in. It's only councils that discriminate.
No, through this scheme that they've got, I can't remember what it's got. On the Move, I think it's called.
Oh God!
Through the scheme that they've got, you can access council-only properties or housing association, and the housing associations will give the council the shitty properties that they can't rent out themselves.
Well, we can also go to the housing associations direct. Did you know that?
No, I didn't.
There you go. Emergency leave request, emergency move request. It can be done as a priority, which I was going to talk to you about anyway, but I don't want to bore everybody. But we can do it as an emergency because of your health.
So I was thinking a year ago, after the last strokes, and feeding the results of my health from that, I was looking at going in a privately rented place initially, and then going to the council. But you've said not to do that.
You'll never get one.
I'll never get. The reason I won't get one at the moment is because the and again, this is people that are listening. If you're in a similar situation, perhaps, is the insurance on rented accommodations tell the landlords that they have to have either a working guarantor or 12 months rent, otherwise they won't insure them. And this is since COVID, even though COVID's done and dusted really, but since then they've kept it in place. So if you want to move somewhere, you've got to either have a working guarantor or have 12 months rent up front.
Yep.
And although I can get 12 months rent up front, it's going to cause me issues, but I can get it.
But you will find very few landlords, Dan, that do disabled accommodation. Very few.
But I've seen there have been some bungalows close to my parents, which is obviously where I want to move back to because they're getting on, and I want to be around when time comes. You know what I mean? I don't want to be stuck up here still. I'm also now a great uncle, which I found out yesterday.
Oh, bless!
Congratulations!
Congratulations!
I'd like plus my youngest son has messaged me the other day. we've had a quick chat. Well, not chat, but we've spoken through message today. But there's lots of things that that make me more desperate to move back down there, and so I wanted to go down there and move into a privately rented bungalow, which I could, as I say, I could get the money to pay for the year. It would stitch me up a little bit, but I could live with that. But then it's then obviously it's going to the council and then getting, until I get back to a position where I can work, or the channel makes enough money for me to live on and pay the bills and whatnot. Do you know what I mean?
But you will be booted off the waiting list for a start if you've got private rented, because you no longer need housing.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the first thing they'll do. The second thing is you've got to worry about is if the rent is above the rent level they're agreed to pay on. Remember, there's a cap on housing benefit. Okay. Yeah. So if your rent is higher than what they expect to pay, you will have to pay probably half your rent. You'd have to pay it.
Yeah.
You'll lose any credits you've got from being in a council property. Lots of people don't realise that, got a nice big house, private rented. They ended up losing at least £1,000 in the benefits they were getting on the previous property a month. So you've got to be really careful what you do. So please don't go for private rented. I know you're desperate, but we'll get there.
Get a dinghy. Get a dinghy.
Woodstock. I know you're asking questions of somebody that's made a comment, but honestly, man, if they're not going to answer, the best thing to do is just to move on, mate. Okay, because all you're doing is wasting your own time asking somebody to answer something that clearly they don't look like they're going to answer.
Yeah.
So,
Section 166A of the Housing Act 1996, Part 6, Section 1985 was amended in 2013. And Section 166A allows for the move of a disabled person to a property and placement of their choosing, and no one can discriminate against them. That's the new law.
Right. Well, these are telling me that I'm entitled to any property. Okay, which obviously I'm not. I can't do somewhere with an upstairs really, or I can't live in. There's a lot of places are tower blocks. And I can't do that because I can't get up the stairs. So they're telling me that I'm eligible for them. They're telling me I'm only eligible for the 1-bedroom place, which I've explained. We explained to them in my email to them. They've basically, like we spoke on the phone. And again, the reason I'm bringing this up is because other people might be in similar situations, or might find themselves in similar situations. I think it's important.
In terms of your accommodation, if you need overnight care, which you obviously do sometimes because your house gone downhill, you may need overnight care in the future. You're entitled to a 2-bed. These are the things I can put forward to the waiting list people. I'm also going to quote the legislation with the changes in the actual act. So they're going to have to comply with that because that was a while ago. So you know what they're like. They bury these acts. No one knows about it. So but they can't beat me. So I used to be a homeless housing officer. So I know how the system works. I know you can move around. So
this is one of the problems, unfortunately. There'll be a change in the law that they don't tell people about, or they make it very quietly change the law.
Well, yeah.
And again, as long as it's published in the public domain, it's all good. But they don't have to tell people it's published in the public domain.
My new site will go up next year, Dan. I'll give you a sample of it so you can have a look at it. Everything is going to be self-help. It's independent advice network, the same copyright site, but it's providing free accommodation for everyone to download. So let's just say you want to move. Like Dan, and you've got an issue with the area you want to go to, it's going to have a template that I am drafting with my knowledge of the law and the current legislation of your rights to apply. You put your name and address at the top, you sign your name at the bottom, you put in evidence. There's also going to be a help list, what you should do in providing information. So if you want to move, you provide pictures of your current accommodation, how bad it is, you can't move around, doctor's letters, hospital letters, support letters, all that goes in. So you're building a pack. So there's going to be 2 documents. One's going to be the law they have to follow. The other will be a self-help guide. That's what I'm doing on everything I put up. That's why it's taken me a while. So it is going up next year.
Right. Sorry, I knew that wasn't the last long lost souls. I was waiting for that. Sorry.
It's only when you get stuck, when people say no, you can then email me and I will fight your corner.
Well, it's what I mean, one of what Tina's done for me is Tina's, and I know people, you know, there's a divided opinion on Tina, right? And I don't mean to, you know, be
I'm not
funny about
bothered.
something like that. There's a divided opinion on Tina. And I know people say, "Oh, Tina's your mate. You're going to pick up for her." Listen, if somebody bullshits me or treats me like a mug, I will call them out for it. Right? And you've seen that many times on this channel. You've seen me many times call out people that have tried to mug me off or treat me like an idiot on this channel. Right? And I will. I don't care who they are. Tina has helped me. She's advised me. She's told me what I need to look at. She's told me what I need to say. She's explained things to me that I didn't quite understand about things, because believe it or not, and I know many of you won't believe this, but this kind of stuff, when it comes to benefits and things like that, I don't understand it all. You know,
Yeah, if you're not worth the system, you won't.
I've worked most of my life. There are people that have been on benefits since they left school, and they're like in their 40s or 50s now, right? And they know how to play the system. I don't. I wish I did. If I did, I wouldn't tell you anyway, but I wish I did. Do you know what I mean? But I don't.
It's not playing, it's knowing your rights, Dan.
Yeah, you're right. And what Tina's done for me, she's explained to me what my rights are, and I've checked them. I've looked them up. I don't just accept people. You know, somebody tells me something, I don't just accept it as gospel.
Yeah.
I always look into stuff when people say stuff to me, as I encourage everybody to do. Even if I give advice on something, I always say, you know, you take that advice with a pinch of salt. You need to look it up yourself, or you need to speak to a legal professional. All I can do, and all Tina does, is she gives me information that she knows, and I will then go and look it up and, you know, either confirm it or deny it. And so far, I've been able to confirm everything that Tina said to me, and she's helped me out an awful lot. Again, I know there's a lot of people out there that whose opinion on Tina is divided, as mine, as me. You know, there's a lot of people with divided opinions on me. But I can assure you, and I'll say this in front of Tina now, if Tina said something to me that was bullshit, I would bring that up.
I hope people would.
And I certainly wouldn't be promoting, you know, Tina's help for me if she'd done something that had stitched me up.
Well, I've had lots of questions about universal credit, and I'm still doing online courses for that. So I've had to explain to people, you're going to have to go to UC because you get a support worker and they'll sort it out, because I'm not knowledgeable enough on universal credit yet, because that's a new system. So I'm still trying to work out how they work out their process. At the moment, it seems like utter fucking confusion. But I'm just going through all this, and I'm doing an online course to update myself on UC so I can challenge that. If I get something wrong, I will put my hand up and apologize if I get it wrong. And I know I do, because that's the person I am. I'm not going to feed anybody bullshit. It's all factual.
Yeah, well, that's it. So it's the same here, right? If I say something and it turns out that I got my information wrong, I don't just make things up. I always base everything I say, I base on information that I've found or information that I've researched. I always have and I always will. Sometimes that may be wrong. Sometimes I may have picked up on something and it was something else. For example, I mean, the law is a complex beast.
It is,
right? Yeah. So sometimes, for example, I might pick up on Section 5 of the Public Order Act, and it might be a Section 4A, which means the information that I've given would be incorrect because it's not about the right piece of legislation. But it's easy for that to happen sometimes. I think I've done quite well. I've only ever had to make 2, I think, retractions, out of 2,500 videos. Which I don't think is a bad fucking track record, to be honest.
No, it's good. It's good.
Retractions on that.
It's getting things right for the individual person. So you've sent plenty of people to me before, Dan. I've picked up people through your site. Lots of my emails have gone out on your site, and I've dealt with a large number of clients over the last 2 years and given them basic advice. Some are more complex, but there is a limit with UCs. I've always admitted that. I'm not up to date on that yet, so I don't get involved in that. They have to go to UC and talk about it. So once I get the finished qualification, I'll be fine. So it'll be another certificate. So
well done.
Thank
Well
you.
done, Tina. Yeah, well done.
Do you know why I do this, everybody? Why do you think I do this?
Because you're a narcissist and you love the attention.
No, that's definitely not it. Because I fucking hate the government, okay? I can't stand them. All right, they're a bunch of lying assholes. So I spent 40 years, as you know, training in every government body I could fucking find to get the information. I worked on the inside to get it. I got jobs with civil service, local government, everybody, just to get the knowledge. Once I had that, my plan was when I retired, when I was allowed to retire age 59 from the civil service, whoopee, I got a little pension. It's not much, but who cares? So I was allowed to retire. So that's why I do what I do, because they do hide things. Like, how many people know about the spare room rate?
Well, I do now.
I know about it, but I don't know how much it is.
Like the spare room rate, if you have a spare room in your house and you're disabled, okay, and you have a friend stay over occasionally because of your health issues, you don't have to pay it, basically. Now, this was brought in 2000 hang on, let me see, 13 or 14, maybe 2016, but every housing benefit officer was sent instructions on how to apply the spare room rate. What do? They hide the facts. Okay, they hid it. So people are still being told you're not entitled to the spare room rate and getting £60 a month reduction in your council tax. That's just one sample. That's a lot of money to people who are on low income.
Yeah,
that's a week's worth of food for me.
Oh yeah. So it's little things like that they hide.
Bottle Cap, you're absolutely right. I've never. And again, the only retractions I've left the videos up where I was mistaken, but I've never taken videos down because it was an outright lie, because I don't lie in any of my videos, although some people might wish to try and persuade others that I do. To be honest, if I'd ever lied in any of my videos, my channel wouldn't survive. Because it would be false information. People would be taking out lawsuits against me left, right, and centre. Okay.
But if you get it wrong, you just admit that you've made a mistake, and I'm just going to correct it. That's it.
Yeah, well,
absolutely. But again, the only time that I've ever had to make retractions is when new information has become available, because I've had an opinion on something, and and this is why the newspapers don't really have an issue, considering the amount of stories they put out. If you think about the newspapers, they put out what's based on the information that they've got at the time. Now, occasionally you'll get a reporter that gives an opinion. Like I give an opinion, that's my channel for you, right? I give the facts and then I give my opinion on what I think. I'm not telling you what to think. I'm just giving you my opinion on the facts as they are. And you need to make up your own mind based on what has been given to you. But I've never, ever said anything that I've known to be false. I've never said anything that I've had to take down because it was false. And even if people don't like my opinions, again, my opinions are separate to the facts of the reporting. But that, I think, is what a lot of people watch my channel for, because they don't just want the information. A lot of people like my opinion on stuff, believe it or not, and they like the way I put that opinion across, which is why I do it. Because if I just gave the facts and left it there, then I would be the Sun or the Daily Star or the Mirror. I would be them, and that's not what I am. They're not allowed to have opinions, and that's what makes my channel different, because I can give my opinion if I want to, but again, my opinions are my own, and they're not factual. They're just based on how I've processed the information that I've got, and it might help other people process the information, whether they agree with me or don't agree with me. And as I say, I've only ever made 2, I think, retractions. I did have one. I did have Hampshire Police, which is where the Police Federation, I believe, is located. I did have them give me some shit in one video, and I told them without mincing my words that they were all a bunch of cunts and they can go fuck themselves and take me to court. And they haven't. So I'm still here and I'm still doing what I do. Do you know what I mean? So although people don't like what I have to say in many cases, I have a right to say it. And whether you agree with me or not is your entire prerogative.
Yeah, but I get my updates direct from gov.uk, Dan. As I said to you before, if you sign up for it, any particular part you're interested in. So any benefit legislation, any housing legislation, anything that affects the public in that way, I get daily updates that I scour through. Also, I've got people looking at as well for me, friends of mine that help me build the website. They're always looking for new information. So we update all the time. And
Tina, can I ask you a question? Right, there was a rumor back in the day, a few years ago, that if you had a spare room, you could use it and class it as a prayer room. Is that right?
No.
Oh, it's not
No,
true.
it's not.
No.
I covered this on the channel. I've got a video about that on the channel.
Jack.
That's it. Shame me.
Right, Jack.
Night, Jack. Take it easy.
Yeah.
Jack, next time change it. Right, it says 21 years old, and feeling old dick.
Wow.
Oh, bless him. No, what it is, there's only 2 sections you can get with a spare room rate. Okay. Good night, Jack. One is the actual carers, overnight care. It doesn't have to be a professional firm. It can be friends and family. The occasional overnight stay. That's what it means for your health. The other one is medical equipment. And I dealt with one through Dan's site back along, and they didn't know about the medical stuff. So I sent to them the documentation, and I wrote a letter to, I think, the organisation. And it says, if you're not aware of the spare room rate with the medical information, I sent them a letter stipulating not only the court case, but Lady Hale's actual determination that if you have medical equipment you need a spare room for, you shouldn't have to pay the fees because that person's disabled. And I sent her court case determination in a link with the actual legislation. So it all comes from truth, not from me, from my opinion. It comes from law.
That's what you want.
Yeah.
That's it. And when you're talking about things like that, you have to talk from the law point of view, not an opinion point of view. As I say, you're fine to give an opinion afterwards and say whether you agree with it or not.
Yeah.
But you have to obviously give the facts as they are. You know, the lawful facts as they are. You have to give those. Otherwise people don't understand what's going on properly. And then after you can say, well, actually, I think this is a load of bollocks because X, Y, Z, or I agree with this because A, B, C. So again, same as what I do. Never misled anybody with anything that I've said. As
No.
you know, my opinion from my experience, nor have you, Tina. And trust me, if you had done, and I'm sorry to say, well, I'm not sorry to say this, but if you had done, then I would not certainly promote you or what you do on this channel. That's for sure.
That's what we've talked about before privately. If I do something wrong, then fucking tell me to my face. Don't worry about it. I'll accept it.
Right.
And I'll
Absolutely.
apologise and move on. So that's what I do. But I'm not perfect. Nobody is. But I am passionate about what I do. I want to help those who are not able to help themselves because the government won't help.
Yeah.
That's what it's about.
Bottle cap. I think
No.
prescribed medications might be considered medical equipment for a spare room if you get about 6 ton a week.
Yeah, no.
Cannabis
but
then.
medication. I mean, this, as I say, that's a month's worth of medication.
Yeah, that wouldn't be a spare room size. No.
You see the size of that box.
It's like wheelchair. It could be wheelchairs, a spare bed. It could be some kind of breathing equipment like you've got, Dan, oxygen bottles, all those kind of things. Additional walkers somebody might need, a commode somebody might need stored in a spare room because the bedroom's not big enough. It's any medical equipment you need to store. Some people have part of their second room turned into dialysis because they can't. They are so bad with their kidney issues. They have to have a full dialysis set up, which the nurses come and use in that spare bedroom. That would give them the spare bedroom reduction.
This leads on to the question I want to ask you, Tina. Right? Did you ever come across people that have children in palliative care at home? They got all their electrical equipment. And do you remember when the electric went up in high in price?
Yes.
Did they get any subsidies?
Yes. Right. What you do is you have to register yourself as a priority with your provider. Okay. This covers gas, electric, and water. All right. So if you have any kind of water shortage, if you're a priority customer and you need to drink or you need to wash more because of your conditions, they have to provide you with bottled water. If your electric goes, they have to give you a generator and set it up within 2 hours to make sure you're still able to use. I mean, I got an electric bed, trying to get off that when it's been put up like that, and the electric goes, it's like, how am I supposed to get off here? So it's quite funny.
have to register with your suppliers as a
Priority customer.
What I'm asking is, what these people say, like a parent's got a child that's in palliative care and that home on life support machines kind of thing, that kind of stuff.
Everything has to be done by the company. So when you get a house, you automatically produce all your disabilities to that company provider, who has to provide emergency care if any of their power systems go down.
No, you're missing the point. I'm just saying about that. These parents, when the massive increases in fuel and energy went up back a couple of years.
You can get help with that too. Like with water, I'm not sure if any of you know.
Yeah, water's. Yeah, I know you can get a fixed rate. It's capped. All about the energy for those parents having to shout.
They can get assistance for that. Yes.
Oh, right, good.
Yes.
British Gas is the ones that will deal with all of that stuff for any supplier, as far as I'm aware.
They can, but you're better going to the one that you're actually with, because they do a lot for you.
Right. Okay. Fair enough.
I got my water capped at £29 a month.
All I know is we're not talking about water. Water, you have to go to your supplier, obviously, and your supplier is going to be different.
Yeah, but my gas is provided by EDF.
Right.
Bench company.
Mine is supplied by. It used to be supplied by some fucking wanky little company that was all about green energy. That, strangely, considering they was all about green energy, have gone bust.
Wow.
But all of my stuff got transferred. This is the problem. Everybody that was with a company through COVID that went bust got automatically transferred to British Gas.
Right.
Which is bollocks. You didn't have a choice in it. It just got transferred to British Gas. No matter who you was with before.
Well, they're the originals.
Contract.
Yeah, they are the originals who put the meters in. Yes, they put all the meters in. But you can then, when you move down, you can choose your provider. It doesn't have to be British Gas. You're allowed to choose whoever you wish.
Yes.
After 28 days. After 28 days of being in the property.
The point is that when I was with, it wasn't Octopus Energy, it was something else. It was some other green energy thing.
Right.
And I didn't even know. I didn't even realise, because I don't watch the telly. I haven't watched the telly for years. And I didn't realise that the company I was with had gone bust, and everybody whose account was with this company got automatically transferred to British Gas. So British Gas then took it up, and I then had to start paying British Gas. Now, I've not had an issue with them, to be honest. I'm registered as a priority customer for the gas.
They've been good for you.
I'm not entirely sure. To be honest, I've not had an issue with them. I mean,
that's good.
I don't think it matters who you're with at the moment. The cost is going to be shit, right? So I don't think it really makes that much of a difference who you're with. British Gas is not British Gas. Who's the no? Who supplies the meters?
British Gas were the ones that install all the meters.
There's it's called another company. It's called something else.
I don't know.
There's InPower. There's
no doubt Power.
Could be PowerGen. I can't think of the name, but basically there is a company that will deal with all of the meters and things like that. British Gas is basically the main people, and most of these other companies, most of these other offshoots will buy their gas from British Gas.
Yeah.
And therefore, they've got to increase the price a little bit to give to you anyway. So therefore, I would suggest that going through British Gas direct, and I might be wrong, but going through British Gas directly, you're not paying that little bit extra that everybody else has to pay in order to make a profit.
I agree with that, Dan, because they're the actual suppliers. But you've got to be careful as well when you select, because a lot of these have got this idea that you must have a smart meter when you change, and that's absolute crap, because it's not mandatory to have smart meters.
They did it to me. When I registered as priority customer, because I can't always get to the shop. So if my gas or lecky goes, I'm and I'm having a bad day or whatever, I'm fucked. I can't go and get the gas and lecky. So when they came round and they said, and they used that against me, to be honest. And to be fair, I couldn't be asked to argue. I just said, fuck it, go on in, because I'm not going to be here for that much longer anyway. When they turned up, they said, right, we come to fit your meter. I said, right, what is it? Same as the meter before? And I went, no, it's a smart meter. So I don't really want a smart meter. And he goes, well, to be fair, if you can't get out, like you've said, you can do it on your phone now. And I couldn't really argue. Do you know what I mean?
That's
so they
the
used it.
Yeah.
I just thought to myself, do you know what? I can't be asked fucking arguing. I need it sorted. So yeah, just put it in. I'm moving anyway, so I don't give two fucks really. But yeah, I would, you know, I don't agree with the smart meters because they can just turn it off at the flick of a switch rather than having to come out.
And they can increase the prices whenever they wish.
And they can do that.
And the radiation that it produces 10,000 times more
Yes,
than a
it
mobile
does.
phone.
Yes. My daughter's got a 1-bed bungalow. She got a smart meter built in. She thinks it's great because she can do it on the phone because she's disabled, can't go out. She pays twice the amount for her gas that I do, and I got a 2-bed house. And I don't have. I have
Smart
prepayment meters.
Smart.
Go on, Kat.
Smart meters are supposed to be bad energy. Sorry, smart meters are supposed to be bad energy for you too. Like
your microphone's cracking up there, Kat. I can, but can hear the first few words, but then it's going robotic.
Bad energy from smart meters.
Oh.
Sorry.
Well, smart meters in this country, right, are supposed to keep your electricity. It says on the box and on their website, we will only take from your account what your smart meter says you've used. Okay, for that month. Okay, so I took screenshots because when I moved in here, they were already here. I took screenshots of my meters for 6 months. On the average, my gas was £12 a month in the winter. They wanted 57, which was an estimate. So I said, hang on a minute, you can't estimate on a smart meter. You're telling me you will only take what I've used. My electricity was under £35 a month in this house because I got LED light bulbs everywhere with Miss A. So it saves a lot of electric. So they wanted £87 a month for my electric. And I was like, no, you can come and take them out. We don't have to do that. I said, on your website, it says if I'm dissatisfied with these meters, you will remove them for free. I expect you to make a phone call and book an appointment in a week. And I got them removed. Never looked back since.
Most of my stuff's Eddie. I mean, my computer's on most of the time. You know, it's on almost 24/7, to be honest. But that hardly uses any electricity, to be fair. No, that's
right. They don't.
The lights I have on, I don't have main lights on almost ever, apart from the toilet, so I don't piss on the seat.
And the red light, Roxanne.
But the bedroom, the lounge, and in here are all LED lights. The kitchen is the only normal light in the hallway. Yeah. I've also got 2 strip lights in the kitchen, which are LED. So what I tend to do is I go in and I switch the strip lights on rather than the main light.
That's right, yeah.
I was paying, before COVID, I was paying just under £1 a day on gas and electricity.
Wow.
Each. So it was £2 a day, £1 on gas, £1 on electricity, which was fucking cheap as chips, if you ask me. I am now paying over £2 a day. I don't use the gas, so the only thing that gets taken on the gas is the standing charge. So that lasts a bit longer than normal because I don't use the gas. I don't have gas. Well, I've got gas central heating, but that doesn't come on during the summer. I very rarely put the hob on because I've got a air fryer now. So
gas hob or an electric one?
It's all gas. My oven's all gas. Oven and hob is gas.
Well, I've got a built-in electric oven, but I've always had a gas hob for power cuts. For power cuts.
Yeah, I agree. Cooking on gas is far better. As a chef, I hate cooking on electricity.
Oh yes. Same as me.
I very rarely use the oven and hob. I mean, I cooked a joint of pork the other day in the air fryer, and I'll be honest, it took a little bit longer than it did in the oven, but it came out beautiful. And I've still got about 50 quid on the gas. All that's coming off on the gas at the moment for the last couple of months is standing charge, daily charge.
Yeah.
But the electricity is something like 40 something p a day just on the standing charge. So we're talking 3 or 4 quid a week on standing charge, and that's before I even use any electricity. But again, I am on a smart meter for the electricity. They did ask me if I wanted to be put on a smart for the gas, and I said no. But again, the only reason I've accepted the smart meter at all is because I'm not going to be, or hopefully I won't be here for that much longer. No, I'll leave it for the person.
And if you do move and they are in the property, you can get them taken out.
Right.
Yeah,
Okay,
at
so
your
you can get
cost.
them
At
removed.
your cost, though.
No, it's free. If you don't want them, you can have them removed. I've
But when
challenged
I
them on
moved in
this.
there, we had a smart meter, and our previous address, we were spending, I don't know, 50 quid a month or whatever it was on electric. We moved here in the summertime, went to bed early, got up early, no lights on because we were doing the move-in, took us a month. And they tried to say we used 400 and something pounds in 1 month.
Yeah, you can have them. Look at their website. You'll see a statement. If you do not wish to have the smart meters, we will come and remove them free of charge. Everyone's got it.
I said to them it's inaccurate, and I wanted it replaced. Yeah, you can have it replaced at your own cost. Anyway, cut long story short. So 2.5 years later, our original company, when we got it signed over to the one we were with before, unbeknown to me, went bankrupt. And I'm not in contract with anyone. And 2.5 years later, I've not had a bill.
Wow.
Same as.
Weird.
I've not signed up for anything.
Months.
Yeah, gas and electric.
16
nearly
months.
3 years
I
now.
haven't had an electric bill.
It's crazy, isn't it? I know the government will put money into some organisations, but it is crazy. I saw a post earlier, Dan, that popped up. Someone called Nix. They were asking if they had a channel. The answer to that is not currently, because I don't know how to set one up. I can do all the rest of the stuff.
We'll deal with it when you're ready, Tina.
When we deal with YouTube channels and everything else, I have no clue.
Well, I'm more than happy to give you some of my skills in exchange for yours.
Oh, thank you very much. That's very kind of you, UK lady. I have no clue. I'm so scared of setting it all up in case I mess it up or something goes wrong, or I got to be professional. So I got to sort of like calm myself down. No shouting. No that fuck off twat. I don't want you here. That kind of stuff. So it's going to be very professional. I'm going to just literally pull up each subject. I'm going to tell you what the legislation is. I'm going to tell you what the actual guide is and what the legislation I'll put down on paper. And I will go through it in human terms, not crap. So it'll be down to earth, very open and truthful. And I will send everybody documents that want them. So I want you to fight your corner. My purpose of my site is for you to fight the government in your area. Okay. I want to give you the confidence to do that. That's my, because I'm just me. I can't help everybody. It's impossible.
I used to do something similar, and I've helped a few people with their PIP reviews and things.
I do that as well.
You know what, though, UK lady? You'll always find some people that are so fucking ungrateful.
Yeah.
It makes you wonder whether what you're doing is worthwhile. And that's a horrible place to be in, because I've offered advice and stuff like that. I've offered people so many hours of my time on this channel to help them with, they just needed somebody to talk to, and then they turn on you, and it just makes you think to yourself, why do I fucking bother? So
I got frustrated with was when there was organizations helping people with their PIP reviews and things, but they wanted a percentage of whatever they made back.
Yeah.
And I thought, if you're fighting for 20,000, 30,000 pounds and they want 15%, that's a big chunk of money.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. And also what I do, UK lady, is completely free. So there's no charge.
Even better.
Yeah. So Dan's tried many times to send things. It's like, no. He gets the fingers. No. I don't want anything.
Ladies that don't charge. Yeah.
I've had lots of people help me in my lifetime going through what I did as a child, being knocked the 10 shits out of by my dad, chucked out at 50 and a half, street homeless for 6 months. I had to go through that without help. And when I got help from school, from a teacher, I was taught to speed read, and I've got a photographic memory. It's getting a bit slow these days, but I'm not going to really admit to that. So I have to keep keeping it up again, training myself. But yeah, I've still got a very good memory. When I read, I retain things. That's how I'm able to do what I do. But I didn't do it on my own. So I want to give back to what people gave to me with the skills I've learned.
I struggle.
That's really lovely.
Kat, you look slick tonight.
You right, Kat?
Kat, gonna start sending me some pictures now, or what?
Trying to avoid.
You can very slick.
That'll get clipped.
Whiplash.
I haven't done my hair yet. I'm
I thought
It
you
looks
had.
like
editing it.
it's taking your level
Having a
marks
house
off.
after shower.
You look like one of those girls out of Robert Palmer.
What?
I'm addicted to love. you look
Oh,
like one of
yeah.
those girls from Robert Palmer.
I think they've got to trade them in
Yeah,
here.
guitar
My
now.
guitar's in the other room. My guitar's in the other
They've
room.
got to trade them actually.
I'm just having my after shower cigarette. But my friend is going to come and collect me, and we're going to go to the truck probably in about 6 minutes, and I don't even have any clothes on. So at some
That's
point,
what
I'm
I
going to
was
have to
thinking.
drop. So if I
Was
do,
you thinking that as well, Dan?
Hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Sorry.
what?
You look a bit
What?
bit cold. Are you cold?
Oh, I know I'm.
Technically,
I can't wear clothes. It's just way too hot.
I'm the same way.
It's
I
just
need to
way
stop
too
my
hot.
beer again then.
Linda, you're not the same way, UK lady. You're wearing
Well,
clothes.
yes, I have to be appropriate.
You have something on. Not
Sorry.
like me when Dan tried to say Dan tried to say I
But
was
it's easily removed.
Oh yeah.
Sorry, I didn't mean to do that. Oh, no, that was a wardrobe malfunction.
Cat,
Oh, freak, I'm having a fucking stroke.
you're not going to be a ginger
my
wannabe,
God.
are you? Whoa! No.
Oh my God.
Oh, I'm turning bright.
If your fella's sitting there listening, UK lady, then don't
Fucking
take
jeez.
offence. Just,
He's not sitting next to me. He's about an hour and a half away.
It makes
oh,
you take
what?
hairy ginger nipples.
What about?
Oh dear.
Sorry.
Yeah, when I do get going for next year, I want to do like a video once a week on a particular topic, and then go from there and see how it goes. Really,
That sounds exciting.
I'm excited, but I'm also nervous at the same time in case I mess up.
Support in the comments,
Yeah.
UK lady. Got some support in the comments.
Oh, I feel
Woo,
embarrassed.
says woo.
That was a wardrobe malfunction that I did not expect.
I've done something very similar on OnlyFans.
And of course,
I'm not going to ask.
and Babe Station. Don't forget that one.
So when's your next appointment, Dan?
I have an appointment on. Let me check my diary here. What are we on the 14th? I had a stroke. I had a stroke this morning. No, I had a.
Right, fucking dead after that, you dirty.
You had a stroke this morning.
No, shush, you put me off. Physio. I had a call from physio this morning, stroke support, saying that they've given me some exercises and they're going to sign me off because they don't need to come and see me anymore because they've given me the exercises.
That's really good. That's great
Giving
physio.
up on you.
Excellent. That's wonderful. I thought
I have-
physio was supposed to see you for the first 6 weeks. This is how my leg was done. So for the first 6 weeks, I go up there for physio, expecting to have what you think is physical exercise. Yes? No, they have a wonderful gym. They also have, like I told you before, the hydrotherapy pool. I couldn't get in the pool because my leg was in a splint, so that was impossible. So I go up talking about my bones, and they got a lovely gym there. So I said, well, when can I use the gym? She said, oh, there's a bit of an issue with that. What? What's wrong with it? Is it broken? And so Darwin said, who's that? Oh, thank you very much for that. I love you too. Basically what happened was they were told about my osteoporosis and they're too scared to allow me to use any equipment in case I fracture another bone. So I said to the girl who was seeing me, what's the point of coming? Well, but we can have a chat about what? I want to exercise.
Well, she said to me this morning, she goes, oh, did you get my email with the exercises? I said, I did. She goes, you probably haven't had a chance to go through them yet, like what your tiredness and that. And I said, I've looked at the email, but I have to register for the site, which I've got off and I haven't done it yet, and blah, blah, blah. So she said, right. She goes, well, we're going to sign you off anyway because we've given you exercises to do, and I'm sure you can manage them on your own. And I've only seen her, I think, once since my stroke last month.
Yeah. And she gets paid about 30 grand a year to do that job. And she's claiming she successfully gave patient exercises. Not sent it in an email, but she'll say that she's successful. They're supposed to physically do it with you so they can see where your problem is.
Yeah. Well, they've not done that. But
well, there you go. That's physio.
I've got a stroke review on the 18th.
Yeah.
Then I've got a doctor's appointment on the 25th, which is an annual.
So on the
review.
25th, make a note of it somewhere on your pad so you don't forget if you've got your pad handy or not, or I'll text it to you to remind you.
It's all on my phone.
Right, okay. So remember to ask him, because of the fatigue, you've just been given folic acid. Folic acid works with B12 injections. Get the point across, and you'll see a big difference in your tiredness. You really will.
That I'll forget.
Get the jab.
Then I've got cardiology appointment on the 28th, which is to pick up the portable ECG machine.
Yeah.
And then I've got psychologist on the 3rd of August.
Okay.
That's 3rd of July. Yeah, 3rd of August, psychologist. And that, I think, is it for the time being.
Okay, that's good. So psychologists talk about your mental health.
Yeah.
Right, okay. But don't ever accept a course called CBT, cognitive behavioural therapy. Don't ever accept that.
It was no good for me.
It's
CBT, the thing with CBT is you've got to have the time and the mindset to be able to do it. And a lot of people with mental health, I'm not just basing this off myself. I've spoken to a lot of people. A lot of people with mental health haven't got the energy or the oomph to follow the plans that CBT put in place for you, and it's very difficult to follow plans when you've got mental health, and especially and when
that's
you've
why
got.
I prefer DBT to CBT.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'll send you the new CBT the government are pushing. You go through a 6-week course, and on week 5, there's one page that I found very offensive. Okay. Somebody was doing it with chronic mental health, and it goes like this. You must not talk about your mental health to any family member. You must not talk about mental health to your doctor. You must not go online and do any research about your mental health. You must not complain about your mental health. This is all what they're recommending to. And I'm like, what? That's the opposite of what they need to be doing. And this is instructions from an NHS CPT advisor.
Which is bollocks, because let's just pretend it's not there. Let's just pretend you haven't got anything.
Exactly.
Means that everything's okay. I mean, I understand.
But we're supposed to pretend that people want to swap in genders, and that's okay.
Yeah, I mean, I understand in a way that thinking about it constantly is not going to do you any good, but completely
not talk about it
is not going to do you.
Make it worse.
You have to share. If you ever worry, the best thing you can do is confide in someone else and share that worry, because that other person may be able to find a solution for you that they may have experienced. That's what community is.
Mm-hmm.
So essentially, thanks, UK lady. Basically, that's what it is. You need to be able to communicate with other people to understand their version of things, because mental health has gone through the roof, especially after COVID, with the isolation of people. It's now at a crisis stage. We know that, but having that conversation helps you to find out what other people are going through, and groups develop, not run by the government, just normal friendly groups that pop up in chats, whatever. There's lots of elderly in my street, and they've started a old farts group, and that's to do with depression and anxiety as they're getting older, because they were shut in during the period of COVID and they've lost all their friendships. So they're now rebuilding it with like cup of tea, slice of cake, that kind of thing. And one of the cheeky buggers came over from the bus. He said, do you want to join? I said, I'm not elderly yet. Thank you very much. No. Thanks for the appointment. So no, I'm not there yet. I'll wait till I'm 80, then I'll be old. So yeah. But no, people are talking to each other, but they're not going to government to do it. But to tell people not to communicate and discuss it with people, that's wrong.
Yeah. It's important to talk about it. It's one of the core things about the live streams that I do, especially when I started them through COVID. Is I've had a lot of people, and I'm not saying this to be big-headed or anything like that, but I have had a lot of people that have emailed me and said in public in the comments that I helped them. And that the channel's helped them, and if it wasn't for the channel, then they don't think they'd be here. I've had people phone me up and say it in front of 100 people watching.
Yeah.
And I think that's a really important thing. If people know that they can go somewhere and talk about how they feel without being ridiculed. And don't get me wrong, some people are going to go, but you take the piss out of some people. But if somebody comes on here and they want to talk properly, right? Want to talk about situations or issues or anything like that, I'm more than happy to give people the time of day. When people start turning on people in the chat, on the channel, turning on me as the channel host, then I'm going to have something to say about it.
Yep.
And that's some people do get some stick from me, but that stick is always deserved because I never say anything about somebody unless they fucking slag me off first. So, you know, but generally anybody that comes on the channel that needs help, I will give them the time. I've given people that I now wish I hadn't 4 or 5 hours of my time on the phone. Even on a phone-in, there's a couple of people that I've given several hours to on a live stream phone-in to try and help them and give them an ear, somebody to talk to, somebody to get the stuff off their chest to, and then they turn and they bite you in the arse, and then they start calling you all sorts. And, you know, thankfully, I don't really give a shit about them. Otherwise, it might put a stop to me doing what I do. And I'm glad to do
That's exactly right, Dan. You and I have experienced the same things. We can only offer advice. You can't make people take it. But when you get to that stage where they're becoming, or shall we say, rude about it, and that's what's happened with other people, as we know, that's when I draw the line. I'm done. I'm not going to talk to you again.
It's not even rude, though, Tina. It's abuse is what it is. It's not rude. There's a difference between being rude and being abusive. And there are several people that have just turned into absolute arseholes and been very, very abusive. You know, not even argued about what they've been told. They just want to bitch at the person that's told them stuff. And you know, and that's why some people have been removed from the channel, shall we say.
Well, I basically will explain to people, I've done what I can for you. If you're not willing to accept the advice, I'm going to end it here. And I don't want no more communication with you. That's the end of it. I'm not going to waste my time if you're not going to listen. That's it. You've had 4 or 5 months of assistance, and that's it.
I think it's only one person.
What?
I think it's only been one person like that.
No, I've had 2.
No, 2?
Yeah, couple.
Yeah, it's been a couple. Yep. You do all the hard work. You put your heart and soul into it because you want to, and then they spit on you. So it's like, nope. There are genuine people who need help. I don't have the time to waste on those that don't accept it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very, very good way of putting it. Absolutely. But then when you turn around and tell people that I can't help you because you don't want to accept the help, all of a sudden you're the bad guy.
Of course. But they can scream and shout as much as they like. I don't give a shit. I don't care. I just move on. There are genuine people that need it out there, and I want to be giving my time to them.
Should that say WGAP?
What?
English bottle clap.
Oh, yeah.
You put WFAP. Should it be WGAP?
Yeah, he corrects it on the next message.
Yes, sorry. Yeah, you did. Yeah, sorry. My bad. I should fucking open my eyes, shouldn't I, really?
Crinkle's in the back, Dan. He says, I would be careful with your medical advice, Tina. What medical advice have I given?
Oh, Crinkle, nobody's giving medical advice. We're giving an opinion. Okay.
I'll send you a copy of that CBT form, which gives you the information I said on page 6 about telling people, not telling people about your mental health, not talking about it, discussing it. So I've got the evidence of that, Crinkle. That's not medical advice, it's written advice.
Kat, can you turn your microphone up a bit? Kat?
She's on.
Yeah, can you turn your microphone up? That's better.
What happened?
I had it off. I had it off. I wasn't speaking. Can you hear me?
She's getting ready.
Can you
The
hear
microphone. What do you want to listen to? Do you want to listen to Kat brushing her hair or something?
No, did you not hear that?
Hear what?
Can you not hear that music?
No.
That wasn't me.
No,
That wasn't me. Anyone hear me?
Yeah, I got you, Kat.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh, okay.
You
I
can
think
hear
Simon-
that.
That wasn't me.
I played some music in
my-
the background. Oh, dear.
I had my mic off.
Crinkle, you're putting messages in the back there.
I didn't hear it. I'm in the middle of making a peanut.
When have I said you shouldn't take CBT? I didn't say that. Get your facts right, Crinkle. Don't be a twat.
Crinkle.
Never said not to take
Should we
CBT.
call
I
your
said there
mummy?
is new forms out for CBT. Oh, piss off, Crinkle. You're such an ass.
Oh, dear.
What's this cuts in there?
If you had any brains in between
Nobody
your
say
fucking ears,
nothing
you'd
bad
be
about
useful to someone.
You're fucking dangerous.
I think the town's missing the local idiot.
I love Crinkle.
To
He's
be-
my
to be
favorite agent
honest-
provocateur.
Let me be completely honest. I thought you did say, Tina, a minute ago. I thought you did say if somebody offers you CBT, not to take it. I thought that's what you said. And I'm not sticking up for Crinkle, obviously.
No, I didn't say not to take it, but it's a concern of what they're suggesting.
I'd need to go back and listen to it in order
It's
to
a concern of
know.
what they're suggesting.
That's what I thought. Okay.
No. I'm just concerned at what they're putting in it.
Yeah, because it doesn't sound like that should be right.
No, it shouldn't be. They shouldn't be telling people to do that. I'll get the documents and I'll send them across, Dan, which shows you what I said. The actual thing I'm talking about. It's just the last page before the end of the CBT course, and that's what they were suggesting.
Right.
No, didn't.
CBT or
Maybe-
CBD?
CBT. It's cognitive behavioural therapy.
Oh, I thought you meant CBD. Like, okay.
Oh no, no.
Yeah.
I think it's bad what they're suggesting. That's all. People get use out of it.
Maybe I don't know. Maybe it was misspoken. Crinkle's just said that he went back and listened, and you,
Did he?
and you
Okay.
say not to take it. And Bearded Vet said that that's what he heard as well. I don't know. Perhaps I think maybe you misspoke by accident. If that's what came out, you've never told me anything like that. But
It's
again,
this is therapy they do online now. It's not in with a counsellor. They give you a scripted six week pack, and they sent you online. You've got to fill in the forms online, and that goes to the counsellor you're dealing with, and they respond. But it's not basically
CBT, I believe, is actually different from talking therapy.
yes, it is.
Talking therapy is actually a practice on its own, which is separate from CBT.
It's not face to face. This is online. Because getting an appointment with somebody's quite long winded, so they brought an online service in. But I'll get the paperwork which shows what I'm talking about. Well, I don't recall saying that you shouldn't take it. You should consider it. I didn't say take it. No, I wouldn't stop anybody from doing it. It's individual choice.
Is Kat going out on a lash tonight?
She's going out to see a meal, I think.
I'm going to the
She's
truck.
going up to the truck.
Better be home by 4 o'clock, young lady.
Going trucking.
If you're not in bed by 10 o'clock, go home.
It's not a talking therapy when it's online. It's a form you fill in, Crinkle.
Okay. Crinkle is allowed up here because
You may need to talk, Crinkle, but some people do it. It's done online. My daughter couldn't get an appointment, so they did it online. So,
Yeah, it's like doctor's appointments. Doctor's appointments are supposed to be face to face so that the doctor can see how things affect you. But a lot of them now are done on the phone. Doctor can't fuck all. Doctor can't see how something's affecting you. They've just got your word for it.
well, some doctor's surgeries down here, I don't know what it's like for anybody else, but they are now doing only e-consults for either email or video. They're not seeing patients now.
Well, in 2021, when I had my strokes, the specialist was on a fucking iPad on a pole at the end of the bed.
No way.
Yeah.
That's bloody mental.
The specialist was on an iPad at the end of the fucking bed. I'm laying on the bed, smacking myself in the face, going, I can't fucking feel anything. And I'm fucking hitting myself like this. And they go, stop hitting yourself. You damn it, you'll hurt yourself. I said, I can't fucking hurt myself. I can't fucking feel nothing, you twat. And then I've got a specialist on a fucking iPad at the end of the bed asking me questions.
That's crazy.
That's how you
But
hurt
my
yourself the most.
My understanding
can't
of the
feel it.
doctor's GP practice in this country was they had to see their patients face to face. Because
Yep.
now we've got 2 doctors that are refusing to do that. They're only doing e-consults or emails.
And
It's
they're striking for more money.
Oh, yeah. Did you also hear the same, Simon? They're on strike, but they're taking private work.
Oh yeah, I know about that. Yeah.
That's bad, isn't it?
Yeah.
Striking from the NHS and going doing a £5,000 operation somewhere.
And then some. Right, I'm gonna have a big plate of Chinese ribs in a minute. I'm gonna say goodnight.
Good night, Simon. Enjoy the ribs.
Oh,
Yeah,
thank you
that's
very much.
right.
Dan, thanks for letting me up.
I gotta go.
Tomorrow. UK lady, always a pleasure to see you. Smiler as well, obviously. Sonic, behave. And sweetly,
Where's
a
the
cat.
Never.
phone call?
Have a good night.
Call?
Mate, I'm being very good the past few days, and I'm on a lot of opiates, and I've been a bit spaced out and weird all the time. But I will. I've got to have a chat to you real soon. I'll try and give you a call tomorrow. Yeah, I'll give you a WhatsApp.
Best to the family, Simon. Take it easy.
Thank you very much.
Simon, I'll talk to you tomorrow.
Yeah, everyone's got my Discord. Like, guys, have a really good night. Look after Dan.
Take care.
Give him a cuddle from me. 3, 2, 1. I'm gone. Good night. Good night.
Take care, my love.
Don't forget, Simon. Say hello to Claire for me.
Candles waiting for me downstairs.
Okay. Catch you
I
later,
have to go
Kat.
too because
Okay.
Candles downstairs.
All right, take care, honey.
See you later.
See you tomorrow, hopefully. Hey.
Cheers, Kat.
Even the dog says goodbye.
Cheers, Kat.
Oh, well.
Gone quiet.
Well. It has gone quiet. Isn't it funny how it's gone quiet? And those two weren't even talking much.
No, it's me, Joe. Sorry. I'll shut up then, shall I? Get someone else come in.
And you're worried about opening up your own channel.
Sorry?
I don't think you need to worry.
And you're
I
worried
think
about
it's
doing your
how
own
to
channel.
do it. I think it's more the issue is what needs to be done. I think.
What, for opening up your own channel? Yeah.
Yeah, not the content. I don't think Tina would have an issue with the content of videos.
No. It's just the technology around it, Smiler. I'm a little bit scared of it because I've never done it
Right.
before. So it's just
Well,
nervousness. I think.
If you're going to be doing lives, it's only what you've got in front of you now, isn't it?
Yes, it'll be live, hopefully, but I want to do it a few test runs first to make sure I get it right. So I don't know, because I am really nervous of it because I've never done this kind of thing before. So
Right.
I've done technology all my life, but this is so different.
My first one, I've told some people to do private live streams, okay, or unlisted with just some friends that they trust.
Yeah, that's what I want to do first.
For me, I just went out and done it. I don't think I ever done a private or an unlisted one. I just think I thought, fuck it, let's just do it and see what happens.
I want to do one with like a few friends to see what they think about the content, how I'm portraying it, how I'm putting it across, the lighting and all those kind of things have got to be taken into account as well. I'm not going to change who I am. You're going to see tattoos and me wearing vests because I don't give a shit. So I'm not going to put any suit on or anything because my ass ain't doing that. So no. So yeah, I'm just hoping we can start in the new year just with some practice runs and then we'll go from there. And I'm grateful for anyone's advice, UK lady, anyone I can get the advice from. I want help.
I'll help you out. I gave Roger some advice, although Roger's pretty good at what he does anyway. I'm happy to help you out, give you some advice if you need it, as I'm sure others are as well. But you know where we are anyway.
Yeah, because I mean, I'm getting backlash from a lot of areas now with my independent advice network. They're trying to shut me down, stop me from doing what I'm doing. And I've sent messages to all of them. As long as I'm breathing, you got me for life. So that's it.
Whereas AKA, Tina doesn't have a channel at the moment, but she will do at some point, hopefully in the near future. Once it's up, we'll let people know on here anyway.
Yeah.
I'm
hoping once I do the videos, what I intend to do with your help, Dan, and UK lady and anybody else, I then want to do the same as you do, where I have a chat section.
Yeah.
People can call in or talk, come in the same as you, so they can debate it, talk about it, ask questions. I want it to be as interactive as I can so people understand their rights. But I want to do plain videos to start with at first.
Well, we've all got to start. We've all got to start somewhere. If you go back to see my first videos, there's a massive difference between my first videos and my videos now, and that's only through doing what I'm doing. You know,
I don't think there's a big difference. I think you look really, really professional in a lot of your videos.
I look a lot fatter than I do.
I'm not answering that.
A lot grayer than I
do. Answer that. Nope. I'm not going down that road. I'm sorry.
Less hair than I had 2 years ago. It was actually
that comes with age.
There was actually a time where I had hair, a fringe that I could pull down to my eyes. Believe it or not.
Yes. Oh, Crinkle's still on about that. Crinkle, I'm going to send the documentation to Dan so he can send you a copy. All right, how's that? And it will show you the page it's on from a counsellor. So stop nagging about it. No, not going to do that, Crinkle. You can wait. If you don't like waiting, touch it.
Unfucking lucky.
Don't care.
Yeah, anyway, Tina will have a channel at some point in the near future, and once it's up and running, then we'll put a link. We'll promote a link to it on the channel, as I'm sure other people will as well. I know that I've had several people that have contacted me privately, and some people that have contacted Tina directly through the chat on the live stream. And there's only, as far as I know, there's only 2 people out of all the people that I've sent over to Tina that have had a problem, and that problem is because they didn't want to take the advice that Tina was giving them.
Yeah.
You know, that's what
it is. It's free advice. You don't have to listen. You don't have to listen to what I'm saying. That's the point. I'm going to try and make it more upbeat than government do, like reading out a newspaper report for a start. So I want to make it a lot more, shall we say, open, where people can actually understand it, more clear. It needs clarity.
What you'll notice on a lot of government YouTube channels is they turn the comments off because they know that the majority of the comments they get are going to be stop talking shit.
Yeah.
You know, and that's one thing I'll never do. Even if people don't agree with what I've said, the comments will always stay on.
They should have the right to say, yes.
Of course. YouTube will do its thing, and sometimes it will put comments that it thinks are spam or offensive. It will put them into a separate folder.
Yeah.
I rarely go through that folder, to be honest. I just let YouTube do its thing. The only time I really go through that folder is when I'm looking for comments for a comments video. But generally, you know, and I do get comments where people disagree with me. Some people won't use very many swear words in their comments to me.
Yeah.
Which will be allowed through by YouTube. But when people use lots of expletives or hashtags or anything like that, then YouTube actually takes over and censors those videos.
Crinkle's just up, Tina. What makes you think the government will give bad advice? They do it every day, Crinkle. Which fucking planet do you live on? So every day, Crinkle.
Right. Well, we're not for that. We're not gonna. Let's not go down that road.
I worked for the civil service, Crinkle, helping young offenders recover from drug and alcoholism, getting them back into work, off drugs, and recovering from alcoholism. That's what I did in the civil service, not for Parliament. I would never want to go in that property, ever. Ever. Not unless they shoot all of them. Sorry.
Right. Hang on, where's that? Where is AKA? Yeah, just keep an eye on the... Oh.
What up there? Oh, UK lady's coming back in a minute. She's rebooting.
She's rebooting.
Right.
She's rebooting.
Mr. Loafer.
Good evening, folks.
Look, I'm the top half of Loafer Sheffield now.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so, the work I did was completely different from Parliament, so...
Loafer Sheffield's a copper.
Oh,
I'm not a copper.
Oh, that's upset you, Loafer, isn't it? So, yeah.
Does he drive a panda car?
Boom, boom.
Boom, 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 boom.
How you doing, Loafer? You all right, mate?
Yeah, I've been on a normie stream tonight with a car mechanic from Aberdeen. It's my Friday night downtime, away from all the normal shenanigans that I normally get up to. If Henry is in the chat, another book recommendation. Sorry, Dan. Letters to a Young Contrarian by Christopher Hitchens. That which can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence.
Have you got a thing for somebody with the name Hitchens?
Well, I like Peter and I like Christopher Hitchens, but for different reasons.
Are they brothers?
Yeah.
They are.
Yeah, Christopher Hitchens has been dead for a long time. Got to suffer.
I was taking a piss as well.
No, Christopher Hitchens esophageal cancer. Peter Hitchens is still miserable and curmudgeonly.
Wow.
He's a bit black-pilled, his old Peter. Let's just leave it there.
How you been anyway, Loafer? Everything been all right with you?
No, I've had a shit week.
Good. Glad to hear it.
Yeah, if you ever get a bathroom refit and the customer can say, "Oh, we know a plaster is really good. He can start tomorrow." It's taken me twice as long to stick 8 square meters of wall tiles on that it would ordinarily do because it's like a fucking roller coaster. I've discussed it with the customer. He says, "My mistake. Shouldn't have taken the plasterer on." But anyway, that's my problem.
Smiler, I got your email, I think.
So I take it the wall's not exactly level.
It's all over the place. I'm not happy with it, but
like that way or that way.
It's all over. Nothing's plumb, nothing's square. It's bellied and dished all over the place. Ordinarily, when you adhere, we've turned into a DIY channel, folks. Ordinarily, if the walls are flat, you prime them. You get your notch trowel on, you notch it, you back butter the tiles, you press them in, you put your spacers in. Every single tile or every other tile had to be ladled on with the bloody trowel, and it's a nightmare. I'm glad I've seen the end of it, but it's a good customer, so I was explaining it to him, so he's going to pay me.
I'm quite lucky. I used to work for a plasterer. I used to do plastering many years ago. I mean, don't get me to do a seeding anymore because I certainly couldn't do that. That's why I had to give it up. But small patches I can do, no issues. Whole walls I can do, but it will take me days because I fucking ache so much now, and the pain of doing it would put me off halfway through, so I'd have to go back and try and sort it out the next day, which is almost impossible because the fucking plaster's started to set. But one of the good things about learning plastering years ago is that anything like that, I can fix stuff like that, no issues. So. But for somebody, I can't understand why somebody would go in, plaster a wall to be tiled and fuck it up. I just don't understand it, how somebody could do that.
It's got to be perfect. They've got to be absolutely perfect. So with small profile tiles, you can get away with it, but I can see the undulations, and it's like, I'm not happy. I've sent the pictures over to the customer. He says, it is what it is. It's just a do amend for a rental property. I can put up with that. But if you're looking at large format tiles, I've got another one booked in, and apparently I said to the customer, "Who plastered that room?" And it's the same guys that did this other room. I said, "You have a large format 2 foot by 2 foot tiles going on. I think I'm going to walk away from the job and book something else." And anyway, sorry for dominating the conversation.
You're a plumber though, and you're not a plasterer. So
no, I'm plumber tiler.
Oh, are you?
Oh, you do tiling, do you, Loafer? That's a really good skill.
Yeah, as long as the plasterers go in and do a decent job, you're all right. But otherwise, it's square pegs round holes. It's a nightmare.
Well, that is true. Yeah. I mean, when I was with my youngest boy's mum, there was 8 of us living in a 2-bedroom masonette, right? So we had two bunk beds in one room, which the 2 boys and the 2 girls shared. Then we had my middle boy. Then we had my youngest boy. And I managed to get us a place to live. Okay. I was knocking on doors at that point. I was walking around the area in Epping Forest, knocking on doors. Do you know any empty places? Knocked on the door and somebody said to me, "Yeah, next door. The guy's missus went into hospital 2 years ago and the guy went into hospital 18 months ago." So it's been empty for 18 months. He's not coming out. So I went to the council, told them about it, ended up getting this house, 3-bedroom house, fucking lovely. It was corner plot, garden, front, back, side, fucking brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I managed to get us that place by going to the council every day and sitting in the council offices and not moving until somebody spoke to me. Even at the end of the day, I wouldn't let them shut and close up until somebody spoke to me. So we got in this place and it had a fireplace and it had a kitchen with a cupboard. Well, the fireplace we ripped out and I plastered all of that and done the whole wall. Kitchen, took one of the walls of the cupboard out and then had to plaster a curve because that's how the ceiling was. So I had to do all of that. And when they came round to do the kitchen, because the council came to do the kitchen and fit a new kitchen and stuff in, I asked them for more to leave some of the tiles that were left over. So I ended up having to plaster part of the wall in order to tile this part of the wall as well. I've never done any of it before. But after that, I thought to myself, fuck it. You know, I was looking for a job at the time. Somebody used to go in a pub that we used to go into, said, "Oh, I knew he was a plasterer, and he was looking for a gopher, basically." So I was like, "Yeah, fuck it, I'll do it." So I started working for him as a gopher, and I remember we ended up going to a hospital in London, and we had to do an entire ward. It was fucking massive. We had to do the ceiling of this entire ward in a hospital. And it took about 4 days just to do this ceiling.
Wow.
Between 3 of us, by the way, there was 3 of us doing it. And it was fucking hard work. But do you know what? The skills that I learned from that.
It's a hell of a skill.
I mean, I haven't got it in me these days to be able to do it. You know, I couldn't hold a tray, you know, and scoop the plaster off and skim the. I couldn't do it these days, but just to have that skill. If I need to tell somebody else how to do it, at least I know how to explain to them how to do it. Like one of my sons, for example, I could explain how to do it, and I could show them what to do briefly, and hope that they'd pick it up. But it's a good skill to have. I mean, I wish I had my dad. My dad was absolutely amazing in every way. He could do anything. And I think lots of people's dads used to be able to do practically anything. I mean, you know, they would stand my dad used to stand in the kitchen with his eyes closed and his arms crossed like this. And we'd go, "You falling asleep?" I'd go, "No, I'm thinking." "No, I'm thinking." All the time. "No, I'm thinking." Bits of paper everywhere where we'd drawn little diagrams on things he needed to do. Now, my dad went on to, he could plaster, he could be a chippy. Right, as in a carpenter. I remember he built a table. We had a snooker table.
Wow!
He built a lid to go on it, and he built the legs for it, and the for the frame for the snooker table to sit on. He helped my brother when my brother was an antiques dealer, or my brother is an antiques dealer. He helped my brother fix lots of things. He was so fucking clever. It is unbelievable. He could do pretty much anything. He was an electrician. He used to work for the electricity board, but he used to meter read, and he used to work on the substations around the town. He you know, if the tumble dryer broke, for example, he'd stand in the kitchen for maybe 2 or 3 days with his eyes closed, literally, and then all of a sudden he'd go, "Oh, I know what I need to do," and he'd go out to his shed and he'd get a few bits and pieces, come back in, and he'd rip the fucking thing to pieces, and he'd find, you know, maybe it was the brushes or whatever it was, and he'd fix it and he'd put it all back together and it'd work. Me, I take things to pieces and I'm like, "Oops, better get a new one." But he was so fucking clever. He used to literally be able to do anything. And I'm sure many, many people watching this, your dads were able to turn their hand to almost anything. These days, it's such a throwaway society these days that it's like, I mean, washing machine's fucked. You know, it's not spinning properly. Let's get a new one. When it could be the brushes, which might only cost 20 quid to get a new set and fix, you know, but nobody wants to anymore. And this is one of the issues.
Yeah, I've got insurance on mine, Dan. So I go with Domestic and General, and it's £6 to insure it. And if they can't repair it, they'll give you a new one. So you pay that insurance all that time. So if your machine breaks down, they will give you a new one. Cookers, I got a fridge, I got 2 freezers for the same insurance, and I got a tumble dryer. Even though it's 3 or 4 years old, if anything goes wrong, if they can't fix it, they'll replace it with the same model, brand new. That's the
you know what, I reckon even now, because a lot of the people that are fixing washing machines and tumble dryers and stuff now are like in their 30s or 40s. You know, they're not in their 60s or 70s like my dad is, right? So I reckon these people that are paid to fix other people's machines, I think when it comes to their own machines, they'll just go, oh, fuck it, I'll buy a new one anyway.
Well,
they're not the kind of people, you know, my dad, if he was paid to fix other people's machines, he'd come home and he'd still fix his own ones.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Again, now it is such a throwaway society that
they're taught now as fitters. They're not taught to repair.
No,
they're same as mechanics. Diagnose a fault, chuck it away, and put a new part on.
I think the thing I miss is back in when I was younger, I heard about the apprenticeship schemes, which a lot of lads used to do. You get a low pay for the first year, I think it's right, and then you get your full pay, but you got to go to college once a week to do certificates. So then you get the skill set. But I don't think they do it now. I don't think they do modern apprenticeships now.
I was called an indentured mechanic.
Ah.
Woodstock, cracks in the walls could indicate other things as well. Could indicate something like subsidence. It could indicate damp. It could indicate several different things. Literally just saying, does it need plastering? Could just be disguising an issue that is going to come back and return. So you would need, if your plaster is cracking, you would need to try and find out why it's cracking. And I mean, Loafer, by all means, step in and give your opinion on that as well.
If there's any ongoing, if it's an older property, if there's any ongoing movement, it might be that the walls are actually moving or the structural timbers are moving. It might be causing that to crack. If it's old plaster, especially if it's the old, really, really old stuff that used to put horsehair in, it might be that it's moving. I don't know. It's a minefield. It's an absolute minefield. I did a rather large job a few years ago for a guy, a regular customer of mine, and he said there's a leak coming through the ceiling. And I said, nothing to do with me, mate. Your walls are moving. There's cracks on the outside walls, so it doesn't matter. It could be anything. If you know somebody who's a decent tradesman, you just ask them for their opinion, FOC, free of charge, and see what they say. It's suck it and see. It's a minefield. Could be anything.
Yeah. Thank you.
And in some circumstances, Loafer, if I'm not wrong, with subsidence, that could mean a property needs underpinning because of its age.
Yeah, there's the very same guy. Actually, first time I worked for him about 7 or 8 years ago, I said, have you had a full structural survey done on this property? And he said, no. I said, well, there's no guarantee that in like 5 or 6 years' time, if something goes horribly wrong, if you're going to shout at me, think about it again, because there might be other issues, and it happened.
Yeah, because in my dining room, sorry, Dan, in my dining room, I had it tanked, where they put up this plastic shield because I had water coming in. And they couldn't work. This is a property that was built in 1912. So I had to have the whole back of my house tanked. They put these little screws in every so many inches, and all had to go down to the floor. Thankfully, touch wood, that seems to have stopped it, but they still never worked out where the water was coming in from. So they still never sorted it out. Yeah. But I've had no water since. I got to touch wood. So.
If it's a new property, if it's just a year or two old, for example, maybe even 3 or 4 years old, I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly. But if it's just a few years old, it could be where the property's settling. And what you find is brand new properties brand new properties, if it's brand new built, what you'll find is after a year or two, maybe a bit longer, depends, you'll find that the stairs will drop. You'll find that the walls will slightly move a little bit and crack.
Right.
This is just where the property is settling in properly.
Yeah.
But the cracks shouldn't be that bad in the walls. The stairs will drop quite a bit, you'll notice. I've noticed this many times. Things like that. There's nothing to worry about. The stairs aren't going to fall down or anything like that. But it is just where the house is settling. But I don't know, Woodstock, how old your property is. I would suggest if it's an older property, I would suggest getting somebody out to look to see what the issue with why it's cracking, because it could be rot, it could be damp, it could be subsidence. There is, as Loafer quite rightly put it, it's a minefield of things that could potentially be wrong. Unfortunately, it's not as easy to diagnose as maybe a rattle coming from your car.
No, it's not. I mean, these houses are very old where we live. They were started at 1900 and mine was built in 1912. So it's a Victorian house. So that's why I'm trying to get it back to what it was. But in my mum's case, she's got cracking, I think Loafer might know, in the walls. And a guy came in, he was really sweet. He didn't charge. And he said basically, they said it was basically damp, because I didn't know this, but my parents have not had that back dining room painted or decorated or checked in 35 years. So it's no surprise the plaster's fallen off. So
I remember the last place that I plastered, which was my youngest boy's mum's granddad. I'm not going to say his name. He was actually involved with the craze, but I'm not going to say his name on here. But he wanted, he had a back room that he wanted replastered, and we had to pull the ceiling down. And one of the reasons why I stopped plastering, it made me ill. Because of what it was made of. It's not made of the stud gypsum like you'd use today. Right? You'd use gypsum to plaster with and stuff today. This pulling the ceiling down, the amount of black shit that was coming out of my lungs for several days after.
Really? Ew.
I'd finish on a Friday. I'd wear a mask, like a one, not like a nappy, but one of the
filter.
Yeah. So I'd wear one of them, but even with one of them on, I'd finish on a Friday, Saturday and Sunday and Monday morning. I was still coughing up black shit off my lungs. And the amount of dust that come out of those ceilings was absolutely incredible. But we're talking, maybe 70 to 100 years ago, these ceilings were put in.
Ooh, yeah, that's bad.
It just got to the point where I thought, fuck this. I finished his ceiling and I thought, right, that's enough for me. I'm not doing anymore. I can't be coughing this shit up every day.
No. I've had a few ceilings replaced in my house, but I've actually got the loft boarded out. So one of the lofts is actually completely boarded professionally, and they took a load of crap out of there. They took a vacuum thing up to suck up all the crap out of there, in between the eaves, they call it in a roof. So they literally sucked it all up before they actually did the work. And what he did, because it's Victorian, he put a 4x2 crossbeam in each of the actual sections to make it stronger for the boarding to go down. He did a good job, actually. Really good.
Loafer, there's a question for you there on the screen, mate.
Oh my God, how do I get back to that?
And for Tina.
Oh, tanked. They put up a plastic shield inside the house, which had to be, I had a hammer drill going off for 48 hours. I thought I was going to die with the fucking noise. I had to foster out my dog because she was going mental. She didn't like the sound of it. They had to drill these little holes in the wall all the way across the back of my house, put these pegs in right underneath the floor. Then they had to put a new, it's a waterproof membrane, which has got a 25-year lifespan or something. And then they had to tank it. They had to put a new outside, what are those drain things on the wall? The drainage hose they put in 6 inches off the floor.
Weep holes.
Oh, thanks, Loafer. So anyway, when the council redid this garden for a disabled lady before, instead of putting the path opposite away from the house, they pointed it towards that thing. But when they upped the path for her, that brick is supposed to be 6 inches off the floor. It was only an inch. And that's how the water was coming in through that hole and going under the floor. So they had to replace all of that. But tanking is basically putting a waterproof membrane right across so the water can ingress, if that makes sense.
It's a rubber membrane. They stick it to the internal brickwork.
Well, this one was drilled. Screws they put in.
Yep.
Some kind of pegs they put in.
What have I started? I've all been in 10 minutes.
That's
We're
what they
talking
did.
about
'Cause
building.
all I could hear, mate, was the damn drill, and it done my nutting. But
Well,
to be honest, they did a good job.
They would have drilled it, and then they would have put injection fluid in. And
Yeah, but it's a plastic sheet in behind the plaster. It's an actual waterproof sheet.
And then pegged it afterwards.
They were saying, do you want to watch it? So I can't stand the noise of that fucking drill. So now I'm going indoors with my earphones on. So yeah.
Alexander Barron, that's because the live streams aren't necessarily about police. The live streams are about talk about what you want. The videos during the week, when I put them out, are about the police. The live streams are to give people a chance to talk about anything at all.
I like to hear about different trades. I love to hear what you do.
We're open to anybody for any reason on a live stream. And if you want to talk about police beating people up, then by all means, come on the panel and let's talk about it. These, as I say, the live streams don't have a structure. We don't just talk about police. Sometimes we do. Other times we talk about mental health. Other times we talk about benefits. Otherwise, we'll talk about building. It doesn't matter. Whatever anybody wants to talk about, if somebody in the comments might be able to answer the question, then people will ask a question on these live stream
I leave
panels.
the building stuff to the specialist because I'm not sure. I can give my version of it, but I don't know what half the stuff's called. I just respect all tradesmen because my father-in-law was a glazier and he built part of a Bigden Palace great greenhouse, and he built that with two of his colleagues, and he was a very specialized man because he knew how to do hand mirroring. And I've got a mirror in my bathroom which he made for his wife for their 45th anniversary, and it's still there today. And he did all the hand mirroring for Pilkingtons and glasswork. So I have great admiration for trade.
One of my ex-girlfriends, her surname was Pilkington, and she lived near the Pilkington glass factory up here in the northwest.
But he was the only one. Yeah, he was the only one that could do hand mirroring. He knew the recipe, so he was quite a professional man.
If he was an heir to the Pilkington fortune, then
wow. Yeah, but you learn a lot through different trades, and I respect every tradesperson that's got a craft that they can do, especially working with your hands. It's not, woodworking. I love woodworking, watching someone make something. I had a kitchen fitted at my old house, and it was a very large kitchen. It was about 30 foot long, and he built the cabinets into the property. And watching the old guy work, he was in his 70s and still worked. I got so worried about him because I said, "Are you okay today, Harry? Is everything fine? I just need a cup of tea and a sandwich later." And he worked all day, and he was just such a lovely old man. And he did a beautiful job on that kitchen. I'm telling you, it was all hand built. It's lovely. I like to see craft. I like to see people working with their hands.
Oh, I need another pee. I'll be back in a second, guys.
Okay. The tiling in my property, Loafer, I got Victorian tiles.
What do you mean by Victorian? Victorian style or?
I found some Victorian tiles which are like 2 foot by 2 foot, but it looks like they're separate small tiles.
All right, yeah.
Yeah.
Mosaic type thing. 2 foot by 2 foot.
Yeah.
Good grief.
I know, but they're great. They're in the hallway because in the Victorian period, I looked at the houses in the area, and there's some of the elderly people had their pictures, and the front hall was always tiled. So I thought I'd get tiles, and they look really great. And I had a great guy come and do it. He really did a good job. So yeah. And the other thing I want to do is from the next door in is a porchway. I want to put parquet flooring down to bring back that Victorian feel to the house.
Herringbone.
That's it.
It's not very often I'm asked to do herringbone.
Is it difficult?
Yeah, because like I said before, everything is going to be absolutely flat, perfectly flat, plumb.
Yeah.
Otherwise, your corners kick out because if you're going for herringbone, it's normally a small profile tile, small format tile.
I'm only going to do the entrance. The rest I've got the laminate down. But in my front room and my dining room, I've still got the original flooring down when the house was built. Because I don't know whether I was told this story, that the poorer people couldn't afford to carpet the whole house. So they'd buy a rug and then they'd paint around the outside with black or red paint. Have you ever seen that before?
No. That's
so
a bit weird.
skirting, it was always painted. So I've got black paint in the front room, but I got red paint in the back dining room, and they used to put the rug on top, so it looked quite posh. They just keep topping it up with paint because they couldn't afford to carpet it wall to wall. So that was what. That's how I know the house is old. So
it was the same with staircases. Staircases running down the middle.
that's right. Yes, that's what I'm getting. That's funny you just say. I'm getting that, Smiler. I'm putting the actual carpet just up the middle and painting the rest of the staircase. I'll do the paint the staircase first.
Yeah,
but yeah.
That's lazy.
No, it's not. What's lazy is going up the stair lift they gave me. I pee myself before I got to the freaking top. It's so slow. God. I'm supposed to use a stair lift. And it's like, really? What do I want one of those for? And I said, I just need a bottle of NOS behind it, about 20 miles an hour, shooting up to the second floor. So
sorry, Tina. Whenever I think about stair lifts, I can't help but think about Phoenix Nights, Peter Kay.
But yes. Yeah.
As soon as this stair lift gets to the top of the landing, the things I'm going to do to you, it's traveling up so slowly.
Yeah.
Sorry, what have I done? I'll tell you what. I'm gonna get out and come back in again. I'll be back in a minute.
Yeah.
Howard, can you do me a favor, Howard? Can you email me policeabusingpowers@gmail.com? Can you just email me and say it's Howard? If you do it now, I'll reply to you straight away just to say hi. And then I know your email is going to be saved. I want to talk to you about something, if you don't mind. And it's not about shrooms, by the way, before anybody. Oh, you're talking about drugs.
No. It's naked pictures.
It might be about shrooms, but shh.
Mental.
Listen, nature is nature as far as I'm concerned. You can't, you cannot prohibit nature.
You can. They have.
Well, you shouldn't be able to prohibit nature.
Yes, but they have. You know that, don't you?
Somebody needs to take a test case and say, look, fuck you. How can you prohibit nature? You know,
well, you can't. Theoretically, you're not. Well, you shouldn't, but yes, they have. You know the 1972 Act regarding mushrooms. So they haven't changed that since.
Drop me an email, Howard. If you can do it now, I would really appreciate it, just so I know that I've got it and I can respond to you. Otherwise, by tomorrow, I'll probably forget that I've asked you. Unfortunately, that's one of the issues I have. So, if you can do that, I would very much appreciate it.
Well, I use these, Dan, for some pain relief, and a lot of people don't appreciate these, but I do use these, and these are CBD patches, which I put on once a day, okay? And I do it at night, then I sleep at night, and I take it off before I have the shower. They are waterproof, but I take them off. This is 30 milligrams in here, but there's no THC in it. Now,
do they actually do anything, though, Tina?
They do take the pain off, and you do sleep better. I must admit, you do sleep a lot better with these. I found it so. But you just put one patch on. There's a little button in the middle. You press and hold for 5 seconds, and it literally disperses it amongst the Band-Aid. And then it puts you in a kind of chill mode, but you do sleep better. I must admit, using these, I've never been without them since. But I can't get it on the NHS, despite the NHS website saying that they provide cannabinoid aids through the NHS, but I can't get any. Oh, no, it's not in your area. Oh, we don't do that. And it's like, whatever. So, but they are supposed to be promoting cannabis patches because they do aid pain relief and they can help you relax.
Right. Howard, if you can email me and I will send you the Telegram link or a Telegram link to chat with me. Yes, Smiler.
I put a message in the private.
Ah, okay, my bad.
I did discuss it the other night on Society Access.
Right. You see, I've tried that, and I'm not going to go into it on here, but I've tried that. It didn't work. Let me just say that, but I will speak to you tomorrow.
All right.
About.
Anybody who's emailed me tonight, I've emailed responses, and I'll deal with it tomorrow. So anyone who's requested information for the site, I'll send it through tomorrow.
Right, let me just go.
What do you think of it? What do you think of this, Antina?
Yeah.
Oh boy, got severe medical problems.
Yeah.
And I mean severe medical problems.
Okay.
His only mode of transport is his motorbike.
Right.
So he went to one interview on his motorbike, and they turned him straight down from PIP.
Well, yes, they can.
His motorbike.
Yeah. Yeah, because in part of PIP, there's two sections. One is your health and welfare, which is what you can do at home, like feeding, cooking, cleaning, planning, preparing food. The other is transportation. So that's the mobility section. So if you're able to ride or drive, they will hold that against you. However, there is a challenge to that, because they, on mobility, when you get PIP, they allow you to buy a car.
Exactly.
So you can challenge it on that point, that that's his only mode of transport. He can't afford to pay taxis, doesn't have anybody else to take him. So that's his only mode of transport. But also they look at the psychological part of moving around on a vehicle or moving different places. So they look at distress. So they're saying if you don't have a psychological disorder and you're able to travel, as in planning a route, etc., they will deny that part of it. But again, there is a challenge to that.
Right.
Because I've challenged it on the point that the government provide mobility schemes for people to buy a car. So how can you penalise somebody who's got a car?
Yep.
Or a bike?
And you can also
sorry, let me just interrupt very quickly. Sorry. Howard, I don't know how you use Telegram properly. So if you know how to use it and you know how to send me a private message on Telegram, if you can do that, then please do. I only know how to share the Telegram group link. I don't know how to do anything else because I don't really use Telegram. Sorry, Smiler, carry on.
No, that was it.
There is a challenge to it, because I've challenged a few in my time and I've won the case, because a person has to have a mode of transport to enable them to get supplies, shopping, going to doctors. And the example I gave, they took away someone's mobility car because they didn't believe. This is a guy that's got a rod. They put a spinal rod in people's backs when their back's gone. And he was driving to his doctors in pain, but he was still going to his hospital appointments, doing a bit of shopping. So they stopped his benefits completely because they said he was fake. Okay. I challenged it on the grounds that he has got the rod. You've got all the medical information, but the way we won it was, since stopping his car, his doctor had to do home visits. That was costing around £500 a month because he had to have regular visits because of his health. He also had to have a hospital ambulance, which was costing around £600 a month for patient transport. And the chemist had to deliver his tablets. So for £1,000 plus a month, they stopped his benefits of £600. Where's the point?
Well, just this month, just to give you an idea, just this month it's costing a minimum of 50 quid just to get to appointments.
Yes, exactly. That's just what people don't think about. Not only that, Dan, you have to think about people who can't go shopping, like yourself, like me, and we have to buy all our shopping in. If you add up the cost of the delivery charges, it's coming to about £500-600 a year. That's a lot of flipping money. Sure. That's what they don't think about.
Yeah, so £8 the other day for a delivery site.
I know, it's bad. As far as I'm concerned, anyone who is disabled and unable to leave their house or without help should get free delivery from these companies. They're just being damn greedy, as far as I'm concerned.
Well, I thought.
Sorry, Smiley.
Yeah, go on.
Go on, Smiley. No, you first. Go on.
I fought my doctor and carried on working as a mechanic. Carried on. Right. Now I've come to a situation where I've had to give up mechanics. Right. I did used to get what they called invalidity benefit.
Right? Oh, I know.
And then I changed postcodes, and the postcode that I moved to, they were doing PIP. So I had to go for PIP. They rejected me. It was a physiotherapist that had only just qualified. So I did an appeal. They were waiting for letters from my neurosurgeon, and they were waiting letters from my orthopedic surgeon.
Yeah.
They said the letters were too late, so they finished it. So I had to make a fresh claim. They're now looking at a fresh claim, but they won't backdate it to my original claim.
No, because it was cancelled. They don't backdate it. If it was cancelled, they don't backdate it and they make you start again.
Because the neurosurgeon hadn't done this report.
When you get a letter,
they had 8 years, or sorry, they had 6.5 years of doctor's letters from me, from my neurosurgeon, from the physio, because at some point the neurosurgery waiting list had closed down, and what the hospitals were using were orthopedic physiotherapists. They were specialist physiotherapists.
Yeah.
And the hospitals were using these orthopedic physiotherapists. Now, I got loads of letters from him. I've got other letters from the neurosurgeon at Derriford. I've got other letters from the orthopedic surgeon, doctor's letters as well. And they said, you're not entitled to it. The woman said you were too muscular and too fit.
Right. So let me
muscular and too fit.
I'll tell you a little secret, okay? It's a government standard. They've been doing this for years, even with DLA. Every so often, right, you contact an assessor with a phone call now for PIP. You have a phone call first. Everybody thinks that's a nice, friendly chat. It's not. You're being assessed. If you don't pass that phone call, you're not going to get anywhere. The second one is the face-to-face or phone call or Zoom call with an assessor, which you should have a witness for. And I always tell you to record any recordings. You can with PIP. DWP don't like it. We're trying to get that changed. But they have a target. So every month, it's transferred to department managers who know nothing about your disability. They're there to fill in a target form. So they give the point system. They don't care about what your disability is. They have got a target to cancel a lot and then give a few. The next month, they might give a few more and reduce the cancellations. That's how it works. It's not your fault. It's how the government choose to run it.
Always appeal. Always. It costs you nothing. It costs you absolutely nothing to appeal.
No, it costs nothing to appeal. But the thing is, they wanted the information from the neurosurgeon, up-to-date information, instead of his last letters from my last scans. Even though my last scans were absolutely detrimental to my life, saying that I've got a leak in syrinx, which, it could kill me in my sleep, which is causing the pressure on my nerves, which is causing neuropathy, which is causing the problem with not being able to walk.
They have to accept all records, old or new. They like the up-to-date ones, but it doesn't matter. You still have a medical condition which causes the impairment, which limits what you can do. So I've sent documents to people for 12 years back and then got a doctor to confirm that the patient is chronically unwell and can't do this, this, and this. So, I mean, the doctors are making money out of it because you want a doctor's letter, they charge you for it.
Oh, yeah. Well, not only do they charge you for it, I put in a request for a doctor's letter at the beginning of the year, and it took me 3 months to get the fucking letter.
3 months. It's between 30 and £35 to get a doctor's letter.
Yeah, my doctor's quite good. He hasn't charged for any letters.
Well, that's good. That's excellent. That's how it should be. They're part of the NHS. They shouldn't be damn charging. They know you as a patient.
He said, I'm not charging. I'm pissed off that they haven't.
Well, another thing that people don't do as well, Smiler, is they don't put down the side effects of medication, fatigue, excess weight, chronic tiredness, chronic stomach conditions, headaches, migraines, all that kind of stuff. That's just as important as your physical health, because that gives them a picture of how it affects you on a daily basis.
Diabetes from taking gabapentin.
Oh, God, no way. Sorry to hear that, mate. That stuff is evil.
Oh no, I've stopped taking it.
I know, but it's just awful.
And my blood sugars are absolutely perfect now. I
know, it's awful. So they banned it at one stage. Now they brought it back. What's the other one? Pregabalin?
Well, yeah, pregabalin. Pfizer had to pay 400 billion, I think it was, in fines just for saying gabapentin does A, B, C, D.
Yeah.
All right, and the doctors are still pushing it, saying the same things that Pfizer said that they got fined for.
It is about targets for money. My mum's got early stage dementia, and she's at the early stage, although half of it she's fibbing just to get attention. Fucking sure of it. She's a wily old bird. So I need water. It's on the fucking table. Pour it yourself. I'm not picking it up for you. She said, you're very rude. I said, pick it up yourself. 10 minutes later, she's poured her water. So, you know, she just plays the game. And then she'll say things like, I don't know who you are. And then she'll call me Tina. And it's like, really, mum? Cut it out. So, but she's got early stage dementia. When a psychiatrist turned up, the first thing he suggested was pregabalin and gabapentin because she's got mental health issues. No, she doesn't.
No.
She's not anxious or depressed. No way. You're not giving her that.
Pre-gab and gabapentin was given to one of my exes for she had fuck me, what's it called? Where everything fucking hurts. What's it called?
Neuropathy. Oh no.
I can't think.
I can't remember what the fuck it's called now.
That
But
bumblebee key suffers from it.
Where literally, you know, if you're laying in bed, the covers on you will hurt you. Like all your fucking nerve endings start hurting, basically.
Oh, that could be fibro as well.
Yeah, fibro. That's it. Thank you.
Fibromyalgia.
Yeah. Fibro. She had fibro, and she was given gabapentin and pregabs for that. And it used to space her the fuck out. Like she just used to be like a fucking zombie after taking that shit.
Yeah,
I was on 3,600 milligrams a day of it.
Oh shit, that's a lot.
Surely that space you out, and you can't. How can you fucking? How can you
function?
Mate, I was on 240 mil of morphine.
Damn.
You know, I've dropped that to 120 now.
How did you survive on that?
Well, because I've been taking it for so long, and all they could do is just keep
I
on
suppose so,
the
yeah.
doses, and my body just got used to it. You know, now the morphine, if I don't take it, I start clucking like a smackhead.
Well, I spoke to a nurse about what they were trying to give my mum, and do you know what she turned and said quietly outside? She said it's to keep them quiet. They want her sedated so they don't argue. And that's bad. And I can imagine these nursing homes are doing the same. They're feeding these people these meds, just shut them up.
Yeah.
Terrible.
And you know what, it doesn't surprise me at all because my ex, the one that assaulted me, and poured a hot coffee over my back, bareback, and stole my mobile phones. She was a cunt. You know, she was an absolute cunt.
Be direct, Dan. Be direct.
You know what? She suffered from that shit, and you know, some of the things I had to go through to help her out due to fibro was fucking mad. You know, I'd never done. You know, let me put it this way: I've never been to the chemist and asked them for certain things that she needed because she couldn't get out of bed. I'm not going to say anything more because I don't want to be a cunt and bring up, you know, her we call conditions, you know, what she's had to go through. But still, there are some things that she had to do because she couldn't do certain things that we would normally do.
Right.
Because of the tablets she was taking and because of the fibro. And I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy, to be quite honest with you.
No, my daughter's got it really bad. And when she has a shower, maybe once or twice a week, it's like fire on her body. And her body reacts by going bright red, like it's being burnt. And that's what a shower feels like when she's having a shower. So she has to watch her the fibro flares, as she calls it. She has to be very careful. She starts to get a tingle. She gets out the shower because she knows what's coming. And it looks like she's sunburnt, basically. But it literally harms her skin just by pure touch of the water. It's mad.
I have to smoke. I have to smoke a joint before I go for a shower.
Yeah, pain.
Right?
Yeah, I know.
The pain, the water in my skin.
It's terrible, isn't it?
I've got neuropathy from the right hand side of my face all the way, cloaking neuropathy around my chest and my back, all the way down through my right leg and in my left.
Not good. No, it's horrible.
I broke my back. I severed the sciatic and the femoral nerve. So I've always had paralysis in my left leg.
Fucking twat.
Yeah, sorry, Smiler. Let me just
then
respond to this. Right. Greg, right? I mean, we've had some discussions on this channel, me and you, and to be fair, you've been pretty reasonable in your discussions in most of them. But to just come out with that, listen, if you want to call somebody out, then come on the fucking panel, mate. Don't just put bollocks like that in the comments. Yeah, at least come on the panel and say, look, X, Y, Z, and refute what somebody's got to say. When people just put things in the comments and say, right, I'm off, see you later, it doesn't give any fucking credence to their argument. You know? Not trying to be a cunt here, just trying to be honest with you, right? If you've got an issue with something I've said or Sonic said or Smiler or Tina, then come up on a fucking panel and say, look, why are you saying X, Y, Z? You know, and at least have a discussion about it. Chucking out comments
much anyway.
doesn't fucking help. You know, don't mean to be a prick, but it don't help, mate. You know.
No. No, I've had several family members suffer from fibro, and that shower thing, I never knew that was that bad. But then you talk about other people, Dan, some people can't put certain levels of clothing on as well. My daughter's the same; she can't wear a heavy coat on her body because it feels weighty. That kind of stuff.
Getting dressed or getting undressed and the clothes touching your skin.
Yeah,
absolutely nightmare. Putting a belt on, and then when you go, and then if you sit down in the chair and that belt touches the right hand side of your skin, you know, it'll make me flinch. It'll make me jump.
It's still a disorder. Yeah, it's still a disorder though. Smile. A lot of doctors don't recognise. They don't understand it. They don't understand what problem is.
Well, this is caused by basically I've got if you imagine your spinal cord's a tunnel and the spinal cord runs through the tunnel, basically at the beginning of the tunnel I've got an obstruction, at the end of the tunnel I've got an obstruction. I've got two plates, 4 pins, 8 wires and a bone graft.
Oh Jesus.
Now
partridge in a pear tree. Sorry. they've been in there since 87. So what happened is, so it's a 10-inch plate. So at the top of the plate and the bottom of the plate is worked as hinges. So above the hinge, so the top of the hinge and the bottom of the hinge, the spinal cord, the spine has crumbled away. There's no discs there. They've already been dehydrated and pushed out or whatever, you know, so it just crumbles and then it causes pressure on the nerve. At the same time, I've got this large syrinx, which is a big pocket of fluid which is leaking. Right now, if you get a syrinx in your spine in America, they will drain that as fast as they can drain it, right? Because if it puts pressure on your nerves, it causes permanent damage to the nerves and the nerves won't recover. I've been 8 years with it, right? And our country, they don't drain it. They're saying it's very complicated. Now my old surgeon, he was the one who pioneered the Jefferson plates that he put in my spine. Now the new neurosurgeon is 35 years old. Right, he's 35 years old. He has to go to a team, and I've told him, instead of going to your team of all youngsters, of all teenagers, go to Mr. Bracey, speak to Mr. Bracey, and Mr. Bracey will discuss it with you. You know, he was still working privately, and he was still
get it from the older generation.
You know, he was still working in the Dutchy Hospital doing private orthopedic surgeries. You know, I said, go away and speak to him because he pioneered what I had done, which is, you know, you can't suss it, you can't work it out. You need to speak to a team before you bring me back for another appointment.
Yes.
And it's like
I got called out the other day for bullshitting about my strokes. I mean, I've proved on this channel that I've had strokes.
Yeah, definitely.
I've shown the paperwork. I haven't shown the paperwork for the last stroke because I haven't really had any paperwork from the last stroke.
I've seen it. I can confirm it.
Although I do have from the Stroke Association, they have sent me something out recently because of my last stroke.
Yeah.
But there are people that will just say, "Oh, you're talking shit. You're talking shit," because they can't see it, because they don't know what you're going through. Because even with fibro, you could go days being okay, then all of a sudden you could be fucking laid up in bed for 3 or 4 days because of the pain. I don't know how your issues affect you, Smiler, so I'm not going to comment on that.
24/7.
Right. So I'm sure that at times you are incapacitated, but people don't get to see that. Only your close friends will get the same as me. Only my close friends get to see me in in the state that I can get in sometimes. I've put a video out once. I've done a live stream once when I was in such a bad state I didn't know what to do. And I came on here and I'd done a video, and within an hour or so I was feeling better because I had people to talk to. But that's the only time I've really put out here how I felt. And at that point I felt like I didn't want to be here. Okay, I genuinely felt like I didn't want to be here anymore. And again, I'm not looking for sympathy. Anybody, don't want any of that shit. Okay, but there are people watch videos or watch YouTube and they see us commenting. They don't know what's going on in our fucking personal life.
Nope.
To type a few comments, okay, and they go, "Oh, well, you was all right on that night." Well, no, maybe I fucking wasn't. Maybe I was just, you couldn't see how I was that night. All you got to see was the comments that I made, and and that doesn't fucking reflect on how I was feeling that night. And as I say, Smiley, I don't know how your conditions affect you as per se. Only what you've told me, and the same as me. Nobody knows what my.
I wash dishes once a week, and I wash the dishes resting on my elbows because I can't stand up.
The point is, nobody understands how the condition affects us, unless they've been through it themselves. I've been called out as a liar about my strokes. Okay. Yeah. I had somebody very recently say to me, "Oh, you've had 5 strokes and you're still alive." Well, yeah, strokes don't necessarily kill you.
No.
They kill parts of your brain, which is hence the reason why I'm so, number one, so tired, because my brain wants to fucking try and repair itself all the time. Number 2, why I forget things very easily. I could be in the middle of a conversation and poof, it's gone.
Yeah.
And that's because certain parts of my brain have been damaged. But a stroke doesn't necessarily kill you. It's nothing like a heart attack, which can kill you. A stroke will generally affect a certain part of your brain because of a blood clot or a bleed. I've been very lucky and I've experienced blood clots, not bleeds. Bleeds would be far more difficult to treat. Blood clots, however, are a lot easier to treat. And I've been very, very lucky. And to be honest, the luck that I've had, I should give these up. But as I've said before, I'm not going to. I'm not going to fucking live my life in fear of the next one. And then when the next one comes, if the next one puts me in a fucking wheelchair for the rest of my life, I don't want to sit here and go, "Oh, fuck me. I've just spent X amount of time trying to give up smoking, being miserable and fucking arsey, and I've had a stroke anyway." So I'm going to continue living my life as I live my life. Yes, there are things that I could change and are trying to change. Smoking is not so easy. You can't just turn it off like that, unfortunately. So, I don't even know what my point is. Here we go. This is my point. I've forgotten what I was fucking talking about.
Judging people on their conditions.
Yeah, people will look at you and go, "Oh, well, there's nothing wrong with you," because they don't know what you're going through. Especially when it comes to YouTube, you generally only put yourself forward when you're feeling good about yourself or when you're feeling okay.
Yeah.
When you're not, you don't come on. When you're feeling like shit, I go to fucking bed and get some sleep, or I don't come on here. So people aren't seeing that part of your life. They're only seeing the part that you allow them to see, and they use that as a basis to claim that your life is okay and there's fuck all wrong with you. Do you know what I mean?
It's called hidden disability. Most people that see a disabled person, especially when you got the car with the blue badge, the first thing I used to get when I got out of the car with my leg I have to wear permanent leg support on my right leg. "Oh, what's wrong with you?" None of your business is what's wrong with you. I have a blue badge in the car. It's none of your business. But it's hidden disability. It's like fibro. Sometimes you can be fine, but other times you're in chronic pain, but you can't see that chronic pain. The person's feeling it. They're not showing it. My daughter, like I say, sometimes I can't hug her because her skin is so sore. I can't give her a hug. So I have to give her a kiss on her forehead. And she's like, oh, stop doing that. Stop being a sloppy. And I said, you're my daughter. I'm going to do it all the time. But I can't hug her sometimes because of that pain. You know, it's just crazy. People assume by what they see is what you are. But you're not, because I've got hidden disabilities you can't see. It affects my body that I don't go around showing people. You know, but there are hidden disabilities that people are not aware of. They shouldn't make that judgment.
No, but they do because they think they can use it against you.
Yeah, they don't.
That's why people try to use that shit against me, which is why I proved when I had the 3 strokes in 2021, I showed everybody the paperwork that I got. I showed everybody that it said that I had a stroke and then I had 2 further episodes. You know, I'm shy in showing people and proving to people. I'm not shy in that whatsoever. I don't give a fuck. Do you know what I mean? At the end of the day, I've had a stroke. You know, I'm not going to be embarrassed about the fact I've had a stroke. I will share that with people to show people and say, look, things might be different now because of X, Y, Z. But yeah, I get called out over it. I mean, Tiffany said her mum has mini strokes almost every day. I mean, none of mine have been called TIAs recently. I had TIAs in the past, a few years ago. No, 9 or 10 years ago, I was getting TIAs.
Yeah, they're good fun there. I had them about 8 years ago.
But what I've been suffering for the last 3 years are not TIAs. They are strokes. They call them strokes, not TIAs, and there is a difference, as most people.
It was actually the optician that picked up my TIA. I thought I was having a migraine when I was sat in the optician's ready to do my eye test, and then she started looking in my eyes, and she went, "Are you feeling all right?" And I went, "I think I got a migraine." And she said, "No, it's a bit worse than that. I need to write a letter to your doctor. You need to make an appointment with your doctor straight away."
Yeah.
And I was literally having a TIA when I was sat in the doctor's in the opticians.
9 or 10 years ago.
Yeah. Bumble, you've got your sound on in the background. We can hear that. Yes, English. You're absolutely right. If your stroke affects a part of the brain, yes, it can kill you. But the amount of areas it can affect in your brain, it is unlikely that it will affect the part of your brain that governs your heart. To be honest, and this is just through the research that I've done and what I've been told by the professionals.
I'll be back in a sec, Dan.
No worries, Tina. It could be the heart that's creating the strokes. But from my research, it's unlikely that, or it's a less of a chance that the stroke will affect your heart function in your brain than it will other areas, because obviously there's many different areas in your brain that a stroke can affect, and your heart is only one of those. So yes, it could cause issues with your heart, which could kill you, but the percentage is quite low from what I can gather. I might be wrong on that, by the way. This is not medical advice. I'm just saying what I've learned from my own research and what I've been told. Hi, Bumble.
Hi, sorry, connection is shit. Sorry.
No
I
worries.
saw what you were discussing, and respect to you, Spider, for what you're going through. Having had fibro for over 20 years, to be honest, it's a bastard illness. But I am in control of it at the moment, and I'm forever grateful of every morning that I wake up. And like you were saying, Dan, that hidden disabilities, like the fact that you say that you struggle to walk to the shop and your pharmacy, and know you push yourself each week to get your weekly meds. Big respect to you.
Well, everyone keeps saying to me, "Get a taxi," and I get a taxi. Sorry, Bumble. I mean, my local village is, or my doctor's was an 8-minute walk away. and the doctor's or my doctor's was directly opposite the pharmacy. I cannot even walk that 8 minutes anymore. I get to the top of the road opposite mine, and I cannot walk any further than that, and it hurts like fuck. Not fibro hurt. It's just the aching because I'm using muscles that I don't normally use because I'm walking slightly differently now because of the weakness in the left side. But it's not getting stronger. I'm not strengthening those muscles. It's actually getting harder to do that.
One question, Dan.
Go on, Bumble. Say again.
After your first and second stroke, did you get any rehabilitation from physio? And having been on a stroke rehabilitation ward myself, even though I didn't have a stroke, the fact that I'm in a wheelchair, I did get phenomenal support from physio to actually become more independent and even stand after 4 months bedbound and 1 year not even being able to stand. If I hadn't have had that, I would have still been bedbound.
Well, my physio, my last physio for my last stroke, signed me off this morning. Shit. Okay. They said to me, we've sent you some information on exercises that you need to do. We don't need to, as long as you can do those exercises, we don't need to come and see you anymore.
But how many days a week can you do those exercises?
I don't know. I've not tried yet.
Exactly.
To be honest with you, I don't know.
And this is the hidden that the medical don't see. And my fibro is controlled by pain relief. Yeah, and one of my drugs is quite a controlled drug. I'm not going to name it for my own protection.
Yeah.
I'm sat here knowing that my pain relief runs out in the morning tomorrow, and I have tried since last Thursday to get a prescription for this drug, and even an outreach worker, because I'm sick and I should be in bed. However, I have to do a hotel hop tomorrow. Even he can't get the drug from 6 chemists. And this is what people don't see. And Smiler, I know that you suffer in a lot of pain, and life has so many challenges that not only the medical profession don't see, but also carers or Joe Public don't see. Am I right?
Yeah.
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 Oh yeah, I mean, I can be sitting here and I just burst into fucking tears.
Yeah.
And it's like, where did that come from?
That's the thing. Nobody sees that shit. No one sees that shit. That's the problem.
Yeah.
People think, oh, he's all right. He's fucking bollocking. He's talking shit. Nobody sees what we go through when we don't come on camera. Nobody, you could be sitting there. You're not on camera. We can't see your face. We can't see you grimacing in pain. You could be going through pain at the moment. And most people want to hide that shit from people on YouTube because it gets used against them. I don't. Right? I'm more than happy to explain how I feel, even if it does get used against me, and it does. Right? I mean, you've all seen it.
Back to you, man.
I will still talk about how shit affects me because I want people to know that it's not embarrassing to talk about, and that we need to talk about shit like that because people need to understand that they're not the only one going through it. Okay, and when
our lives are only getting tougher.
Yes, and when you're going through shit and you feel like you're the only person that's going through it, life can be very lonely because you don't feel that you can talk to people about it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm quite honest and open about how I feel and how things are affecting me on YouTube. Right? Because you guys, there's nearly 50,000 people that subscribe to this. And I think it's very, very important that everybody realizes that there's nothing embarrassing about talking about how you feel. There are probably half a dozen people at the very least that are going through exactly the same thing we're going through.
I spent 2 days. I spent 2 days. I was taught young. It was weak to cry and show your feelings. I mask so much, and even people that have met up with me and said, "I didn't realize you were in that much pain that day. I didn't realize that you were like."
It's not weak. And to be quite blunt with you, you're a dickhead if you try and hide it.
Yeah, I'm not anymore.
Which is good. Which, you know, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to you.
No.
I used to think the same thing. I used to think people don't want to know about this shit. People just want me to do my videos. And I thought through that and I put my videos out. And then it got to a point where I really didn't want to be here anymore because of it. And I came on here on a live stream. I fucking cried and I looked like an absolute twat. But you know what? That video's still on my channel because it is so important that people realise that we are all going through our own shit.
Yeah, we do.
You know?
Yeah.
We are all going through our own shit.
But no two, I think a lot of the public put us into a what am I saying? A line. So they think everyone with the same condition should be doing the same thing, but we're not, because we've all got different conditions. I was born disabled. I had calipers when I was on my legs, like Forrest Gump in the movie. I had to wear special boots at school, but I recovered from that. But because of that, I ended up with, brittle bone disease, and I had lots of fractures. But I carried on working. I did physical manual labor for almost 30 years until I realized I could no longer do it because of my.
And you ended up with knowledge.
Yes,
and
I did.
Hearing it. Like, you speak well.
Well, this is what I changed
and
my
saying
career.
about knowledge, Jace. Something I want to say was something I really want to say is that I was on one of those drugs that you mentioned earlier, PREGAB. You know that one.
Pregabalin.
Pregabalin.
Yeah.
And my consultant psychiatrist was telling me to stop overnight. And I had done my research and I challenged him every single appointment and said, you know, that can cause a fit and also a relapse, that somebody will need a higher dose when they go back on it.
Yeah, you've got
and I went to a group and got lived experience, and my GP was prepared to work with me. But every single time I saw that psychiatrist in the following months, he said, why haven't you stopped your pregabalin? And I said, I'm doing it the safe way and I will get there. Do you know how long it took me? 18 months to get off. But I did it. And at the same time, I was on gabapentin, and I recently got off that. I got off another drug earlier on in the year. And I'm moving forward. These bastards aren't going to keep me down. And right now, there is so much shit going. And as I said, I can't even get a stock of my pain relief that I need. And one volunteer homeless outreach in my area has tried 7 chemists today. And right now it works on, I have to turn up at the urgent care centre tomorrow and say, what are you going to give me to replace it?
Yeah,
yes.
It's the same with boots.
And my regular dispenser made allegations which are untrue and stopped my dispensing. And I've been requesting this medication now, a prescription for this medication. And I thought it was done Monday. I thought it was done Tuesday. I had thought it was done last Thursday, but no, it got done yesterday. And I'm now without that. And it could put me in hospital without that pain relief. But I'm still fighting forward.
It's the same as me. Right now, boots.
Smilo, you're a bit quiet. Can you turn up?
I don't know how to turn
it up Dan?
Any louder.
Dan's gone for a wee, I think.
Right.
Okay.
So, boot. Now, I order my repeat prescription every 4 weeks.
Yes.
And I've been waiting. Now, I always, because I've been cutting down on my own supply anyway, and cutting. So I've got enough in the cupboard to keep me going. Now, I've been chasing Boots for 5 days. Boots have turned around and said, we're having difficulty getting hold of morphine. We've got your oral morph, but we can't get hold of your morphine. We're having trouble getting hold of morphine. And I'm like, we do realise how long I've been on morphine, and you do realise the side effects. If I stop it, or if I haven't got that dose, what's going to happen to me?
Yeah.
And they're like, well, the only way that you can do it.
I've already been in hospital once this week, and street homeless. Yeah, I'm in a wheelchair, and the law says
it's by going to casualty.
Yeah, that will be the option tomorrow, Smiler. If the GP can't find a pharmacy, I've been in touch with 111 and asked, can you resource this medication? No.
Well, luckily,
you know,
I had a text at 4:30 to say my prescription's been filled, so I can
God
go and
bless
collect
you,
mine
mate.
tomorrow.
But I think that I'm going with the outreach worker tomorrow after I check out the hotel, and I'm supposed to go to another hotel. I also have chronic fatigue syndrome, and at the moment I need to spend about 16 to 18 hours in bed.
Fucking horrible, isn't it?
I don't have time to deal with all this stress that is further making me ill. But I am registered homeless.
One thing to remember,
It's just one thing after another.
CFS, which is chronic fatigue syndrome, is also known as ME.
Yep.
Yeah. Myalgic encephalopathy.
So people that think, oh, CFS is nothing, you might have heard of ME, which is, you know, something which is the phrase that most people use. I don't use it because I've not had anybody in a medical space say to me it's ME. Everybody just refers to it as CFS, and that's what I refer to it as. But it is, if you look it up, chronic fatigue syndrome is ME.
It is.
And do you know the amazing thing, Dan? At my GPs, they don't recognise it. I have found one GP in the practice after 6 months of going there that has some knowledge. And when I said, I think I got a waterworks infection, and she said, why is it important that you check early? And I went, well, I was bedbound 4 months with a water infection last year. I said, so I want to prevent that. And she's like, okay, can I examine you on the couch? And because I'm in a wheelchair and the couch doesn't lower the same height, she can't examine me, but they won't do home visits. So how do I get an examination of my abdomen and whatever when they can't even get me on a couch?
Yeah.
There is so much there is so many obstructions within the NHS to disability, including when you go in hospital. Did any of you know that the majority of ambulances won't take a wheelchair?
Yeah.
You have to beg them, and you have to literally say, "That's my legs." And one thing I was told in December by the physios was the biggest barrier to getting people back to their independence, if they're wheelchair users, is that they don't bring their wheelchair in. And I said, did you know ambulances won't bring them in? I've even been on to the wheelchair service saying, and they said, well, your wheelchair should be insured by your own, you know, self, and being an NHS loan, they should be covered. And I tell you now that it depends on the crew.
Yeah, I've not had a problem down here in Devon. If you call patient transport and tell them you've got a wheelchair, they will pick you up.
Yeah,
So,
a day vehicle will pick you up, but an emergency vehicle is not insured to carry it. And I have to beg and point out how it will cause more distress without my wheelchair, with my PTSD and sensory overload, that I can't always sit in a bed on a ward with dementia people screaming, and I need to be able to step away. And the council have put me on the street for 5 hours on Wednesday. Beat that. And the law says I cannot be put on the street homeless. Something to do with the Lumbila sense. And yeah, the council didn't care a fuck. Sorry, Dan, for my language.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Look, the way that some people get treated, and again, right, I kind of understand in a sense some of the potential ways of thinking that the NHS has, but they're not taking into account how things affect us individually. I think they're looking at things as an overall. Well, overall, somebody doesn't need this or somebody doesn't need that, but individually, everybody is so different.
Yeah.
You know, and that difference makes has a massive impact on us.
Yes.
You know, some people, granted, some people that have got fibromyalgia, for example, can walk from their beds to an ambulance. but there are others that literally cannot.
No.
And they're not looking at each case individually, in my opinion.
Yeah, but if you
But when you've got to pay for a taxi for your own wheelchair to follow you 12 hours later to A&E, it's a bit insane. These people like me are on benefits. And just to get a wheelchair taxi, because I only just about stand with like assistance on rails and that, and I can't get in a car. I've not been shown how to get in a car. Even though it was on Physio's agenda, they weren't able to show me how to transfer to a car as a seated wheelchair user. And I most probably don't have the upper body strength because of injuries from my car accident. But you imagine you go to the doctors and you phone up the doctors and say, I need to see a doctor urgently. You say, I can't turn up to 4 o'clock because my taxi driver's doing a school run. And then you're trying to book a taxi to come back, or you're trying to book a taxi to come back from your medication, and they muck you about. Right? They told you your meds were ready in 10 minutes, and you text your driver, and 40 minutes later you're still waiting for your medication at that big chain of chemists, starting with a B with a white sign and blue letters. And they're just pissing you about, and then you miss your taxi, and then you've got to wait another 2 hours for a disabled wheelchair taxi to be available.
Right, Smiler, I think we're getting feedback from you, Smiler. There, your icon was showing noise.
I tried to turn the
Dan,
mic
can
up.
you turn Smiler up, because I can't actually hear him?
I'm going to go, Dan. I'm going to say good night to everybody and wish everybody blessings, all right? And I'll catch up with you guys soon. All right?
All right, Tina.
Good night, everybody. Take care.
Tina, if your daughter can manage a bath, it will be better for her.
She can't get in a bath, darling. She can't.
No, that's understandable.
All right.
Take care.
Good night, everybody.
Bye.
God bless. Peace and blessings.
Cheers.
Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Cheers. But have you not noticed since the pandemic, everything's got a whole lot worse, and we're all useless eaters because we need the NHS.
Of course it has, and people are used to it now. It's 3 years of bullshit, and a lot of people are getting used to how things are, and we shouldn't be getting used to how things are. This is not the new fucking normal that they were trying to push on us. Okay, there is no new normal. We should be going back to how things were. But they're not. They're holding in place all these fucking changes that they've put into place.
I am constantly,
and it's wrong.
Dan, I am constantly told that the GP's not prescribing my 9 meds in one go, even though they've taken the time to prescribe 5 meds. So why does it take longer to prescribe another 4 meds?
Have you showed signs of suicide? Have you been suicidal? Have you been suicidal? Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm a fighter right now.
That doesn't matter that much these days, unfortunately, from my experience.
Smiler, I have been there, but I ain't going there. I'm not letting the bastards grind me down.
Well, I mean, I get two Boots brown paper bags full of my script in it.
Yeah. Night, Tina.
So they fill my script up, but they're struggling to get hold of morphine because apparently there's a morphine.
I actually asked for my Oromorph this week, and a doctor said, "Well, you haven't been prescribed it." Yes, I have been prescribed it from your surgery since February, but yeah, you want to deny me it? Okay, fine.
Well, I showed you earlier. This is a month's worth of medication for me.
I didn't see Dan.
That's tiny.
There is underneath all of these boxes, there are other boxes. Okay, this is a month's worth of medication for me, unfortunately, because of my strokes. The majority of that is to stop me having another stroke, which didn't work before, but still they're giving it to me. And some of it is for my mental health. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 a day is for my mental health, and 7 a day are to stop me from having another stroke.
And Dan,
yet I had
sorry.
another stroke. No, it's
Dan,
fine.
Someone earlier was saying that medication caused them to have diabetes. Was it you, Smiler?
Yeah, gabapentin.
Yeah, been there. But it was a psychiatric medication. And what was so shocking was that the same appointment that I was told that I was diabetic type 2 because they suddenly changed my mental health meds. It couldn't have been changed quicker. There was no wean off. It was like, right, you're changing from this one to that one. So they must know that it causes diabetes.
They want you to be diabetic. They told me I was like borderline diabetic. Okay, but yet they've not given me any diabetic medication. All they've given me is statins. And I know somebody else just mentioned statins in the comments, but a lot of people say that statins are bad for you. Now, they gave me statins.
Can cause muscle pain. Be aware.
My level, my cholesterol level was a 10. And as far as I'm aware, 10 is the highest it can go. Okay.
No, I broke the scale. The cholesterol doctors. I was sat in with a cholesterol doctor, and he had the trainees with him, and he said, "Do you mind if they sit in?" And I said, "Yeah, no, that's fine." He said, "Right, I've had your bloods back." He said, "But we've got a special way of analysing your blood, and there's a special sequence or special what do you call it? A way how they work out what the figure is for your cholesterol level." He said, "You've actually broke the scale. We can't work out how high your cholesterol level is."
Smiler, because of my father's condition and past family on his side, I've always known I'm a high risk. I have been on statins, but I came off them. And I literally went through 6 appointments where at the GPs, I was being pressured to take statins. And I said, "Why won't you let me get it down naturally?" And they said, "Oh, it's not possible." And when I said, "I'm going to use this to get it down," "Oh, that will interfere with your other meds. You can't take that." And I said, "How do you know I haven't been taking it?" And when I came off a big anti-acid medication, that actually interferes with absorption of vitamins.
I was on that. Horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Horrible stuff.
Yeah.
Go on, Bob. Carry on.
Yeah, I've been on that one, and so has my dad. And when I came off an anti-acid medication, hear me out on this one. The doctor said, "Well, why don't you want this drug starting with an L?" And I said, "Well, I've been on it about 15 years, and it looks like I'm deficient in some of my vitamins, including vitamin B12 is question, which would cause further fatigue." And when I said to her that I was going to use a natural remedy of apple cider vinegar with mother, she turned around and told me that it would make me twice as worse and that I couldn't possibly do it. You know what? I've been off those meds for about 4 months, and I haven't even needed to use the natural remedy more than 7 times. I'm not saying, and I'm not advocating for everybody to come off their medication, but they need to look at what they're taking and if there's a suitable alternative. Because some people in the chat have been saying some of these medications have worse side effects. If you take an ibuprofen,
hang on,
it can cause stomach problems and a headache.
As you've just said, Bumble, nothing that's being said tonight is advocating coming off of any medication that you're on.
No, it's my personal experience.
You need to speak to your doctor. Okay, anything that's been spoken about on this panel tonight is personal experience only. So, you know, no medical information is being offered. No. We're just telling you things of how things have worked out for us individually.
I looked up all my meds.
And if it wasn't from lived experience and about a group of maybe about 600 people, even though Pfizer tried to shut it down, I wouldn't have got off pregabalin because their support was amazing. And their advice, it worked. And I'm a fighter, and I'm not going to give up easily.
Bottle cap,
Oh,
I'll
look.
be honest. I've been on statins for, I think, about 4 years. I think they've put me on statins for. Now, my muscle strength was okay until I had my stroke. So I don't know whether or not statins has an effect on muscle strength. I can't answer that. I'm not medically trained. But I can say that I was on statins before my stroke, and my physical strength, my muscle strength was okay until I had my strokes. So I can't back up that it may be due to statins or not, because it's not affected me in that way.
Dan, can I send you a bit of information by email?
Why not?
Okay. Because if you don't educate yourself, you don't know, and then you're being led without any control. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
I looked up all my meds in the BMJ, and I looked up all my meds contradicting with each other, and learned that half the meds the doctor shouldn't have prescribed me, because each one didn't act with the other med or caused another problem. Right, but the doctor was just issuing the prescription. Oh, you need this, you need that. All right, wait. Well, you're on 800, so now take 1,000. Now you need to take 1,200. Now you need to take 1,400.
They're trying to get you
every
dependent
week,
and then other symptoms.
Yeah, every week I want you to put it up by 200 a dose. 4 times a day till your maximum dose. And it's like, why have I put on 4 stone in weight?
Well, that's part of the reason I think
I'm actually losing weight now that I'm not on certain medication. Massive respect to you though for what you're going through. I hope you can find some ease in your pain even for an hour. Okay. My fibro has got under control by the pain patch, but as I said, I will be in an opioid withdrawal within 24 hours, and I have PTSD from hospitals. So you're fighting one thing against another.
I get withdrawal 2 hours.
Yeah.
Sorry, Smiler. Bottle cap. I've had that issue myself on several channels recently. I think it is a YouTube issue. I've tried copy and pasting certain messages that I've put in comments, and it gives me the same error try again message, and I've had to change the wording in order for it to go through. But I think that is a YouTube thing rather than anything else.
Bottle cap as well. Write the word as you speak it, like F-I-Z-E-R instead of P-Z-I-E-R. That sometimes can help the message get through. Sorry, Dan.
No, it's fine. Some of the vowels for him.
I strongly advocate that if you don't educate yourself, just like Smilo was saying that he's looking up the British Medical Journal online of his medications, you don't know what to expect from that medication. It's like they say, if you take a Nurofen, it can cause a headache, it can cause a stomach ulcer, it can cause this, and then you're having to chase one symptom with another med, and then another med, and then another med, and it's called polypharmacy.
Let's be fair, right? They say that excessive use of certain medications will cause those things. We need to be fair. They say in the paperwork and whatnot, and in the papers, they say that excessive use of a certain drug, we'll use that phrase for want of a better word, can cause certain side effects. But again, this, every single drug can cause side effects.
But then can't nature cause side effects? Like the sun can cause cancer?
Yeah, but they should. But there should be, as Smiler said, they've offered him certain things which he's looked on the BMJ.
Hear that. Sorry, Smiler.
Which the medical journal, British Medical Journal, and he's looked at things on there, and it said that certain drugs shouldn't be used with certain other drugs because it can conflict with them. And I think you know, my own personal opinion again, by the way, not medical advice. I think that doctors will prescribe stuff. Yes, listen, I know there's going to be people out there that are going to go, yeah, but doctors pledge an oath. Yeah, so do police. Fuck off. You know what I mean? Right?
They get paid for whatever prescriptions they write out.
Yes. Each month.
And Smiler, I proved that.
Hang on,
I proved that in like March when I said I'm coming off this anti-acid med, and she literally reacted, and I said, well, I'm prepared to try a natural substance,
right.
You know, a natural apple cider vinegar to try and help my acid. Now, I take that med to chase another med, which is an anti-inflammatory, and can cause stomach ulcers.
Right.
And bearing in mind, a consultant said, if you don't take your anti-inflammatory with food, you'll end up having surgery for a stomach ulcer.
Right. Every month, or maybe even more than that, more regularly.
Just go mute for a few minutes. Call a nature.
No worries. Every month, or maybe even more often than that, a representative will turn up at the doctors and say, if you sell our product rather than somebody else's product, we'll give you a little backhander. So for example, and I will use this as an example because, you know, out of a statin, right? This is Liptor, okay, and this is from, let me see who this is from. UK marketing authorization holder Upjohn UK Limited. Upjohn, who the fuck is Upjohn Limited? Anyway, so this person will, that company will send a representative to the doctor and say, well, if you sell our atorvastatin this month over Pfizer's or any of the others, then we'll give you a little kickback. And the doctor will go, fuck it, why not? Bit of extra cash in my pocket. We all would. Let's not fucking lie about it. We, you know, somebody's going to go, you extra quid, you're going to go, okay, I'm in, right? And so they don't give a fuck which one they give you, providing it's called the same thing, atorvastatin, okay? And they will all be called the same thing, but they'll be from a different company. They don't give a fuck. Doctors don't give a fuck. Right?
Exactly the same in the hospital. Dad. How many of you? One of my ex-mistresses, she was a senior staff nurse on the heart ward in our hospital down here. Yeah. Now, every month, every 2 months, she would come home with loads of biros. She would come home with those silly little things around her. Yeah, she'd come home with clipboards, notepads. Yeah. Because a rapper's been in and said, right, we want you to start using our drug. And here's a load of freebies. Here's a load of freebies. Push our drug. So when your patients are going home, write them out a prescription for our drug.
Yep.
You know, I've ended up with a lot of
gabapentin and pregabalin. It's made in Afghanistan. Over there, it's like £2 something a box. Where Pfizer's one is $13.80 a box.
Yeah. And Smiler, you can see these prices if you go on the British Medical BMJ. Sorry, BNF, the British National Formulary.
Right, yeah, BNF, yeah.
And that is a drug bible that all medical doctors and even paramedics and ambulance staff use. You'll see a BNF in every A&E department and every ward, and there's also something called a MIMS.
They've stopped giving it as a book now, and it's now on a disc.
Yeah.
Whereas my ex-missus, she used to be able to bring the book home, and we'd had a book at home. And
I had a book for a while.
But they stopped doing that. Now it's done by disc.
The thing is, look at the price of ibuprofen to Nurofen or another big brand. It's like unbelievable. Like if you go in your local pound shop, you can pick up ibuprofen, but it's the same contents as that Nurofen. So why use a branded name?
Well, you're absolutely right. I mean, look, the doctors will give you whatever, okay, providing it gives them a kickback.
Yeah.
You know, that's my opinion. Okay.
And am I
grant-
right that they won't now issue paracetamol, ibuprofen, and other things?
Granted, sorry, I just want to make something very, very clear.
Sorry.
Granted, they will give you something that they believe will help you, because if they don't, then they're in fucking shit, aren't they? So if they just
They're
give you
oath.
anything, yeah, if they could just turn around and go, fuck it, we'll just give them some antipsychotic drugs for heartburn, you know, they're going to be fucked. But they will give you something that is recommended for your condition. But they will give you that based on how much kickback they will get from this pharmaceutical company that's given it to them, which is why I've never, apart from clopidogrel, which is to help me with my stroke, apart from this stuff, clopidogrel, apart from that, everything else I've had from multiple multiple outlets, should we say. This is the only one that's ever come in this same box ever since I've been offered it from 2 years ago. Right. And I think to myself, why they, you know, what the fuck is this?
Yeah.
And then I realized, well, you know, for example, quetiapine. For example, I'll have to use Java because that answer. Quetiapine.
And the side effect of that is you sweat a lot with that.
Quetiapine is for my EUPD. Okay, I'm supposed to take 2 in the morning and 2 in the evening before I go to bed. It's supposed to help me with my sleep. Does it fuck? That's how much it helps me with my sleep, right?
You're still awake at 2.
Venlafaxine. Venlafaxine is the only thing, and I'm on 225 milligrams of that, which is the highest dose I believe you can get of venlafaxine. That stuff is the only thing that if I don't take affects me. Everything else I couldn't.
Dan, is that an XR or is that? Oh, that is an XR. Slow release.
XL.
All right. Talk to me. I've been there.
I'm talking to you.
Yeah, I know, but in PM, I did email you about it.
No, but let's just talk now. Fuck it. I don't mind.
Okay.
There's other people watching that might be in
the So I'll put my hands up. I was on venlafaxine for about 1.5 years, 2 years. You cut out when I talk. Sorry.
No, carry on. Carry on talking.
And I came off it in a dangerous way. I had asked my psychiatrist numerous times to come off it. And he would just adjust the dose, put it up, put it down, put me on slow release. And I couldn't get off it. If I was 2 hours late, I was sick as a dog. And I decided to do a first aid duty, and the night before stop my venlafaxine. And basically I got put in a first aid post for the whole day. And about 2 days later, I spent 10 days in hospital being offered venlafaxine every day. And I went, nope. And they wouldn't offer me anything else. Coming off venlafaxine is equivalent to coming off crack cocaine.
Oh, you're not fucking wrong. I can assure you now, anybody that's watching.
Yeah, this and stuff, other drugs like pregabalin is just as worse. What I'm going to say is,
sorry, bum. Let me just explain. If I don't take this stuff for more than 48 hours, my head is up my arse. Right, it fucks you up properly.
Dan,
genuinely speaking, it will fuck you up good and proper.
Dan,
go on.
I explained that my head felt as though the contents had been emptied into a metal garbage bin and had been whizzed up by an electric metal food mixer, you know, like with the blades on.
Right.
And that's how I explained it about 20 years ago. And I had electric shocks. I had the feeling of people feet walking over my grave. I had the sweats. I had the shakes, the tremors. I felt faint. And it you know, like they were really bizarre symptoms. And there was so much pressure to get me to take another tablet. And I just turned around and said, nope, 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 nope. Give me something else. I'm glad to say that 20 years later, I'm off all my psychiatric meds, despite I am diagnosed with post-traumatic stress disorder. Sorry, bearded vet, it's an earphone. Despite that, I have post-traumatic stress disorder, a complex PTSD, and I have some other mental health symptoms. Like I have had agoraphobia for 4 years. I kicked that ass. And every day when I wake up, I'm like, it's a new day. And with my chronic fatigue syndrome, it's like, am I going to be able to get out of bed, do the tasks that I've got today? The ME, chronic fatigue syndrome, is crippling.
See, this is the problem. I don't call it ME, and maybe I should.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't know. It is CFS
Dan,
is ME.
Yeah.
But because
Dan,
everybody,
I have heard.
Nobody yet has said to me you've got ME. They all say CFS. Maybe that's what they're taught to say. I don't know.
Dan,
but
I have heard that even though it's chronic fatigue syndrome ME with me, there is chronic fatigue syndrome. Now hear me out. Somebody that doesn't, and I don't know exactly your symptoms, somebody who doesn't get the post-exercise malaise, so if they take a shower, they've then got to rest for 6 to 8 hours. If they do any activity, they've then got to rest for an hour. But even if it's a 20-minute activity, if that person has an infection, like a waterworks infection, that will cripple them further. And it's all about the gut bacteria and the mitochondria with ME. Now, chronic fatigue syndrome, and we've now got the long-term COVID that falls into the chronic fatigue syndrome, if people didn't know that, doesn't have the extremes or the amount of symptoms and severity that ME has. And I'm not dismissing that anybody doesn't have ME, but they need to get it, firstly from a doctor, and secondly from a consultant. And this is the interesting thing. I've been diagnosed about 5 years. I've been told for about 2 years, 2.5 years, that I've got ME, chronic fatigue syndrome. I cannot get to see a neurologist or a specialist about this. And this condition is on the same level of multiple sclerosis, MS, that other people have mentioned, and is life crippling. And also, people with ME die from the starvation because they don't get the nutrients.
Right. Just to clarify, on the NHS website, it says ME stroke CFS. So these two are classed as the same. CFS is ME. ME is chronic fatigue syndrome. Okay. On the NHS website, it says that symptoms of ME stroke CFS include feeling extremely tired all the time. You may find it hard to do daily activities. Yes, I feel that every day. Still feeling tired after resting or sleeping. Yes, I wake up in the morning and I want to sleep after an hour or two. Okay. Taking a long time to recover after physical activity. When I walk to the local shop, which is normally a 4-minute walk away, it takes me 20 odd minutes to walk there now. By the time I get there and get back, I need to sleep. Problems sleeping, such as waking up often during the night. I get that. And then when I wake up in the morning, I wake up and I feel like I've been tensed all night. My arms fucking hurt. And problems with thinking, memory, and concentration. I often forget what I'm saying. I could be talking about a situation that I've been talking about for 10 minutes, then suddenly, boom, just like that, it's evaporated from my brain. And I can't even remember what I said 2 minutes before. So this is a genuine thing on the NHS website, ME stroke CFS. They class this as exactly the same thing. And this is exactly what I suffer
on all my documents, it says ME stroke CFS.
On mine, it doesn't. On mine, all it says is CFS.
Yeah. And an interesting fact for you to know, and somebody pointed this out to me, was ME. Sorry, I'm not hearing you when you talk, or I'm behind on the video.
No, go on, carry on.
People might not know this, but ME is related to extreme ADHD burnout.
Right.
Now, we've got more things and more research evolving over the time, and more things are coming to light. It's just like years ago, ME was called yuppie flu. And I remember in about 2000, it was called yuppie flu.
Right.
And it was thought to have only the rich people got this flu. And yes, English bottle cap, it's myalgic encephalomyelitis or chronic fatigue syndrome. They do come together to some level. So does the long-term COVID. However, if I had long-term COVID, I could get into a clinic. With chronic fatigue syndrome, ME, I can't.
Long-term COVID, let's be honest, is a load of that, right? I'm not being
They're
funny.
saying
Right?
that long-term COVID creates chronic fatigue syndrome.
Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that go, I've been diagnosed with long-term COVID. Look.
Yes, exactly. But
yeah, I'm not going to say any more than that, right?
No.
Right. Okay.
And people go for years without being diagnosed. People go for years without being diagnosed as chronic illness. Like it you know, when I was in hospital and I had a post-traumatic stress disorder, believe it or not, a student nurse stroke healthcare assistant asked me one question, and I was on a stroke rehabilitation unit. She said, can stroke patients suffer post-traumatic stress disorder? And I said, well, if they had a stroke and fell at the bottom of the stairs, yes. If they were unable to communicate, lost their voice, and was panicking and feared for their life, it's possible. Imagine being in like a shell and you can't communicate with anybody. You can't move your arms and legs coordinated because of the stroke. You fear life. You feel like your life is over.
Yeah. Well, you know, I was put on the acute stroke ward. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
There's a difference. The difference between acute and chronic, and I brought this up. I'm not going to lie to you. I brought this up on on the computer. Okay. Acute is a severe and sudden onset, whereas a chronic is a long developing syndrome. Okay. So, for example, asthma, which you might have suffered all your life, which would be classed as chronic. Acute is something that happens very quickly. Okay, like a stroke, like a heart attack. It's not something that happens over a period of years. It's something that boom happens and you're fucked, right? Which is why I was put on the acute stroke ward for a week. On my first admission to hospital, when I had the 3 strokes, I was there for a week. On my second admission, I was there on the Tuesday night until the Friday, and they let me go on the Friday. And I went back in on the Sunday for an MRI scan, which is where they discovered that there was further damage to my brain, and they found also a piece of metal in my head.
Have you had a follow-up then?
No, not yet. I've got the follow-up. The follow-up is coming up.
I was about to say, on the third stroke, the time sponsored by a Waikerist.
Fuck off.
I've done it. Smilo, you okay?
I've got a stroke review on the 18th. I've got a doctor's appointment, which is my annual assessment, on the 25th. And I've got a cardiology appointment on the 28th, which is where they're going to give me a machine to wear for 72 hours to see if my heart is playing up. I do have, as far as I'm aware, I do have a neurology appointment coming up at some point, which is to check my brain, because what they want to do is they want to see whether it's my heart that's causing the problem or my brain that's causing the problem. A stroke is normally one or the other. It could come from elsewhere, but it's generally 99% of the time it's either a heart problem or a brain issue. Now, I've been very lucky. I've not had a bleed on the brain. I've had what's it called? A clot. Clots are far more easier to deal with than a bleed. A bleed on the brain, they have to let it bleed. They can't just go in and go, oh, fuck it, let's go in and sort it out. Okay. Brain surgery is far more difficult. A blood clot, they can give you, I can't remember what it's called. An anti-clot drug. I can't remember what it's called, but they can give you an anti-clot drug, which waters your blood down and destroys the clot.
Like
warfarin is maintenance, DJ.
Much easier than dealing with a bleed on the brain. And I have been extremely, and it sounds really stupid, right? When I say I've had a stroke, but I've been very lucky, people look at me and go, what? And I go, look, there's two kinds of strokes, a bleed on the brain or a clot. A clot they can deal with within within an hour, they can deal with a clot. But a bleed, they can't. They can't just go, fuck it, let's go in and sort it out. They have to work out.
Do, Pat, from what I saw.
Why. Well, they do, but they have to work out where it's coming from, why it's happened. There is many different aspects that they need to work out before they go in. Okay, because they can't just go in and go, there's a clot, there's a bleed, let's go in and suture it. They have to work out where it's coming from. Whereas a clot, they can give you some anti-clotting medication and it just explodes any fucking clot that's in your system, gone. And I've been very, very lucky that my strokes so far have been clot strokes rather than bleeds on the brain.
Did you know that clot medication, that anti-clot medication, has got to be within a certain time limit of the first symptoms?
Yeah, within an hour. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, and that's why the first strokes that I had, I got dealt with very, very quickly. I was actually in hospital. I was in theatre.
Yeah, I saw your video saying about your twisted balls.
Yeah, for a twisted testicle, I was in theatre assessment, and obviously the stroke was more important than the twisted testicle, so they dealt with the stroke first. And luckily, the twisted testicle turned out to be an infection in the tube for some reason. And that's not an STD, by the way, before anybody fucking says anything. It was not an STD.
A UTI. Urinary tract infection.
So it was an infection in the tubes in my balls. But luckily,
get that for grinder.
They dealt with me very quickly. From what I remember, I was sitting in theatre assessment, and I was sitting on the chair waiting for them. And I already had a bag with me because I knew I was going to be ending up at least staying for one night. So I had a bag with me. And the next thing I knew, I'm on the floor. And I'm like, what the fuck am I doing down here? How the fuck did this happen? And a nurse walked past the door at the end. She stopped and came back and she goes, are you all right? I said, no, I don't think I am. I said, I can't fucking feel my face. And I'm slapping myself as hard as I could. I'm like, fucking whack. Like properly smacking myself in the face. I can't fucking feel myself. And she goes, oh, fuck, okay, hang on a minute. The next thing I knew, I'm on a bed. So I must have, I don't know if I passed out or whatever. But I was on a bed and I was on the bed. And I was there was a doctor on the fucking screen, a specialist on the screen at the end on an iPad, because this is through COVID, asking me questions. And I remember being on the bed going, I don't fucking know. All I can tell you is I can't fucking feel nothing. And I'm slapping myself with my right hand, full pelt in the face. I go, I can't fucking feel it. What's going on, you cunt? Fucking help me out here. And it wasn't till 2 days later that I was told that I'd had a stroke plus 2 further episodes. And that's the exact words they used, 2 further episodes. And when I spoke to my doctor and said, what does 2 further episodes mean? And he goes, well, you had two additional strokes. I was like, okay, which is why I say I had 3 strokes.
Dan,
so
you did say earlier.
Go on.
You did say earlier that you didn't have TIAs, which to anybody that's in the chat are mini strokes, trans ischemic attacks.
Ischemic, yeah, exactly.
And they sometimes are pre-warning to a full stroke.
Yeah.
Some people get 2 or 3 TIAs before a full stroke.
Right, the doctor put mine down. The doctor put mine down to pregabalin, which is why they changed me to gabapentin.
Wow.
I
Smiler, we need
had
to talk privately.
4 or 5
also,
4 or 5 years ago, I was in Essex.
having the
and
medical experience that I did, and I say did, I went out to a friend that was showing symptoms of a stroke. And it was really scary for me that she was a personal friend. And it worked out that on day 3, she was diagnosed with hemiplegic, I think it was, migraines. She showed every symptom of a stroke, but it wasn't a stroke. She had the drop face, she couldn't speak, she was panicking, and I was like, it's fine. She couldn't stand, she was weak on one side, her blood pressure was up. Every single symptom that, as a frontline ambulance woman, years ago, I was trained. And even the paramedics, when they turned up, said, thank you, yes, we agree. It's, looks like a stroke. And day 3, she was told it was due to one of her migraines. So if any of you are suffering symptoms, please reach out. That's all I'm going to say. If any of you are not you use yourself, reach out to somebody, even if you can't speak to them because like your mouth is slurred.
Right.
Your friends will know the real you.
I was told when
Yes.
I went in last month, I was told by the ambulance staff that there are many people that are appearing at hospital. We'll use the word appearing because I can't think of another word.
Yes.
Who are not displaying all of the signs.
Yes.
And I'm not to scare people, but if you get pins and needles in one side of your face and one of your arms, call 111 and ask them. Okay. If you are receiving slurred speech, do the same thing. Do not wait until you've got all of the symptoms. That is very, from what I was told, that is very dangerous to do. Yeah. I started receiving the numbness and the pins and needles in my left side of my face and my left arm on a Monday night. I thought to myself, oh, fuck it, it's just pins and needles. It'll pass.
I didn't see your recent one and your live.
Well, it was on a Monday.
You had a lot of people in your chat saying you need medical help.
Yeah, it was last month. I was sitting there. I was doing a live at the time, and I said, "Oh, fuck! I've got pins and needles. I've got numbness." And I asked people. I said, "Does it sound like I'm slurring? Does my face look like it's dropped on one side?" And everyone was saying, "No, you look fine. You sound fine. You look fine." And I said to myself, "Oh, fuck it! It must be just pins and needles. It'll pass." 24 hours later, I still had it. 24 hours later was too late for them to administer fucking anti-clotting medication.
Yeah.
Right. So
and I just want to say that clot relieving drug can be such a difference from being disabled by a stroke to living an unimpaired life. Like literally, as in you're able to carry out your daily needs, your like Pap says, he goes to the pharmacy, goes out, get his groceries. If you leave it because of fear, and I get that people fear. I've got PTSD at hospitals, and trust me, it was a shit to go on Wednesday.
It is fear, Bumble. Hey? I don't think it's fear. I think it's people not realising. Like I said, for me,
there was a campaign called Fast.
Well, all I had, Bumble, was the pins and needles. Okay, and it was the ambulance staff that said to me, we've had a lot of people that presented, that's the word I was thinking of earlier, presented that have only had one of the FAST symptoms, the face, arm, time, face, arm, speech, time. They've only had one of those symptoms. And I was one of those people.
And Bottle Cap has put it in the chat. Fast, face, arms, smile, time. So if a person can't smile, if their face looks distorted and they can't lift their arms from like the armchair, please call help for that person. It's imperative that with a stroke victim, they get to hospital very damn quick.
But that's what I'm saying. It's not just that unfortunately, there are people that are only presenting with one of those symptoms. I only presented with those symptoms. My face wasn't dropped, my speech wasn't slurred, but I had the pins and needles in my left arm.
I actually saw your live that night, 24 hours later, and I was like, something's seriously wrong. And then I saw on your Facebook you had gone to hospital, and I was so relieved that you had attended hospital.
And I should have
because
gone.
If not, I would have been on the phone and trying to find out your address and send you out an emergency ambulance. Because I could see, but that's only from lived experience.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is I should have gone in 12 hours earlier. It was only because I only had one of the symptoms that I left it. And if anybody suffers from anything like that, only because of what I've been told by the hospital staff, if you suffer from the pins and needles in one side of your body, if you suffer from slurred speech, especially if your face is drooped on one side, don't think to yourself, oh, it can't be a stroke because I can lift my arm up. Phone 111 and ask them for advice, okay? For your own sake, please do that. And I'm telling you from experience, not just because I want to tell you. I'm telling you from experience. All I had throughout the last stroke last month was numbness and pins and needles. That's it. I could talk properly. I appeared as myself. I appeared properly. I didn't have a droopy side.
And I know you asked Roger as well, didn't you? That night.
I did, yeah. And I asked Princess, not Princess, Lost Souls Paranormal. I messaged her, voice message, and I said, does it sound like I can't talk properly? And she was like, no, you sound normal. You sound absolutely normal.
But
and
you know what, Pat? Sometimes that the clot in the brain is in a different area that affects the speech. Like, I grew up with a grandmother that had had about 7 strokes before she died, and this was back in the 70s. And I'd go into hospital and see her, and you know, she knew I was there. She'd make the effort, and then she would come into a care home again, and then she'd be in a geriatric hospital within about another 6 months. That's how I grew up. And
were they TIAs or were they full strokes?
So I know that they were full strokes because she had lost the control of her leg. She had a caliper and she had a tripod stick, and I actually got grounded by my father when I once kissed her, and she gave me a full wash of my face because she didn't have mouth control. And as a very young child, I didn't understand disability. Yes, I am disabled now, and I did grow up with a disabled mother, but I didn't understand her disability. And everybody's disability is different, and we're all unique. Not 2 patients, even with a broken arm, same age, same impact of injury, will have the same damage and suffering or symptoms.
Everybody's different, of course they are.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
we're all unique human beings. Some human beings are born with a back to front heart. Some human beings are born with their intestines outside their stomach. And yes, I did witness all this. And
this is why I say
the NHS ambulance service 25 years ago made me wake up to we're not all the same, and we're not all born we're not all born the same with the same things, and we're not all.
Yeah, I was born with hiatus hernia.
Yeah. And people are born with like deformed limbs that we know about, but hey,
part of my intestines is above my diaphragm.
Yeah,
it's called a hiatus hernia.
And did they repair that, Smiler, for you?
No.
Right. Sorry, I just want to respond to a comment. Yes, I do get out of breath. Part of that is because I'm a fat bastard, and I'm not going to fucking deny that. I am overweight. However, this has only happened. I used to be able to walk to the local shop's only 4 minutes away, normally. Okay. It takes me 20 minutes to walk there now because I have to stop. Some people have spoken to me. I've spoken to some people, Lost Souls Paranormal, Tiffany. I've spoken to these people whilst I've been out walking to the shop, and they've heard me out of breath. And there's probably other people as well. Yes,
Mate, I remember the
affects-
first time. I think it was the first time I went down to see you, and the two of you walked into the shops, and you had to stop for a bit.
Yes, we
Maybe
walked
a
to the
few
shop.
minutes, aye.
You're right. Yes, we walked to the shop, and I had to stop 2 or 3 times on the way to the shop because it took it out
I
of me.
do remember you on the Discord as well, Dan, when you were struggling to walk.
It wasn't just taking the breath out of me; it was taking the energy out of me as well. I was walking, and I got to a point where I was hurting. I was in pain, and the bottom of my back. And normally, what happens, okay, is it normally happens on the left side of my lower back. That's where it starts. It will spread to my left leg, the thigh of my left leg. Then it will progress over to the right side, and it will affect the right side of my lower back. Then it will affect the right side of my thigh, my right thigh. Then on my left side, it will propagate down to my foot, and my leg, my lower leg, and my ankle starts hurting. Then the left side starts doing the same. So it always starts in the same place, which is the left lower side of my back, which is I would class as the left kidney area. That's where it always starts, and it will propagate from there down my left leg, then to my right leg, and then it will propagate down both legs. And it gets to the point where I find it very difficult to walk. And I wish it didn't. I genuinely, honest to God, sometimes I just need a pint of milk, and I think to myself, fuck, I've got to walk to the shop. All I need is milk, So sometimes I have to get on Uber, and I have to order all sorts of things that I don't fucking need.
Dan,
look
up Tesco Whoosh.
Well, I need to do that in order not to get charged small fucking order fucking charge.
Tesco Whoosh will do a £15 order delivery.
Who?
Tesco Whoosh, WHOOSH, will do a £15 delivery to your house. Eh?
Yeah, put it in the private chat for us. I think
I try. Trust me, like the other day, I got discharged from hospital at about 5 a.m. I got to an unknown hotel that had no bottled water, and I'm not being posh. Tap water can affect me and give me the shits. Sorry to be
definitely
graphic.
not posh.
and I also had a hypoglycemic attack because I had no food with me. So I had to get on Uber, though I'm signed up to Deliveroo. And I think I got 2 bottles of water, a packet of sandwich, a packet of crisp, and a chocolate bar. The food came in one. And that cost me 18 quid.
Check the private chat, Smiler.
Yeah, I see it now.
Sorry, I haven't put it in yet.
So just for anybody that's watching, Tesco Whoosh.
Yeah, thank you, Dan. It's not available in all areas, and Tesco Whoosh will deliver from an express store. So the mini Tesco express stores, I haven't worked out whether Sainsbury's do that system or whether any other service does that. But I do know that Uber, Deliveroo, and Just Eat will deliver from grocery. As Pap said, that there is a charge to that. And sometimes it pays off, like ordering a bit in bulk. Like if you know you're going to need loo rolls, like next week, you order the loo rolls with your Coca-Cola, or you order 4 bottles of Coca-Cola, as Dan tends to have Coca-Cola and something else.
Yeah, just to bulk it out a little bit, I'll look at it.
And and if you make a bigger order, sometimes you have less of a delivery charge. Or if you sign up to certain services, and I got a promotion tonight that if you're part of Amazon, you get delivery free for 6 months. Well, I've just had that free for 6 months, and I've just signed up again. I don't know how.
Yeah,
I was literally invited to sign up for it again, and I thought, well, let's go for it.
You're going to get yourself something from one of these places. You need to look at what you need right now, and you also look at what you may need over the next few days.
In a week or 2.
I would not suggest you use it for your everyday shopping, because you're going to get charged extra, and it's bollocks. They rip you off like fuck. Okay. But if you need something there and then, or if you need something very, very quickly, then I would suggest looking at it and then potentially grabbing yourself some toilet roll or some washing up liquid or something like that on top, just to stop you from getting that extra service charge as well. That service charge is a wanker. Right?
Yeah.
When you know,
I got charged £3, I think, on that delivery.
I ordered one of these, 2 of these, okay, and I had to order a packet of Pringles and a packet of a packet
Hula
of
hoop.
packet of them hoopers. Fuck me, I can't even say the words.
And when you go on the delivery apps that we just mentioned for food, it usually says a minimum delivery at the top. And if you hit that minimum delivery, you don't get a delivery charge. Sometimes you will get a service charge, and it's worth looking at what other places are available to deliver, but also their prices. Because I saw something at £3 that was £2 somewhere else. That's saving you £1, and I could order 2 of them or 3 of them for the same as 2 of the £3.
Angela, for some reason it said that you weren't connected, computer or audio, or visual or audio. If you want to try again, I don't know what happened.
Question for you, Smiler. How do you cope with getting groceries in or essentials?
Normally I drive.
Okay.
The other day I used Asda because my vehicle.
Did you get any weird substitutions?
Get any what?
You know when, say, a product like corned beef isn't on offer, did you get any weird substitution?
Oh yeah, they swap chicken, because I like chicken with the skin on. Chicken, so chicken
and protein's
breast.
good for us.
So I wanted chicken breast with the skin on, and they sent me chicken breast without the skin as a substitution.
Do you want to know my best? Do you want to know my best ever substitution about 8 years ago?
1 second, Bumble. 1 second. Sorry, Bumble. Myla, sorry. Peter, listen, if you want to come up on a channel, you're more than welcome. We're happy to accept anybody on the channel. But what I do need you to do is I need you to show your camera when you try and log in. When you try and log in, you don't come straight onto the panel. You won't. Only I get to see you. I will ask you to do something weird, like touch your nose with your right hand or touch your right ear with your left hand or something like that, just to prove that you're a genuine person. Then, as soon as I've approved that, you can turn your camera off, and you can come on camera. You can come on panel off camera. There's no issues at all. Nothing to be embarrassed about. Nothing to be worried about. Nothing to be nervous about. I will talk to you exactly like I have with everybody else, and I think I'm pretty fair with everyone, to be quite honest.
Come up.
Wrong.
It's a safe channel to come up, right?
But you're absolutely welcome to come up on panel if you've got something to add to the conversation. Okay, sorry, Bumble, carry on. I just need.
And Dan, sorry.
Yes.
You know, you said that you have these. Are you talking? My video showing that you're talking.
No, go on.
Right, so. I'm sorry if people think I interrupt. I have an auditory problem that's to do with my brain and ear. But I want to say that, you say that you have these moments where you're talking about a subject for 20 minutes and then your brain goes blank.
Yeah.
And you can't continue the conversation because you're like, right, it's called brain fog.
Yeah.
And brain fog can hit at any time in any conversation. And you literally could be talking about flowers. And when you come back to the conversation, you're talking about lorries. And you're like, hang on a minute, what? And you can't continue your conversation because you can't retain what was being spoken about. And I've been in a meeting where they've reeled off 8 serious things. And I haven't been able to reply because they haven't given me the option in between each topic that they've raised. Even though they have known, and it's services, even though that they have known that I don't process and I don't communicate that way. And I struggle with communication. So it's taken a lot to come up here tonight, and also anxiety and everything else on top of chronic illness. But that's no excuse. But I'm just saying, if I'm rambling on, I'm sorry. But I am passionate that people understand chronic health and hidden disabilities. Yes, Woodstock. I somehow signed up for Amazon Prime. Deliveroo on Amazon Prime for a second time. I don't know how it happened, but there is an issue with my Amazon account. So
yeah, I will forget. I will be talking about something in real time, and all of a sudden, literally like that, it will just disappear, and I will struggle to remember what I said 2 seconds before. And I kind of rely on other people to remind me, but most people don't listen to what I've got to say anyway, which is why when I say what was I talking about, everyone goes, I don't know.
The way to get around that in GP appointments and consultant appointments is bullet point lists. And the amount of people said, wow, you make lists for the GP, you make lists to go shopping, you make lists. And we're talking of like going to the high street. So I need to go to get my meds. I need to go get something for my breakfast. I need to go get this. I need to go get that. It's all listed because when I'm in town, like a distraction or stress can either cause my brain fog, or it can definitely cause like a sensory overload with me. And I have to look into the fact that I may be neurodiversity. But at the moment, there's so much other shit flying. And I'm so ever thankful for somebody supporting me. They know who they are. I don't need to shout them out, but I'm forever grateful.
But this is an issue I have on here, Bumble, right? People see me on here, okay? People see me doing a live stream, for example. Now, I woke up this morning. I was asleep again by 1 o'clock, and I didn't wake up until 6 or 7 o'clock this afternoon, right? So for some reason of an evening, and I've got to be honest, okay, this helps keep me awake. Okay. I shouldn't rely on this.
What
and
are
I
you
don't
showing
really
me? Sorry.
Brandy.
Okay.
Now I should not rely on that, and I don't really rely on it. Okay. On a live stream, I'll drink once a week. Right. Tonight is my night. Sunday I won't drink when I do the live stream because I've drunk tonight. I'll drink once a week and that's it. Okay. People go, oh, you're a fucking alcoholic, blah, blah, blah. I'm not. I'll drink once a week, right? I'll do maybe a bottle of fucking brandy with Coke and that's it. Right. For the rest of the week, I won't touch the stuff unless it's a special occasion and I might have a few fucking bevies. But fuck me, see, there it goes again. It's fucking happened again. It's just gone. Puff, gone.
Brain fart.
Puff. Speak for yourself.
You were
Tonic.
saying about the brandy and how it helped you cope.
Well, it doesn't help me cope. It just enables me not to feel so tired. You know, I'll have a drink and I don't feel so tired. I mean, I'm fucked. Don't get me wrong. I feel fucked. I feel knackered. Okay, but the drink that I have on a live stream helps me push through that tiredness. If I didn't have a drink, I would have been yawning. I mean, now I've said it, I'm going to start yawning. I would have been yawning fucking hours ago. Right, here we go.
I was yawning at about 11 o'clock, but I wasn't tired. And I'm wide awake, and I know that I need a good maybe 12 hours sleep, but I won't get that because of flashbacks, trauma, intrusive trauma memories, and then physical pain, and then, you know, like other chronic related symptoms, which Smiler most probably can relate to. Yeah, you know, when you're comfortable and you feel like you go sleep, and then your leg is twitching or something, or you got a cramp, and then you'll go be up for another 2 hours trying to sort out that cramp, and then you try and get comfortable again.
No, I used to have to get up.
You're just about to drop off to sleep. And you then have like a shoulder pain or a head pain, and you need to move again, or you need a drink.
I used to stick my feet in a bucket of cold water.
Who's laughing about the water?
I know, comment.
on it.
Yet.
Stick my feet in a bucket of cold water because I feel like they're encased in concrete.
Yes. Smiler, have you
I'm
tried
getting out of
magnesium?
bed. Yeah.
Have you tried increasing your magnesium? Hey?
Yeah, magnesium and zinc.
Potassium? Smiler,
Yeah,
let's talk PM.
Yeah, I eat bananas.
We both got a lot of lived experience that we can share between us. Whatever happened in the past is past. Let's both move forward, okay?
It's unfortunately, you know as well as everybody else. It's easy as that Bumble.
I ain't got a problem with you, Bumble.
And I
haven't
tell
got
you
a problem
now.
with you. You had a problem with me. I've never had a problem with you.
No, I walked away because of stress going on in my life and then stress going on where we were. And I was like, I can't take any more stress or I'm going to explode. And I tried to protect you. Let's take it PM, okay? Not tonight, maybe Monday when I've got some accommodation sorted, okay?
Well, yeah, you've got my Discord anyway.
And I'm prepared to forgive and forget. You know, we both were in a bad place that night, I think.
Look,
and we both misunderstood. Let's not bring it to perhaps chat.
Right, yeah. Me and Smiler have had many issues together, right?
Yeah.
Haven't Smiler, let's be honest.
Yeah,
right?
Yeah.
We've had many confrontations, shall we say. But we've spoken to each other, and I'd like to think we've come to an arrangement between each other at least, right? Yeah. It happens, right? Everybody, we might have a falling out with somebody.
A lot of it was instigated by a third party.
Yeah, the worst thing to do is to lose your shit over stuff like that. Okay, we've had discussions, as I have with other people that have had issues with me. I've had discussions with those people on live streams, and we've said, right, do you know what? Let's fucking draw a line under it and let's move on. Right. Yeah. Unfortunately, when it comes to things like when it comes to online, it is so fucking easy just to lose your shit with somebody and forget etiquette. Shall we say, to forget let's speak to that person directly. We just lose our shit with them and go, you're a cunt because of this X, Y, Z. But when you speak to somebody directly and you discuss that issue that you might have with them, there is in many cases a chance to rectify that shit, right? As I have with Smiler.
Oh yeah, and I'll openly apologise to Sonic right now because I never knew anything of what he was going through with his dad, and I didn't even know until you told me that night when we spoke on the phone what he'd been out and done that day.
At least you've done a decent thing.
People don't see the whole person on YouTube.
So accept it.
Yeah, exactly.
None of that was, it wasn't any knowledge that was online. It wasn't any knowledge that was given to me until after our massive fallout.
Right, I've got Peter Dunn in the back room here. I just want to ask Peter, can you touch with your left ear with
Smiler
for me?
Hey, on Dan's sorting thing out.
Okay, Smiler, let's try and help each other in our chronic health problems move forward, and recovery. I know that everything can't be cured, and I know that.
Hang on, Bumble. Sorry, right here with your left hand, like this.
You need a wee.
Thank you.
Go for a wee quickly.
All right, but Smiler,
camera.
How about we both try and work together with our own lived experiences and honesty and facts, and we try and move forward. We both are crippled by disability and not getting the healthcare that we need.
Yeah, I ain't got a problem with that.
All right. I'll catch you soon. You know where. All right.
Yeah.
I'm just going to mute out if I can find the fucking mute button.
Right, look, as I say, me and Smiler, we've had a couple of fallings out over what other people have said, all right? And unfortunately, it's so easy to think, oh, well, I trust that person, so that what they're saying is fucking true, and you just go with it, okay? And unfortunately, that is where a lot of issues come from on YouTube, and I wish it wasn't that way. Do you know what I mean? I wish people would just initially go, okay, You've said what you've got to say. Let's see what they've got to say. But I'm guilty of it as well. I'm guilty of listening to other people and going, that person's a cunt because somebody's told me they're a cunt. You know what I mean? So I'm guilty of it as well. And I'm not, I wouldn't for a moment put it all on other people because I've done it myself. But we have discussed things reasonably several times to clarify and to come to a conclusion about certain things that maybe I or Smiler believe about the other person.
Dan,
and
no one sees 100% of your life or anybody else's life, and their judgment on YouTube is for maybe a matter of 10 to 25% of their life. So how can they make a judgment on your entire life?
Absolutely, you're absolutely right. But it is easy, and I've fallen foul of that myself. And I'm not for a moment going to suggest that I'm some sort of martyr, because I'm not. I've fallen foul of that myself. I've listened to other people, and I've gone, "You're a cunt," because somebody's told me you're a cunt. Do you know what I'm saying? And the only way to know the full story is by speaking to the person and to discuss.
I think it was you're a cunt and go and fuck your mother. I think it was.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Exactly.
and you've got to understand that
we've spoken
people with
direct.
chronic health and always in, at times they're not in the best, they're not always in an okay mind space to actually, talk, share. Some people overshare, they don't have a filter. Other people don't share at all. And you're trying to get an understanding of them and share your lived experience of, well, I've experienced this. I'm sorry that you've experienced ABC. Have you tried XYZ? Okay, you have. And it's about trying to move forward, as a community of disabled or hidden disabilities or chronic health people. If we all work together as people with chronic health disability, chronic health or hidden disabilities, I think the world would be a better place. And if we also educated people that are not affected by hidden disabilities or chronic health, there might be some more acceptance in the community. I've gone down the high street in my wheelchair, and because a woman, and she's not even been on her phone, she's walked directly into my lap and almost ended up on my lap. And a survivor of physical abuse from assault, that's terrifying.
The problem is,
and when I reacted, her friend had a go at me. Yet she's on my lap.
When it comes to online Bumble, the problem is, we have our friends, we have the people that we put our trust in. Okay.
Correct.
And when somebody that we put our trust in turns around and says, "Oh, such and such is a wanker because of XYZ," it's our nature to automatically believe the people that we have put our trust in, because we don't expect them to lie to us. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people out there that will bullshit simply to cause issues, and it's very difficult to establish who the bullshitters are and who the truth tellers are. And I'm not trying to say, like some people, "Oh, I'm part of the truthers movement," blah blah blah. I just say what I see. Okay, I say what I see. You might not agree with that. Some people do agree with me, and whatever. Okay, whatever it is, such is life. But I will always say what I believe. And I don't want everybody to accept what I've got to say. I want people to look up themselves. I want people
want people to learn and educate themselves. But
there are. Can I just say Peter's got his mic switched off.
I'm sure people.
I hate to say this, Dan, but until somebody has experienced disability, chronic health problems, terminal health problems, including cancer, or many other things like neurodiversity, people may be somewhat aware, but they're not fully aware of all the obstacles that you can face. When I come out the hotel, I can't get up the pavement in my wheelchair because of a drop curb, because a car is parked against a drop curb. On one occasion at a hotel, I asked a police officer to assist me up a drop curb. On another occasion at that same hotel, there was a gym next door. I said to this quite hunky guy, do you fancy an extra gym session, and bump me up the curb? Despite my pain, I was like, I need to get to a place of safety tonight, my hotel. So next time you double park on a curb with all four wheels, think about the disabled, pushchairs, and everything else. An English bottle cap is not just that place, but I was targeted with a hate crime and I've yet to deal with it, okay? And it was that same place. And trust me, it's go farther with that chemist.
But again, some people understand, okay, like I do, right?
Yes.
I'm not trying to be fucking, oh, look at me. But I understand that people go through all sorts of fucking mental health, for whatever reason. I've been through it myself, still going through it. So I will always try and allow people to elaborate on what they're going through. There are other people that will go, this cunt's a fucking talking shit, blah, 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 blah. Those are the kind of people that I will always try and get rid of, because if they're not interested in listening to somebody's story, then they're not interested in being part of the conversation, as far as I'm concerned. We'll talk about all sorts of things on this channel. Okay.
There's many barriers to disability, ill health. Like even if one of you have a broken arm, how many of your GPs expect you to get in the shower and bathe? Though you can't get your plaster wet.
Yeah, I will always.
How many people with a broken ankle, are expected to get to a GP appointment, yet they can't walk?
I will always let people share how they feel on this channel. Okay.
Thank you.
What other people say in the comments is irrelevant. Okay, if you're talking to me, you're talking to me. Doesn't matter what other people say in the comments. And to be fair, in most cases, when somebody comes in the comments, goes, "Oh, this person's talking shit," I will tend to dress them down for that, because if you're on here opening yourself up, ultimately opening yourself up and letting people know how you feel, which is a hard thing to do, don't get me wrong, I won't stand for people slagging you off for that. Okay, so I will always call people out that try and do that. There is so much going on in the world at the moment, as we all know. Okay. Bumble, there are issues that you're going through that are completely different to stuff that I'm going through, that are completely different to stuff that Smile is going through, that are completely different to Sonic and Peter. Okay. And all we can do is try and navigate these situations the best that we can. Right?
Exactly. But I want to bring awareness. Like, for instance,
but you can have two people diagnosed with the same thing, and it affects one person more than it affects another person.
Oh, exactly, Smiler.
It depends on that person's constitution. Now, I fought mine for years. It wasn't until I had another accident with a horse that it really started affecting me, and then that opened up because I had to go for a scan. So I had to go for an MRI, and then they said, "Oh, we better do a CAT scan because it's showing like major changes." So I went for the CAT scan, and they went, right, we better sort something out, and they put me on a waiting list, and I've sat there for 8 years. So I'm sitting there for 8 years. I noticed earlier on I had a missed call from the neurosurgeon, so I got.
Dan, can you hear me?
We can, Peter. Yes.
Hey, Angela.
Thank you.
Hey,
hello. It's just I'm on my phone. Thank you.
Welcome, Peter.
Thank you.
Can I just say that a lot of you know that I'm a wheelchair user, and I've been a wheelchair user since November 20. I was due a reassessment in October 21. I'm still waiting that assessment because I'm not in permanent housing. And back in May 21, I was told, well, you're not going to live in this area, so we're not going to fund a wheelchair. This wheelchair that I'm in doesn't suit my needs.
My legs went from underneath me outside Tesco's, and I went tumbling down the steps. Right, my milk spilt, everything. They ended up putting me on cardboard. Then they ended up getting a survival blanket while they waited for the ambulance to turn up. Took me to
How
hospital.
long did you wait?
Eh? About 4
How long
hours.
did you wait for the ambo?
About 4 hours.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting outside Tesco's on the floor. But they rolled me onto cardboard. And I was like, I'm all right. It's only my legs that just give out. I haven't got my leg brace on. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
No, tried to get up, tried to go away, but my legs just didn't want to work. My brain wasn't communicating with my legs. Something to do with a syringe
How
in my
can
spine.
one county that you're under and you're placed in another area deny you the support that you need because your needs have changed? And then you're waiting another, what is it, since, I've waited another 14 months for a review.
Well,
I can't get a review because I'm not in permanent accommodation. And they won't even contemplate the fact of temporary accommodation.
I was in temporary accommodation and I didn't have any problem at all with it while I was in temporary accommodation. And now, when I was in hospital, they wanted me to leave in a wheelchair. And I was like, you're having a bubble. I ain't leaving here in a wheelchair. I ain't ready for a wheelchair yet. And I left on a Zimmer frame that you put your elbows into and two little wheels
the
in
gutter
the front.
ones.
Yeah, and then I swapped that for a set of crutches. And now I've been the crutches.
Well done, you.
I've started doing exercises again. And, I've been the crutches.
But
everybody
Smiler,
laughs
when
at me
you're
because it takes me so long to walk around the corner to the shop. But I'd still do it.
I couldn't believe when I was in hospital the other day that the doctor assessed me. Then he decided to do a strength test on my legs. And when I got moved department, I was waiting for a transport. I was informed I could suddenly walk after over, 15 months? And I was like, you reckon I can walk? I can do a face plant for you on the floor.
Hang on, guys. I need to interrupt for a moment.
Sorry.
Right. No, it's fine. I just need to interrupt for a moment. Listen, if Sonic wants to take his top off, that's entirely down to him. He's not getting his cock out. I don't mean to be.
I've stuck a fan on. I'm sweating like a fucking bitch. Then I've got this arsehole give me a fucking
It's not getting his knob out for anybody, and taking a top off.
Don't like it. Fuck off.
It's not nudity. Put it that way.
Let me just
He's had his
finish talking.
top off before on this channel as well.
Sonic, shut up a minute. Let me finish talking. Some people might not like it. That's absolutely fine. I wouldn't take my top off because I'm embarrassed, to be honest. I mean, you've seen my back tattoo, but you've also seen my back boobs. You've seen my back tattoo, so I wouldn't go any further than that. But I don't want people falling out because somebody is getting their top off. Right, getting their top off is absolutely fine if they want to. Right.
Apparently, I'm a fucking nonce. All of a sudden.
Well, as a female, would I be called a nonce if I took my top off, for instance?
What I'm saying,
I'm not offering.
It's socially acceptable for a bloke.
I didn't see anybody complaining about UK ladies wardrobe failure earlier.
Yes, that was a bit of a malfunction.
Dan, whole fucking looked away.
Yes,
Dan. Well, how many people walk down the street when it's sunny and it's hot with their top off?
Yeah, you're right. Absolutely.
Not me.
And
obviously, women is a bit difficult, but how many? Right, let me rephrase that. How many men walk down the street when it's really hot in the sun with their t-shirt off?
Yeah, you're right. And I don't want to pick out anybody in particular, and I want to be careful how I go on about this particular.
No, it's just the norm. That's all I'm getting at. It's the norm. Everyone sees it every single day.
Yeah, and you're right. Which is what I've said. But my point is nobody should be calling somebody an NONCE.
No way. That's
not on normal exercise.
This channel is not for children. Okay.
You need to rubber your head if you're calling somebody that for just taking their t-shirt off.
In my
bingo rings. Good lord.
In my settings on YouTube, I've set this to not for children. So children would not get this. Would not go to children. This would not be promoted to children. Okay, anybody that
yeah, but a mod needed to right click on that to see whether it was the right person or whether it was a copy.
Yeah, but Dan,
I still trying to figure it out.
the stuff that you put.
Angela, you're quiet.
Oh, sorry, I forgot. I was like quite far away from the mic. Sorry about
Dan, the stuff that you put
Rainbow.
out on the internet, yeah, on Facebook, yeah, on YouTube, you can clearly see it's not for children.
Yeah.
You'd have to be an idiot not to notice that.
But there's a setting on Facebook that says not for children. There is also a setting that says 18 plus. Okay, which is a bit weird because if it's not for children, then 18 and under shouldn't be getting. This shouldn't be promoted to 18 and unders.
Your content is for adults. You can clearly see that.
Yeah.
have to do it.
But I don't want people falling out, especially people that have been part of the channel for a long time. I don't want people falling out over it. Okay, so
I wish you'd get an electric scooter and get out more with a drone, like when you did Liverpool.
I just want to say that anybody that's got an issue with Sonic taking his top off,
tough.
This is a channel that is not going out to children under the age of 18. Okay,
I didn't see any women or any men complain at UK ladies malfunction earlier.
Missed that.
Oh, I didn't.
It was a slip up. It was a slip up.
Sorry, I wanted to say hi to you.
No, well, Peter, go on, Peter.
Oh no, sorry, I didn't want to interrupt people. Sorry.
No,
I just wanted to say hi to Sonic, really, because he's in the place where my dad was born. You know, he's in Scotland. My dad was a Scottish bloke, so I just wanted to say hi, Sonic.
What about Sonic,
buddy?
What part of Scotland are you in?
Just across the border.
My dad was in Glasgow.
I'm Glasgow originally. Glasgow born and bred.
My dad used to live in Easterhouse.
Oh,
I'm dead. Look at my
bad place, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, bad place at one time. But anyway, I wanted to say hi to you. But Dan, I've been a long time follower. I met your channel through Civil. I used to watch Civil when he very first started. So, and then obviously you and Civil come together, and that's how I met your channel. And I've been watching for a long time. Just never really come up on panel before, man.
Well, welcome. Come on, panel, man. There's no issues. It's all good. It's a shame Civil's taking a step back because he was fucking great. I used to.
He
love
was.
his stuff.
Oh man, the way he handled the old Bill, man.
I know.
He was fab, but there was no way of them tasering him. There was no need for that. But they will do what they want to do, don't they? Police are police, aren't they?
Peter, Dan, sometimes people have to step back to protect themselves.
Well, yeah, you know what I mean. They all protect themselves. You can't make a complaint about them people.
And Civil did come on the channel. Maybe was it about 4 or 6 months ago, Pat?
Oh yeah, I saw that. I saw that live stream. It was brilliant to see him, but I didn't know he ended up in prison, man. That's bullshit.
Yeah,
sorry, Dan, for my language, but that is absolutely bullshit.
It's no issues, man. It's all good. I speak worse than you do, trust me. But yeah,
this way, Dan. I swear a lot, man. I swear a lot because I'm half Scottish, so I swear a lot.
Right. I'm full Essex, and I swear a lot as well.
So I just say apology, but man, I mean, the reason why I asked you, Dan, did you get out of breath a lot, is because I watched it so many, and I mean, I know the conversation has moved on since then, but the only reason why I asked, did you get out of breath, is because I watched it so many years with my dad growing up, and he had so many strokes, so many heart attacks, and he had about 11 over my time of growing up until I was about 11 or 12. Then the 11th one, actually, he didn't survive it, and I actually watched him pass away. So you know. And I know people can hear me in the background and may say horrible things on the chat and that lot, but that's good because I'm visually impaired, so I won't get to see it much anyway. So, you know, who gives a shit about that?
Peter, you're not the only visually impaired member on the PAP chat, PAP community.
I'm practically half blind because I was born like
we
it.
have another regular member, I'm not going to call them out, who is visually impaired, and we accommodate their needs by letting them.
That's the reason why I don't really I'm not showing my face, Dan, is because, you know, people, they see my eyes, and the way my eyes are, because how bad my eyesight is, I get the piss taken out of me a lot, you know, and that's happened all through my life. So, you know, it's not that I'm afraid to show my face or anything. It's just, I'd rather not have the hassle of listening to, trying to see what people are saying, which I really can't see anyway.
I can assure you, the people on panel would not take the piss out of you. If they did, they'd get booted off the channel. Okay. The people in the comments, some people, you know, people have their own opinions, right? And they, you know, I get slagged off. I get called a liar for having strokes, even though I've proved that I've had the strokes, right? You know,
I've seen it, Dan. I've seen it and I've heard it, mate. I've seen it. Or not only on your channel, but I've seen it on other people's channel. You know what I mean? Because I'm a sort of a person that sits in the background and just watches after the stream, really. This is my very first time of coming up on panel.
Peter, as you can't see the chat, somebody in the chat is asking, was your dad from Germany? Laugh out loud.
Germany?
No, Drummy. DRUMMIE. I have no idea what it means.
She
is a regular contributor.
I'm not too sure. I mean, all I know is my dad was from Glasgow. And
yeah, she
Easter
mentioned
House.
Easter House like you did. I used
Easter
to live
House.
in Erogi Street, Easter House.
But I mean, I know my dad used to live in Easter House, but I was not born at that point in time. No. So, you know, I was not aware of the actual area. All I know was he lived in Glasgow in Easter House with my mum, you know, because my mum's was English, my dad's Scottish. So I'm half Scottish, and yeah, you know, that's all I really know, because growing up, you don't really ask your parents sort of questions like where you're from, what you do, you know, you care about, you know, living your life and being a child.
Yeah. And Peter, one of the questions that still evades me is,
welcome.
My dad said that his dad died when he was 18, yet my mother said that he attended the wedding when they were 22, and I never got to ask them. And I sit here now and think I can't ask them because they're both deceased.
So you can't find out the birth certificate, though? I mean, the death certificate, like, there's got to be a death certificate.
Oh,
like,
I can, and I was aware when my parents died, but I'm just saying that I don't know my dad's Christian name.
Oh, yeah,
I only met his wife, like my grandma, and I've had some other messages about their life, and I'm grateful of what my grandma did with my dad. Let's just leave it as that. And I feel like umpteen years of asked the questions of why can my parents have a 6-year gap of when my dad's dad died, and I only found out that information by accident.
It's hard. It's hard when it's one of your parents. I mean, as I said, I watched my dad pass away, and I was between 11 and 12, and all I can remember is, and this has been with me, this is why I have mental health problems, because I've never got over this, and I blame myself so much for my dad's passing. You know, I was 11 or 12, and all I could do was sit there crying and shaking his hand, asking him to wake up. And yet I couldn't do nothing. I mean, I couldn't get no adult could give him like the kiss of life, like give him some breath, because his tongue was twisted with foam coming out of his mouth because he had a massive heart attack. And I watched him pass away, and you know, the ambulance car.
Okay, Peter, I don't know what time of like you know what year it was, but in the 90s I worked in the ambulance service.
It was
and
1994.
I strongly advocate that children should be taught CPR and recovery position. The amount of times I went out to people that had a cardiac arrest, wasn't breathing, no heart rate, yet had they had some intervention, they could still be alive. And it broke my heart. If we witnessed a cardiac arrest, the chance of us bringing them back, we had a chance, but we had to be there unseen the minute they dropped, or the minute they stopped breathing and the heart arrested. And it happened in the ambulance, and we got several back. But when the public are not trained in first aid, or
I know, I understand that,
the breath of life, the kiss of life, as they called it.
Yeah. I mean, I understand that.
Thought, and being in British Red Cross, I know they've changed and everything, and this was 30 years ago. Seeing a 5-year-old put a 6-foot obese man in a recovery position, I know it's possible for even primary school children to put somebody in a recovery position and open their airway.
I'm a 5'8". I'm a 5'8" fat cunt.
Yeah.
Dan, you are you who you are, man. You take you for who you are. Doesn't matter what you look like, you know. You're a good guy on the inside. That's all you got to fucking know, man.
I try to be. Be.
Yeah, and regardless of what people say about you over the internet, or even, you know, behind, like in real life, you know, because the internet, I don't call class as real life. It's just, you're talking to real people, but then you got other people sitting behind accounts and not showing their face. And all right, you can say I'm not showing my face, but I'm not going to be a porn bomb or a ghoul bomb or anything like that with you, because otherwise I wouldn't have showed my face in the background to you, Dan. You know.
I mean, Peter, not be funny, mate, right? But fucking Dan on here in real life, there's no fucking difference. He's just the same.
Yeah. And I'm no doubt that. That's what I'm saying. Just be who you are. Don't give a fuck about anyone else. You know, just be you, Dan.
Well, that's all we can do, isn't it? You know what I mean? We are who we are.
Everybody else is taken. You can be yourself, and that's that. And you know what? It just I think that
absolutely right, Angela. Absolutely right.
The only reason why I don't have my camera on, Dan. The only reason why I don't have my camera on, Dan, is because I'm an ugly. Really, let me tell you, Dan, I'm an ugly bastard, as you really saw in the background.
Have you seen this? And you're worried about you.
Hold on 1 second.
Peter, we all don't have the camera on for different reasons.
Dan, I phoned 14 different dentists.
Anyway, Dan, you don't want to see me sitting in my bathroom.
Oh, hang on. What, you having a shit, Peter?
No. Nothing like that, Dan. No. Nothing like that, mate. Nothing like that. What it is I've got a little girl in it. I mean, I've got a little girl, and then she has trouble sleeping. So she'll be 1 next month.
Right.
So she has trouble sleeping, and she sleeps on our bed with my missus, and until I have to give it a couple of hours. But instead of sitting downstairs where you make noise.
No, and I get that completely, Peter. Let me just explain something. When I was with my youngest boy's mum, the eldest daughter, which is my 2 boys' eldest sister, she suffered from night terrors because of what her dad used to do to them. Okay. I used to get up in the middle of the night and spend an hour, 2 hours, sometimes 3 hours with the girl. She'd wake up screaming in a room, because we was only in a 2-bedroom masonette with 6 children at the time, bearing in mind. When she'd wake up screaming, I used to go into the bedroom, I'd take her out, I'd take her into the bathroom, and I'd sit at the bathroom door, and I'd sit her down on the floor, and I'd have to wait for her to stop screaming. Okay. So I understand where you're coming from in that respect. Okay, I used to have to sit
True,
there,
Dad.
have to, but I chose to do that. I would go and take the daughter
Dan,
out.
usually, yeah, mate. Usually, I'm awake until like 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning because sometimes my little girl, she has so trouble of settling down, sleeping. If I walk into the room, even the slightest little noise will wake her up. Now, she had reflux problems when she was born, and she still does to this present day, and she's on medication for that. And this is we don't understand the stuff behind why she's having trouble, and the health visit, I don't know, but she is. But it is what it is, Dan. As a dad and as a parent, you just got to push through this shit. Do you know what I mean?
Peter, how old is she?
She'll be 1 next month.
Just look at the milk and things like that, like wheat and all that, like dietary
We've done that.
intolerances.
We've
Google
done
it.
Yeah, we done that, Bumblebee. We
Right,
had
no
to take her
worries.
to the doctors at one time, and they put her on special milk, but it gave her a really upset stomach. So
Yeah, I know many kids nowadays can't tolerate the cow's milk formula.
Yeah, well, she's on normal breast, like normal #1 breast milk, like tin milk, so she's on that, and but because she was at first, she was getting a load of reflux with it and that lot. The doctors, after a while, changed it to like formula milk, what they prescribe, so it's special milk, and that really upset her. That really upset her stomach and gave her problems and that lot. So they took her off of it.
If the doctor can change up her milk, because if they're gluten or lactose intolerant,
but that's what he's saying.
Well, she'll be.
There are other milks that the GP can try. They can't just try one. There's other supplemented milks that they can try. Maybe there's like about 4 others that I know of.
Right.
Yeah.
So
let Angela speak a minute.
Angela wants something, so I want to let Angela come in because she's not said anything since she jumped up on the panel yet. So Angela, go ahead. Sorry.
I just picked up on what Pete said before about how with his dad and how he kind of blames himself. And I just think it's so important to understand that as adults with an adult mind, it's so easy to look back at things when we were younger and think we could have done things, or we could have, if we had been able to do this, or we'd been able to do that. But we had a child's mind back then, and we couldn't, as a children, there were things that we couldn't have changed and we couldn't have stopped, and there was nothing that we could have done. But when you, as an adult, when we look back, I think it's easy to kind of like look in hindsight as adults. But I think it's, I understand what you're saying, because I was saying my mum, but
Angela, I get what you're saying, and I mean, I was born in '82, and my dad died in '94. So back in them days, they don't really teach you stuff like that. Back in the '80s and '90s, growing up, they never taught you how to do CPR in school and that lot. You didn't know that sort of thing. Do you know what I mean, Angela? And then when something bad happens, you can't do nothing. You grow up with that inside you, and you kind of blame yourself, like. And I know I was a kid.
Peter, you're not responsible for being educated and having worked on the ambulance. There was a front line. I went to many cardiac arrests, and even if they had CPR, some of them wouldn't have survived, some of them would. So please don't take it on your own butt that you failed whoever, because you didn't. Not on any level. No one can dictate when somebody's go kill over with a cardiac arrest unless they've got an ongoing known condition. And I'm forever grateful for the ambulance crew that saved my father from cardiac arrest.
Well, I'm 41 this year, so I lived with it for a long time, and
you
I get you,
forget
Peter.
that. You can't forget it. If you've lived with it for that long, it has become part of it's a belief system, isn't it? And it's to try and change
it becomes a part of you. It becomes a part of you, You feel responsible, and it becomes a part of you, and you start asking yourself, what could you do better? What could you done this? What could you have done that? And when you can't come up with the good situation that you want to come up with, you start blaming yourself for it, you know. And it's hard. It's hard. It's hard.
I don't know about sorry, one sec. I don't know if like for you, Pete, and like for myself, I always think like, if something like that was to happen again, like what would I do, or how would I cope, or like it's for me again, like with yourself, I feel like I've let people down in the same way as you, Jane. Like, and I wish I could have done something differently. Was there something I could have done differently? And that's both as a child and as an adult. And I think it was only not that long ago where I was like, but as a kid, you have a child's mind, and a child's mind thinks so much differently to an adult's mind. And it's easy for me to say that because I feel like
Angela, can I say you're right, but it depends on the mood that you're in. Like if you're in an okay mood and everything's going all right for you in your life, then you can kind of handle that. You can kind of tell yourself, do you know what? Sorry, it's hard, but it's not your fault. But when you're in when you're going in a down situation and your life is falling downwards, you start to, even after all these years, you still start to question it. You know, what would have happened? You should have done this. You should have done that. You know, you're an idiot. You killed you killed your parent. You killed your dad. You know, you let him die.
Peter, there is 7 stages to grief. And
you couldn't kill your dad.
I went through complex grief, and
Dan,
I tried to save a
Dan,
person from suicide.
what was you saying, Dan? Sorry, Dan, what was you saying? And Bumblebee, I was listening to you, but Dan was saying something as well.
No, it's fine. I don't hear Dan.
You can't blame yourself, especially if you was a child at the time. You cannot blame yourself. Okay, whatever happened when you was a child, you didn't know what you now know. So
because back in them days, they don't teach you that, Dan. You know, back in the 80s and in the early 90s, going to school, they don't teach you that. Do you know what I mean? And they might teach it nowadays.
It still doesn't change the thought process of how you've learned to, like how you've thought growing up. It still hasn't changed that. Like even if Jane, like it just hasn't changed it. And so, like,
Dan, I don't want you to get.
Like you said,
maybe somebody hasn't been blunt enough. Maybe somebody hasn't turned around and said, "Don't be a fucking dick." Okay, how could it have been your fault when you was a child and you didn't know? How could that possibly have been your fault?
Dan, when my dad, can I tell you something about my family? Yeah, when my dad passed away, I was a punching bag to my family.
Right.
Oh, heartbreaking.
You know, I was a punching bag.
Differently.
Sorry to hear that.
No. Seriously, Dan. You know, I live with it. You know, as I said, I'm 41 this year. You know, I live with it for a lot of years, and I'm not saying this to get sympathy. I'm saying this because, you know, at the end of the day, shit happens in life, and you have to keep dragging on. You know, I had to, when I was a kid, my dad was on a nebulizer. I had to try and do the medication for him and put it into the mask so he could breathe. And this is the reason why I asked you, Dan, about breathing, because, smoking is not good. And I'm not going to sit there and patronize you like everyone else. Oh, you shouldn't be drinking, you shouldn't be smoking, mate. But my dad. Everyone does care.
Same thing happen. You don't want to see the same thing happen to Dan as what you saw.
No. Dan, please don't think that what I said when I said I wouldn't patronize you is that I don't care. Yeah, I know. You're a grown man. You can make your own decisions. You know, it's down to you. It's your life.
Listen. I don't people, you know, I don't attack people for giving me their opinions, right? You've heard it before. I might turn around and say, look, okay, you're having a go at me for smoking, but I'm going to continue smoking because that's what I do, right?
Yeah, and you like it. And I heard that, Dan. I've heard you said that. You enjoy smoking. It calms you. It does something for you when you're in your worst.
Well, my point is I'm not going to fall out with people over just that, okay? I'm not. It's ridiculous to fall out with somebody because somebody says to me, you should stop smoking, right? And I would lose so many fucking subscribers if I turned around and went, well, fuck you. You know what I mean? Yes, I will turn around and say, do you know what? I will continue smoking because I enjoy smoking. And if my next stroke finishes me off, then so be it, right? That is the way the world fucking.
You only got one life, Dan. Live it like you want to. You can have friends. They can give you their faults and their compliments and their care. But at the end of the day, it's you that has to weigh your life up, mate. You got to like not only your life, but also what you do in your life. You know, do you smoke? Do you not? Do you do this? Do you don't? Do you drink? Do you don't?
Giving
up
smoking,
right? 15 years thinking to myself, I wish I hadn't done that. Then I'm not living my life. I'm thinking about what's happened.
Past. Yeah. You're thinking about the past. You're thinking what can happen.
Yeah.
If I die, I die. If I end up in a wheelchair, I end up in a wheelchair. Whatever the fucking Almighty has in store for me is going to
deal with it.
You'll
deal with it, Dan.
Peter,
you know what I mean?
giving up smoking, right? Now, when you got like illness or injury or pain or whatever, smoking is just smoking, right? Now, how many people, right? I can name 2 people that both said, right, we're giving up smoking. A year later, after struggling to give up smoking, they passed away.
Can I say something? Yeah, saying everything that I had about my dad. Yeah, let me tell you something. I'm a smoker. I watched my dad go through smoking and getting really bad, but yet all the things, you know, it's just not my dad. My mum passed away, and I wasn't there for her. So I haven't got my mum or my dad. My brother was in a severe car accident. What basically he passed away in that car accident. So I got no family really, apart from my partner and my little girl. So, and obviously, and I've got a son as well, but he doesn't live with me because of something else. But I won't say that over here.
Peter,
Dan.
treasure them.
I do.
And I'm not joking.
I
I have no parents.
bits.
I have no family.
Got me.
Yes, I know.
I've only got
Anyway, I didn't want to put this in.
I've only got mates, Peter. All my family's passed away except for our cousins.
It's like mine. Most of my family, I mean, the only people I got around is my sisters, yeah? I got 3 sisters and they don't care about me whatsoever. So I don't speak to them. I don't see them. I don't have nothing to do with them. My mum and my dad and my brother, who's not here anymore, you know, they were my family, my extended family. But now I got a son what don't live with me, and I'm trying to see him. And I know you've had problems, Dan, with that in the past. And I would tell around and tell you my situation, but not on YouTube. You know, I'm going to keep that off.
Yeah,
Peter, message Dan on his email. He will get round to reading it, but it does take his time because
it's hard. It's hard when you're visually impaired. It's hard when you can't hardly see.
Well, maybe you can do a voice recording on WhatsApp.
Speak to text.
If you download WhatsApp, Dan has got WhatsApp on his channel.
Oh no! Dan's got enough shit to deal with in his life, and then dealing with my crap. Come on.
Listen. And Peter, I wanted to say something. Just because you smoke.
Bumblebee. Dan was speaking.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Sorry, no, I just want to make it clear that if somebody needs to talk to somebody, right, I'm always there for people. Okay, you know, people say to me, "You got your own shit going on," and that's true, I do. But you know what? I would rather concentrate on other people's shit than my own shit. So if people need to talk, by all means, reach out to me, and I will respond as soon as I possibly can. I will get your email or your WhatsApp message or your whatever it might be. Right?
You're fucked now, Pat.
If you just need to release some shit off your chest and need to listen to you, then just fucking just voice message me on WhatsApp. spend 10 minutes talking shit, telling me about your fucking problems, whatever. I guarantee at the end of it, you will feel slightly better because you've got something off your chest.
You know, Dan, I've been to see counsellors, psychiatrists. They do shit for you. You know, you need someone in your life that you know who you can talk to and who you can trust, who you can lay off your shit on, you know. And as you said,
Peter,
talking does help. In the end, it does make you feel better. But what I've noticed is the talking doesn't take the problem away.
No, it doesn't. Talk therapy. In my
Peter, can I raise a point with you?
Hang on a sec, Bumble. Sorry, Princess Angela. I just want to say what I want to say, and then I'll come to you, Angela. Then we'll go to Bumble. Talking therapy, in my opinion, is a load of that. Okay.
Yeah.
You're
fucking right.
Is you're reliving everything that fucking upsets you. Everything.
You're damn fucking right. And they love it. They love it, Dan. They love you to go fucking through it over and over and over and over again.
Yeah.
Because it affects you even more.
That's the issue though, Peter, because you do have to go over it every single time, because you'll go to see somebody and they'll go, tell me about your problems, and you'll explain to them. You might not even be a person the next time you go, and they'll say to you, tell me about your problems.
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking, you have to tell about half a dozen people about your fucking problems, which means you're reliving it every fucking minute, trying to tell somebody how you feel and how it's affecting you.
And do you know, Dan, that's where the fucking medication comes into it, because they just shove it down your throat because you're reliving it. You can't just let it fucking lie. Do you know what I mean? And sorry, because this is key to my heart, you know, because I go through mental health issues, you know, not only being visually impaired and not having the opportunities in life to do what I wanted to do, you know, as a professional, as a work, you know, at the moment, at the end of the day, I can't work. I'm not allowed to work. My disability that is that severe. I have to sit my lazy ass on at home all day, every day, when I would like to be out there and be a fireman and save people's lives, but I can't. But still, once again, don't want to bring the stream down, Dan. I really don't.
I get you, Peter.
You are not bringing the stream down.
I get that feeling about feeling guilt about your father. Sorry, Dan.
I get that, Bumblebee. And Dan, I was listening to you, mate.
No, and you're not bringing the stream down. Listen, these like the live streams that I do normally on a Sunday. Don't normally do one during the week, but I had something I needed to say earlier. But the live streams that I do on this channel started during lockdown, and that was because I, number one, was in a situation where I didn't have access to other people. I was stuck on my own, nobody to talk to, nobody to discuss my problems with. So I started doing live streams. And that allowed other people who saw me being genuine and real, I hope, feeling that they could do the same thing on this channel. Okay. And I believe, from what people have told me, that I've helped several people who have been in very serious situations.
Dan, can I tell you something? Can I tell you something, Dan? Watching over these last good few years, when obviously I noticed you getting in touch with Civil, I've noticed that you've tried to help as many people as you can, man, without dealing with your own shit.
It's easier. It's easier to deal with other people's shit than it is to deal with your own shit.
Because you want to ignore your own shit.
You want a distraction.
Yeah, you want to ignore your own shit. You don't want to deal with your own shit because you know it hurts. And that's the thing.
You know what you're saying before about talking therapists and stuff like that? You know what? Sometimes they are the only way in which you will be able to move forward, because it's the only way you'll be able to understand things that, like, you know, to be able to...
The best person you can talk to, can I tell you this? The best person who, and this, some people can say you're wrong at this, and some people can say you're right. But the best person you can talk to is your fucking self. Take yourself out for a good walk if you can, if like people with mental health problems, take yourself out for a good walk. Sit on a field where it's just you. Look at your shit. Look at this stuff what you've been through in your life, and try and work it out bit by bit.
Yeah,
because
But
I,
you'll still be in
Peter,
the same
100.
situation at the end of it, won't you?
Definitely
You'll still
agree.
be in the same situation. No, 'cause
I
you will
don't
still
like.
be in the same situation.
Peter, you
Angela,
mentioned about that you're smoking and you feel guilty. Is that right? About
sorry, Dan and Angela and Bumblebee was trying to talk. Sorry.
Sorry.
No, all three
I'm
people are
trying
trying
to
to talk,
retain
and
it.
I'm trying to listen to all of you so I can answer all your questions if you've got any questions.
I've just got a valid point to point out.
Yeah, go ahead.
So, Peter, you said about your dad, and I think you said about you feel guilty that you're smoking. Am I right?
Well, I don't smoke, only normal fags. You know,
So,
you
I
could
I
say.
don't mean to be blunt, all right, and
I guess you know what I
lost
mean, Dan. You
hang
know.
on. Yeah. And I lost my dad to throat cancer, yet he'd never touched a fag in his life. And if you also look at Roy Castle, he never smoked either.
No, he used to
Yet they
claim
both
like
died
smoked for
of
like cod and shit,
esophageal
didn't
cancer.
You know,
And
after when
I
when
don't
my
think
dad
that you
passed
should
away.
hold yourself guilty for having a smoke. I have smoked since my dad's death, and I have learnt, and he died in 2016. I have learnt that it was his time to go, and despite treatment, it was his time to go, and there was no way I could stop him. However, I can try to educate people, and have them understand chronic health, terminal conditions, and disability as being disabled myself and up against many obstructions right now.
I think
And
for me,
I actually hold guilt that
Thank
my
you.
friend died of cancer. My friend died to an attempt on her life. And despite phoning emergency services, she was failed. I still hold that guilt from 2017, but I do accept the fact that there were services failures that led to her death. 23-year-old.
Bumblebee, you're right, because the night when my dad passed away, we called an ambulance. It took 30 minutes for the first ambulance to come. When it did, it did not have the right equipment on it, so they had to find another one, which took another 10, 15, maybe 20 minutes for that to arrive.
You should have contacted the ambulance service and asked for an inquiry. I worked in the frontline ambulance service, and in the 90s we had to respond to a
it's all different now,
call in
Bumblebee.
12
It's all
minutes.
useless now.
Yeah.
Yes, it's useless now, but I was saying that had that happened years ago, and considering it as a 30-minute, Peter did say it was a while ago.
Dan, can you crack something what's fucking funny, man? Because, you know what I mean? Since I come on, man, I feel like I brought your stream down, mate.
No,
you haven't, Peter.
You haven't.
This is one of the problems.
Peter.
People think that these issues, the mental health issues and things like that, things that go through your head, they think it brings everything down. Okay, one of the reasons for this live stream that I do, okay, is to give people the opportunity to talk. Okay, whether people sometimes people in the comments go, "Oh, this fucking guy's boring." They get booted. Trust me. When people say shit like that, they get booted off the channel.
Well, Dan, I can't. I don't see the chat, so someone's probably fucking saying shit about me. But if they are, they're leaving some poor bastard alone.
Peter, I assure you, okay, that the moderators on this channel understand. They know what I've been through. They know what I go through. Okay, they're very close friends of mine, and they know that sometimes people just need to get stuff off their chest. So we will allow you to talk about whatever the fuck it is you need to talk about. Okay, and I will give you as much time as it takes. Okay, I don't give a fuck what other people in the comments have to say. They will get dealt with if they want to be dickhead.
Dan, can I be honest with you? The only reason why I come up is because where you was talking about yourself, mate. Yeah, you was talking about yourself and your problems and your health and your heart and your brain and all this lot. And I seen that. I've seen that previous with my dad. and that touched the nerve. It's like, I know what the man's going through because I watched it growing up as a kid. Hence the only reason why I come on is because I wanted to tell you, Dan, you know, you're not the only one. All right, you're going through that situation. I haven't, but, you know, my dad had 11 strokes and heart attacks over the years. And does it worry me for myself? Like when I get older, like I'm 41 this year, so I'm not getting any younger. Is it something that runs in the family? Like my dad had it. He was an ill man. He smoked, and yeah, I smoke, but I don't smoke only just normal fags. I smoke, you know, Roger would know, you know, the devil's bush, you might say.
My daughter calls it the devil's lettuce. Just like.
I call it the devil's bush, you know, but it ain't the devil's bush. It's the God's bush because it's growing on fucking God's green earth.
My dad died.
Why not
at 51, and my mum died at 54.
But the only reason why I smoke that is because of my dad. You know, when I watched my dad pass away, I went into drugs. I went into alcohol. I lost myself, and I took myself.
Have you had any? Have you had any bereavement counselling?
Yes, and that doesn't work either.
No, okay,
that doesn't work either.
Okay, and hear me out. Having gone through that traumatic experience of seeing your dad slowly die and then suddenly, slowly deteriorate and then suddenly die in front of your eyes. Have you pursued anything along the lines of trauma?
No, because I dealt with it myself. Like I could. I mean, it wasn't just only me. Like my mum was there. My big brother was there, so I could talk to my big brother. You know, my older brother, who's older than me. Before he was involved with a car accident, I used to be able to relate to him because he was there. My mum was there.
But what traumatizes one person might not traumatize another person. So even though there was other family around, they might not have been affected like you have been. And all I'm going to say is look at the 7 stages of grief and also look at complex bereavement and trauma. And
at the end of the day, Bumblebee, I'll be fine. You know, yes, Dan. You know,
some of us are warriors, and we're alive and kicking still. Trust me.
I'll be honest. Yeah, I'll be honest. Yeah, I mean, when I was in my teens, I found it really hard. I had a really being a punching bag of your family after being you watching your dad die, and you being a punching bag. You turn to alcohol and drugs. You kind of have a chip on your shoulder, you know. And I was angry at everybody and all this lot. And I was all the way up until 2007, until my son was born. And I took a look at myself and I said, you know what? You need to fucking grow up. And I stopped all the alcohol, you know, and I was drinking excessively.
Anger is part of one of the 7 stages of grief, if you don't know, and also guilt. And you've talked about your kids. Your guilt.
People say go to counselors, go to whoever, talk to someone. Do you mean? Let me give someone a bit of insight. Just watching your child be born and having your child come into the world and watching them grow up, it should be enough for fucking someone to say, do you know what? You need to change.
Do you know what, Peter? The thing is,
not always.
It's been very personal to you in order for you to make that decision. And I learnt this years ago when my missus at the time was pregnant with my eldest son. Okay. And I used to go out, I used to drink purposely to go out and find people to fight with because I had a big fucking potato on my shoulder. I was an absolute utter.
Dan, can I say, I got what would you say? I got scars on my side, where my rib cage is, or where I've been in fights, because where I've been in, like, I've had a chip on my shoulder, and someone said the simplest things that I took in the wrong way, and I've had a fight with them, and I've been stabbed, but I never felt in that kind of, when you lose it and you see red, you don't feel pain, you don't feel all that. You know, you just feel you want to fight. You just feel angry and red, like, You
And
know what I
was-
mean, Dan?
I was very, very lucky. Okay, I went out looking for fights. I found them and I had them. Okay, I was an absolute asshole when I was growing up, and I don't hide that from anybody. I've said this many, many times on the channel. I was a piece of shit when I was younger growing up because I had a chip on my shoulder that was the size of a fucking King Edward, right? And that was because I was fostered from 3 weeks old. Okay, it's not an excuse. Okay, and you know the shit I've done in my past, I have to live with, right? And I have to live with the punishment that was given to me for the shit that I'd done in the past, right? But I went out and I was looking for fights purposely because I had a chip on my shoulder and I was being an absolute fucking arsehole. It took for me to nearly miss my eldest boy being born to realise that drinking was not the fucking answer. And yes, I drink once a week. Again, you're not going to see me drinking on Sunday because you're seeing me drink tonight. Okay, I will drink one night a week, and that is it. Right,
and that's on a Sunday, Dan, when you come on live.
Normally it is. I'm having a drink tonight, so Sunday I'll be sober. Well,
that's because it's a different day. That's because it's a different day. You know, if you didn't do this live tonight, you would have been on Sunday and you would have had probably had a drink. And so be it. So, you know, good on you. Have a fucking drink, mate, because you only get one life.
And I will drink once. Lots of people go, "Oh, he's an alcoholic." I drink once.
Oh, fuck off with alcoholic.
People that watch the channel will see that. I may binge drink. Okay, I might
snowflakes.
I've nearly done a full bottle of brandy. Because I had a little bit in this one earlier. Okay. Oh, I've still got a bit left.
I'm not a brandy drinker. I'm a beer drinker, and I don't mind a bit of Southern Comfort. But you know,
I can't drink that shit. Brandy is the only drink I can drink and be okay on. If I drink vodka or whiskey, it fucks me up, and I'm an absolute fucking scumbag. And I will not do anybody.
Well, sorry, Dan. You know, you may think beer is like a piddly shit drink, and it fucking is. You know, you look at it, what's out on the market now, it's piddly shit. You know, but you know, I can drink. Dan, I can drink an 18 crate in one night and not feel fuck all. And even more than that.
People have different tolerances.
But
do you fancy drinking out of a pub? You feel more drunk than
but people don't drink to get pissed. Can I say people need to learn. People don't just drink just to get pissed. They drink to socialize. They drink so they can open up. They can talk to other people who they wouldn't talk to on a normal fucking day.
You are right.
Because alcohol, regardless of what fucking alcohol you drink
to numb out the trauma.
Yeah, no matter what alcohol you fucking drink, as Dan said,
all the shit that's going on.
Yeah,
but I'm still fighting on.
Like Dan said, yeah. I've known Dan has said many times alcohol enhances your emotions on what you're feeling, and it fucking does. Either way, it does. It improves your emotions, regardless if it's good or bad. That's the bad thing and a good thing about alcohol, regardless of what alcohol it is.
Peter, do you not think that it can also numb out your feelings, your emotions?
Yes, it does. Yes, it does.
Yeah?
Yes, it does. But it can
I'll be
also.
honest, hand up right now. I'm going through so much utter shit that I've had some wine tonight to numb out.
Bumblebee. But it depends on what kind of mood you're in at that time.
Mm-hmm. I know. And if you're feeling,
if you're in a happy mood,
it's going to exaggerate their feeling. But if you're feeling, I'm overwhelmed, but I'm a fighter, and then you're
gonna have a little fucking cry, and then you're gonna get angry. You're gonna get angry. You're gonna have a little cry. You're gonna get angry again. You're gonna go looking for trouble. You know that's on that side of it. But on the other side of it, you can just have drown your fucking sorrows and get so pissed that you just pass out.
Yeah, and you know what? This week has been full of so much shit. You won't believe me if I told everybody, but I just wanted a bit of let's numb out a bit, because I don't want to face the shit that I've got, the stress and the shit that I've got to face at 10 o'clock in the morning.
But Bumblebee,
I don't
sometimes
want to wake up to the flashbacks and nightmares and
Bumblebee,
so much more.
Bumblebee, sometimes people just need to get just to get really fucking pissed so they can forget about their shit.
Yeah.
But that only happens if you're in that kind of mood, right, Dan?
Yeah, and I don't advocate people drinking. Okay, so let me.
No, nor am I. Nor am I.
No, nobody does.
Yes, I drink once a week. Okay, but that drink not only helps me get through live streams. I'll come straight to you in just a second, Smiler. Sorry, brother. So I might drink on a live stream. That not only helps me, okay, in people that I might not have interacted with before, because if I don't drink and I'm interacting with people that I don't know, that can affect me mentally. Okay, so I will drink on a live stream, and I'm not afraid to drink on a live stream. And the reason I'm not afraid is because it is impossible for anybody to continue a facade, okay, something or not, and you do a bottle of brandy. There is no fucking way that you can pretend to be something you're not after a bottle of brandy.
And whoever thinks that you fucking can, needs a fucking checkup from the neck up.
Yeah, so this is why I don't mind drinking on a live stream, because people get to see the real me. If you think that I'm different on a live stream than I am to doing my videos during the week, then fine. You know, that you know. But I've not had anybody ever say to me yet that, oh, you know, you're fucking completely different when you've had a drink. You're a fucking bullshitter. I've never had that. And that's why I'm not afraid to drink on a live stream.
You know why, Dan? Do you know why, Dan? Because every time when I've seen you have a fucking drink, you might have all the other fucking idiots come in at the beginning and giving you a hassle, but then it turns into a laugh. It turns into something fucking funny. And as I said, you know, I sit here in the background. I'm not a one what comes up on panel. This is as I said, it's my very, very, very first time. And I just usually just watch it after the stream finished, you know. I just sit here in my bathroom, have a couple of joints, have a couple of beers, you know, and and try and get my daughter into bed. And that's just pure me relaxing and trying to get rid of my shit, because having a smoke, having a little drink, it helps me to relax from the day that you've had, the shit what's gone in your life, you know, Dan.
It's called survival.
Yes, you do what you have to do. You do what survives you, because you know your mental health is the number one. If you can't take care of yourself, who the fuck is going to take care of you?
But it's
exactly, and I tell you now, you don't want to end up in a care home. Been there.
Right.
Yeah.
Individually, it's how we deal with it. Now, that doesn't mean that how I deal with something is good for somebody else to deal with it. Okay, because it's not. Okay, we all have to deal with our own shit individually. And I'm not suggesting for a moment that drinking a bottle of brandy on a fucking Friday night is any good for anybody. Okay?
But it works for you, Dan. It works for you. It may not work for other people. You're not asking people to follow what you do.
Exactly. And I'm not.
You know, you're not asking people to follow you. You're asking people to make their own decision in their lives and come up on panel. And if you've got any problems, air it out. You're not saying, oh, come on my channel, I'll show you how to fucking drink.
Yeah, exactly. Come and be yourself. Come and join the panel. Be yourself.
And if someone can't see that, Dan, then you're a fucking snowflake who should get off the fucking internet.
Whatever it is,
there's another tuber. There's
a panel here, so no matter what you want to talk about, there is an opportunity here for people to come and talk. And nobody is going to slag you. If anybody slags you off in the comments, they'll get dealt with by the moderators, and I trust my moderators 100%. Okay, but if you come on the panel and ignore the chat.
Dan, I don't. I mean, it's good that your moderators do what they do, but they don't need to defend me. They can say people can say what they want about me. I've had it all my life, mate. You know, you see people walking down the street, they take a look at your eyes, and then they're like, they're talking and slagging you off, and you know they are.
Not a you problem. That's It's not. It's basically.
You get used to it.
Not a you problem.
Yeah, but at first,
yeah. Sorry, Peter.
At first it hurts. At first it hurts, and then you get used to it, and it becomes a norm, and you think, oh well, you fuck it off in the end.
That's the thing, man. You get people fucking like calling your name, slagging you off.
Sonic, 1 second. Angela put in the private chat that she's had her hand up for a bit.
No, Smiler was.
Oh, sorry, Dan. I don't want to take your panel over. Sorry.
No. Smiler was before me.
Sometimes people need to get stuff off their chest, and I'll let them get the stuff off their chest before I go to somebody else. Angela did say in the private chat a little while ago that her hand.
No,
Angela, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Angela.
You put it up before me, so
I didn't. Look. Oh yeah, no. Good point. Ha. Beat ya.
And my hand. That's Angela, and 2 minutes later it says "and mine from Smiler." So Angela, shit,
Okay.
you're going first.
Yeah. First of all, I think for your first time being on a panel, you've done amazing, and come on here and be open and talk about things. Also, I think there is certain things like Jim, I'm talking about stuff, and you can still see when you can hear the passion in people. Say from the past and past experiences, that is when you know though that like unless you deal with them things, they'll never ever go away and you'll never be free from your past. I'm not saying like free from it as in like it's never happened or nothing, but it's a case of your past has made you who you are today. So and
Angela, you're right. You're right, Angela. You're damn right. You hit the nail on the head. And
the questions that you've got, all your questions that you might have for the people that are no longer here that you'll never get the answers for. It's a case of like you have to kind of you'll never get them answers. I had so many questions from my mum, so many. It was like, why would you have done this and why would you have done that? And I had them there, and then I wasn't told basically she was going to say die that day. And I was like, well, I'm never going to get them answers now. I'm never going to know why she didn't love me. I'm never going to know this. I'm never going to know that. And then it was like...
Exactly, Angela.
Just one of them. I just did not know. And then it then just...
Angela, can I...
Just one quote. Can I just say one quote that was just meant so much to me? And it says, I never knew how strong I was until I had to forgive someone who wasn't sorry and accept an apology I never received. And you know what? That's the way I see about things... about I think my words came out wrong there. What do you know what I mean? But that's how I saw it back then, and we'll never get them answers to move on and know that whatever happened back then, we were children, and I don't know what happened, but we were children, and the adults were to blame, not kids. And
well, Angela, thank you for what you said. Your kind words is nice. Thank you. I'm not brave. I'm not brave whatsoever. I'm a dumb fuck that's come up on panel that's never come up before, and I'm spreading my shit on Dan's panel. And I do feel like I'm pulling it down. So Dan, I really would like you to crack a joke, because I like it when it's like it's something like funny, I know people have that.
Let's put it this way then. I've literally just had to take my teeth out, right? Because it's getting really uncomfortable sitting there with my fucking teeth in, right?
I've still got his arms aching, I think.
And I'm sure there are many people on here that are going to go, "Oh, Pap's got false teeth." Oh, blah 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 blah. Well, fuck you.
Better than having a false and fake personality, though, isn't it?
I've got false teeth, and who gives a fuck? But I've literally just had to take them out, so you're going to see my gaps now. I'm embarrassed by this, by the way, but I've had a drink, so I don't give a fuck.
So have I. That's the reason why I'm going to get another fucking beer.
In the morning, in the morning, I'll go, fuck me, why did you do that, you absolute fucking penis? But right now, I don't care. I've taken.
You know what, Dan?
That's how it should be. Sorry.
Dan, I'm going to feel that way about in the morning when I think, oh, fuck me, I went up on Dan's panel. I'm a fucking dickhead.
Not at all, man. Listen. Nobody has fucking said anything fucking
There you go, Dan. There you go, mate.
No, it's just about the point of fact is I've never come up before, I've never been on panel before, and you on any stream, you're the first stream I've ever been on, Dan, yeah. And I feel like in the morning I'm gonna feel like you fucking dickhead. What did you do? Why did you go up?
You're not
Yeah.
a dickhead. You're brave for coming up and talking, and I appreciate that you came up on Pap's channel and shared. Thank you.
There is not a
Right,
single
Peter.
person that I've seen in the comments, Peter, that has been, oh, this guy's a dick. Rah, 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 rah. Sometimes we get those kind of comments when people come up on it.
But not about.
You will
not
always
one-
get that online, Dan. You'll always get that online.
I didn't see one
I've
comment,
not seen
Peter.
a single person tonight. I've not seen a single person that said that about you tonight, Peter. Right?
Not one.
So, not
Right,
you know,
Peter.
get that shit, man.
Yeah.
Go on,
Smile as I'm taken.
Right, Peter.
Yeah.
Dad died
Yeah.
at 50, my dad died at 51. My mum died at 54. I'm now 55, coming on 56. Yeah,
Well,
so I've outlived my parents' age. Yeah,
It's hard.
Right,
It's hard.
It is hard. Yeah. Now my mum was taken ill quickly and died like before I could fly over to Spain. Yeah, she got leukemia and then passed away within the same time of getting a diagnosis. Yeah, so they sorted out, they got a diagnosis, they went to sort out a treatment, and she passed. Right now, I was supposed to be out in Spain, but because of work commitments, I never flew out to Spain. Right, so I always felt guilty for that. But I speak to my mum every day. I mean, there's loads of times where I'll like think, oh shit, I'll phone my mum, I'll tell her this, you know. I still speak to my mum in my own head every day, you know. You can't, you know, you can't hold your life thinking, am I gonna be too young when I die? Am I gonna outlive my parents' age? You just got to live your life day by day and enjoy it and enjoy your kids, right? And as for feeling guilty, I felt guilty for years and years and years for mates that took bullets in the army, yeah, that were beside me, yeah, and I felt guilty. I felt guilty trying to, you know, wrap them up, trying to get them into a army Land Rover, trying to get them out of the area where we were taking gunfire. You know, I felt
Smiler. Is it Smiler?
Yeah.
Sorry, I can't see your name because it's very small. Yeah, do you know, if I didn't have my eye trouble, at the end of the day, you know, I would have loved to have gone into the army because I would have loved to be on the front line to defend my country, not the Queen, not the King. Fuck them, because what they've done for this country. And I know some people like it, like them, but. You know, me, I'm not one of them people. They're not, mate, in my eyes, they're not done fuck all for the country. I will fight.
Mate, you aren't, that's a fallacy. You're not defending the country. What you're doing is you're doing politicians' dirty work. You're getting sent to places which are psyops for their dirty work, yeah, for their silly arguments that they have in Parliament, yeah. I mean, the whole thing going on at the moment, big psyop, big waste of money. Why are we sending all that money to there when we need it in our own country?
Because they don't give a fuck about us. Right. So they send it away.
But why?
But how many people knew that was the situation, Smiler, before they signed up to the army?
Why have we got English troops over there dying? Why have we got Americans over there dying that ain't even supposed to be in the war?
Put it this way, the problem that I've got with the government, of this government today, and all fucking governments, because they're all the fucking same, regardless of what era you're in and what fucking person's in or out. At the end of the day, right, they give a fuck about themselves and the money behind what they can make. They don't give a fuck about the country. They will spend people's money that they put into tax to what the fuck they want to pay for, you know? And we haven't got a say in it. We just pay our fucking tax like a fucking pleb. Sorry, Dan, for my language. Sorry. I did say I speak.
I do think I wonder though.
It's supposed to be a democratic country.
Very clear. Sorry, Simon. Let me just make something very clear. Fuck shit, bollocks, wank, cunt, fuck, toss, bollocks, fuck, tit, wank, bollocks.
Say what you tud, wank.
Sorry, Dan. I did say I swear a lot, mate.
It's supposed to be a democracy, and it's about time this government were afraid of the democratic people that elected them.
I would rather, Smiler. Smiler, I would rather go into the army thinking in my own fucking head that I'm fighting for the country instead of the fucking politicians.
Yeah, but it's all bullshit.
Yeah, I get that.
The Queen and country.
Smiler, it's been bullshit over the whole fucking years, yeah? Like since the 1940s. But to tell you the truth, the 1940s we had a fucking backbone. In the Battle of Britain, we had a fucking backbone where we fight for our fucking country.
Because back then we were actually fucking doing what we were supposed to be doing in the first place, which is defending our fucking country.
Exactly. It's fucking exactly. Young fucking men.
It's about
Why are UK borders defended?
You know, people.
They sacked the Home Office and replaced the Home Office with fucking.
Oh, they know that all of them need to be fucking revamped, yeah? Get rid of Parliament, get rid of fucking House of Lords, get rid of all of them, yeah? They're fucking idiots. All they give a fuck about.
Receptionists in Home Office, then nobody would fucking get in the country, would they?
No, what they need is proper people who know the shit of life, how it works, how business works.
For Prime Minister.
Said that he voted for war. That's unfortunately untrue because the people that want to make money vote for war.
Exactly, because it's all about making money for them.
A lot of money to be made in war, unfortunately.
Of course there is. That's why do you think Tony Blair sent us to fucking Iraq?
Money.
Yeah, the same
who
with
would you make
Bosnia.
Prime
Why did we
Minister?
go to Bosnia?
Peter.
Because of oil.
Look at a nine.
Peter, who would you make Prime Minister?
Who would I make? Not in the fucking people what's in fucking government today, or in the House of Parliament. It would have to be proper. It would have to be proper people from normal backgrounds who live a life.
Lawrence
Fox. The problem is, Peter, they will never allow that to happen.
Of course they won't. Because we would run the country sufficiently over fucking them. Because we're not greed of money. We're greed on equal opportunities.
Look at the way Gaddafi run his country.
100%. I don't necessarily agree with that 100%. I think the reason.
Milo, you're quiet.
Go on, Dan.
They won't allow people to run for Parliament who haven't run before. Okay, it is this is why we've got what they call it a uni party. Okay? It's either Conservative or Labour. Okay,
yeah, there's only two parties.
These are the only two that really ever get in, and that's because they won't allow an independent to run.
It's first past the post system.
Well, people are scared. People are scared of change. They don't. An independent hasn't got a track record. Now, although Conservative and Labour have got a shitty track record, they have a track record. At least most people are in for when they allow Conservative or Labour to take power. They're scared to let an independent take power because they've got no track record. They don't know what the fuck is going to happen. And most people will go, it's scary having something unknown. It's unknown, so we're scared. So we'll vote for something that we do know they're going to fuck us up.
Dan, can I ask you a question? Where do you think all these politicians, when in a young age, where do you think all these politicians come from?
What do you mean? They're all fucking.
They're all from university.
Like that.
No, what I mean is they all come from university. They never come from a workplace to know how the country fucking runs.
Yeah.
No, and look at how many comes from Eton and Harrow and upper class like private universities.
They think that they can run a country from a fucking classroom or getting taught. No, go out there and work a fucking lifetime and then come into politics and then change the fucking country because you know how the country will work.
But again, people will look at independents and go, "Oh, they've got no track record in being in politics. I don't trust them." and they will go to the fucking lesser of two evils. Okay, that is the
Also
unfortunate
will.
about it. They will choose the lesser of two evils rather than trying something new. Now, there are parties out there that when you look at the party and you think to yourself, actually, they've got some great policies. The problem is the majority of people have been bred for politics, so they are talking shit, and they know that the shit they're talking will get sucked up by every fucking Tom, Dick, and Harry. Okay, and when it comes to it, they will just on a dime and they will go, "Now, fuck you, we're going to do something else," which is what every fucking politician has done when they've got into power.
But do you know what he's saying, Dan? If you ever watch these assholes, right? The front bench don't give a shit because they got the money, they got the high job. But it's not all of them, but certain people in the back benches that actually do give a fuck about this country that never get into government.
Theresa May is one of them at the moment, you know.
And
Theresa May, she sold out this fucking country.
He threw his toys out the pram when he got kicked off the front bench to the back bench because
do you remember?
Now he's the Irish minister, yet he's got no connections with Ireland.
Dan, do you remember back in the day when this old woman was arrested and dragged to the police van, outside Parliament because she wouldn't do what they would say, and they arrested her and dragged her, and she was an old woman.
You're talking about during COVID?
Yeah.
I think I remember that. Yeah, I think I remember that.
Well, there you go. You know, it's
again. I think the problem is that people are scared for something new. People are scared for something that's unknown.
Change.
So they rather choose the lesser of two evils than they would try to vote for something new. And I think that's the issue. I think people need to try something new. Okay, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work. Okay, but that's what the whole voting system is about. We vote people.
We never voted Rishi in, did we?
You know what? Do you know what, Dan? Yeah, people should have voted Nigel Farage in when they had the fucking chance. And I'm not a Nigel Farage fucking fan base sort of person, but I do believe in some of what he fucking says. Like when he said about the EU and coming out the EU, I voted on that because I believe in this country. Before the 70s.
Can you give me one positive thing that Brexit's brought to us so far?
Well, fuck all, because the government. No, hold on. The government, right? Fuck all, because the government don't want it to.
No. We've signed the Brexit deals and done everything that has happened with the EU. So, I'm just curious as to what has happened.
Well, they're not signing the deals what they should do for this country, not the multi-billion deals. They're just going off little fucking deals that this country.
There's none of them that we're going to be getting. It's like
Sorry, Angela. Who the fuck is trying to call me at this time in the morning? Seriously, who's trying to phone my phone at this time in the morning? Come on, somebody must be in the channel.
That was someone likes you, Dan.
Not guilty.
Come on,
starting with a K?
Phone at this time of the fucking no, I don't know who it is. It's just a number. I'm hardly going to be answering the phone at this time in the morning. Come on, I mean, sort it out. Fuck's sake.
Ring them back.
Anyway, Dan, did you put your teeth back in, or did you leave them out?
No, they're back in.
Ah.
If I turn them upside down, I look like a fucking. I look like a.
Oh, really that's hilarious, Dan.
Rabbit.
I look like a really scary Bugs Bunny that way.
I've got to try and turn this into something fucking funny. Shit, I've only got a little bit of battery left. I've got 10% battery and then my phone's going to die. So soon I'm going to have to go, Dan. But it's been fucking fabulous coming up, man.
Oh, mate,
Peter, thank you for coming up and showing your viewer things and engaging with us all.
Yeah, and you've come to the panel with some valid points, and I appreciate that. Thank you.
I'll come to the panel with fucking dickhead points.
Just like some of us, mate.
I've done nearly a bottle of brandy, so as far as I'm concerned, it's okay points until I wake up.
I'm going to fucking dread this in the morning, Dan. I'm going to think, what the fuck did you do?
No, don't. You've done amazing.
No, you're
honestly,
fine,
but
mate.
I just think what you've done is you've shined a light on like the fact of what happens when people are
Yeah,
younger.
but when you're smoking and drinking, you don't fucking think of that until the next morning, right,
but
Dan?
just think of it as being a positive. Though, no, it's a positive because you know why I see this now is the fact that for all these years, yeah, these things have been getting in your mind, and you've been on here and you've had a voice, and I think that is the first start of anything is having a voice, because then eventually you'll get heard, and then once you've been heard and you've been listened to, that I think that's also an amazing part of moving on with things like that.
Thank you,
That's
Angela.
what Dan's channel's done for me. That's what can I just say? That's what Dan's channel's done for me. Because when I first came on here, I was then like nervous as fuck, laughing, giggling, being a bit of a girl, and then I went off and I was able to then. From then, I've gone from doing this now to speaking in front of like real life people, you know, like head of trust and stuff, you know, like and people from the CQC and to do with mental health and really things that matter to me.
Angela, that's because everybody's point is valid, right? The only time I will have an issue with somebody is when they try and cunt me off, or my friend. That I'll have an issue when that happens. Okay.
Yeah.
And Grant, I might have missed sometimes when people have tried cunting off people, and I might have missed it. I can't, I can't follow the chat 100%, but I will always stand up for my friends.
Well, Dan, at the end of the day, mate, sorry for interrupting. At the end of the day, mate, yeah, I'm not an enemy and I'm not a friend. I'm just a cunt that listens and watches, mate.
That's all right. There's plenty of cunts on here, mate.
Respect for you, man.
But I do think genuinely like you've had a voice, and I really do believe that is the first massive step. And for myself, that was anyway. Because I can guarantee you, like, 4 or 5 years ago, whatever it was, I was in a completely different place. And Dan will know that.
But Angela, I'm still going to think in the morning, what a fucking dickhead, what did you do? And that doesn't go away, right, Dan?
No.
Peter, on Sunday, when you come on Sunday and you go, oh, he's having another fucking live stream, let's get on there and fucking talk shit again, you'll forget all about it. Listen, right, if somebody's got a valid point and they come on here and they've got a valid point, no matter what it's about, okay, I will let people have their say. Okay. I might not be able
fine, Dan. That's fine, mate.
I might not be able to give advice on certain things. When it comes to politics, my fucking knowledge is shit. Okay.
So is mine. So is mine. I mean, politics is not my best, but I know a little bit because the way that they're done with a fucking country. Look at it. You can't be. You mean I'm blind, but I'm not that fucking blind.
Not laughing. Sorry.
My point is, I will let people have their say because everybody is entitled to have their say.
You know, right? I'm not. At the end of the day, Dan. Yeah, this is just my opinion on everything. Yeah. Right, apart from what I said about my background and, growing up and my dad, that's true. But everything else, what I said about the government, that's my view. That's how I see it. I'm not putting it on people. It's just my view on how I see the fucking country being run into the fucking ground by fucking cunts that's just come out of fucking university and never gone into a fucking job in their whole entire life and think that they can run this fucking country into the ground. That really fucking pisses me off because the people in the 1940s or 1945s put their fucking lives on the line for this country. And I respect them people.
Yeah, I do. But you know what they also did? They tried to make...
Just from YouTube. Sorry, Angela, I'll come straight to you afterwards.
Sorry, Dan, did I say something wrong?
No.
Never.
The opinions of guests on this channel are not necessarily the opinions of the channel themselves. So let me just make that clear for YouTube.
It's my opinion, Dan. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
I just want to
not your channel's opinion.
Peter, it's to do with YouTube.
Yeah, I know that. That's why I'm saying it's not Dan's stream or Dan's channel's opinion. It's my opinion.
Yeah.
Mine alone, because it's the way I see it. And I've lived in this country for fucking near enough 41 years. And I've seen how it's gone fucking from bad to worse to even fucking dreading what the fucking future is going to be like.
But like...
Peter, I get you.
God.
I'm sorry, I get you. And and Angela's laughing because she knows what's going on.
Yeah, but I don't. You say about the war and stuff, yeah, and about how they fought and people died in the war and stuff. But afterwards, the whole purpose of like during the EU and the way in which the EU was started and built and NATO and things like that was all because of that war, and we came together, and that to me is sad because.
Yeah, it is sad because half of the EU never had the balls to stand up to Germany where we did. And that is sad.
No, wait, hold on a minute. There was no EU until after the World War II. World War II came after.
The reason why I'm more can I say the reason why I'm more passionate about what happened in the past is when my dad was alive. Please. When my dad was alive, he used to watch a load of war films. So I grew up watching my dad watching war films, like the Battle of Britain and all that lot, which it tells the whole good story of this country's history. No, I'm not no Nazi hating person. I'm just saying people in this country to what they used to be to today, people today don't have the balls.
No, but I think
people today don't have accountability and respect.
Right. Anyway, Dan, my phone's gonna go, mate. You know, it's gone dark, so my battery's gonna go. So I'm sorry if I brought any controversy or any bad publicity or anything to your channel, mate.
Not at all. Not at all. We've had way worse than this, trust me.
I just want you to be a level person what comes on, you know, like say it how I see it, because my views are my views and not your channel.
Exactly.
Or anyone else's views.
100%, and your views are just as valid as everybody else's, and therefore I will let you say what you've got to say.
I'll come on panel, Dan, you know, and I'll spread my shit, but no, I don't ask people to listen, you know.
Peter, join the PAP Discord, okay?
I'm not. I don't know how to. Like this is Bumblebee. To be honest, this is my very first time of coming up on panel. Like I had trouble even getting up.
I'm sure one of the mods in chat can connect with you and guide you into the PAP community in Discord.
If you have a look on Dan's,
like DJ Sonic, who's the one like on the top by the side of PAP. He's quite good with technical stuff.
Every single one of my videos link.
Sorry, Dan.
Underneath every one of my videos, there's a link. If you look for the Discord link and click it, it will ask you potentially to install Discord if you haven't already got it. But it will.
No, I don't have it because I'm doing it on my phone, mate.
Right.
You can do Discord on a phone.
If you're on your phone, it'll ask you to download the app. And once you download the app, it will automatically take you to my channel, and it will ask you to.
You know what, Dan? I appreciate it. Thank you for the offer, mate. But with my visual impairment, and I do have learning difficulties. I did like leave that out because I didn't want people to take the piss out of me. But I do have learning difficulties because of my visual impairment. I have dyslexic and severe dyslexic. I will come up the way I would leave it, Dan, is I mean, I'll watch in the background, and if
right, whatever's easiest for you. Well, and you no, don't apologise, man. Whatever's easiest for you, okay, you do what is easiest for you. Okay, I'm not going to tell you what you have to do. There are many ways to get in touch. There are many ways to get involved. Okay, so whatever is easiest for you, you do. Okay, if that means that you just come on the panel now and again, then that's absolutely fine. And we'll accept you on the panel. Okay, no issues there whatsoever. All right, so whatever is easiest for you is what you'll do, and we'll accept it.
And Peter, thank you. Thank you for coming up.
There you are. Where you gone?
Kirby.
I'm going to go shortly as well because I've literally done a day, and I'm a bit fucked because all I've had to eat today is 3 packets of crisps.
Oh, no, that's fun.
You fat bastard.
I know, right? I know. three packets of hula hoops as well. I've literally. I
Dan, they're
needed
better
to.
for you than some other Chris. Trust me.
I needed
Product
to
placement.
listen. It was either buy that and 2 bottles of Coke and pay an extra £5 for a.
Fuck
Wait,
it,
was
let's all
this
get
on an
back
Uber
to product
delivery?
placement.
Yeah, it was
Dan.
either pay. Hang on. It was either pay an extra £5 for delivery or buy a couple of bags of crisps. So I bought that and that in order not to have to
Next
pay.
time, listen, Pap. Next time, look at sausage rolls and pasties and things like that.
That's all I've eaten today. I've not eaten anything else apart from 3 bags of crisps and a couple of Pringles.
And a
Wow.
banana.
It's
Dan,
not good. Not good,
so,
but-
some days are bad days, some days are better day. One step at a time, and maybe tomorrow will be better.
Well, it's unlikely.
Yeah.
You'll be asleep. Yeah.
3 bags of Pringles and the rest, another 3 bags of hula hoops and the rest of it Pringles tomorrow. That's probably
Right,
all I
right.
eat.
Next time you order Coke and brandy, Dan, order a loaf of bread, some butter, and some, if you like it, peanut butter or something that will go in your sandwich.
Peanut
jelly.
Why
butter.
not?
You laugh. Do you know what? I brought the other week, 2 weeks ago, I brought what I thought was Philadelphia cheese spread. And
it
some
was?
chicken. And I got the chicken breasts and I cut them open and I put a big dollop of this fucking Philadelphia cheese spread inside. I wrapped the cunt in bacon, put it in the fucking air fryer. And it
Well
cooked.
done.
And I thought to myself afterwards, where the fuck is the cheese? It wasn't, was it? It was fucking butter. Philadelphia fucking butter.
Oh,
What a
no.
Gutted
What?
or what?
Dan,
No.
you learn by your mistakes. Next time, you buy the right thing.
Well, I mean, I just felt like an absolute.
I
I
wouldn't.
put 4 of them at once because I thought, well, I can eat the rest tomorrow. Stick in the
But
microwave.
no one would have known you were a twat if you hadn't have just said.
Well, do you know, this is the problem, isn't it? I have a drink. And
I
I'm
know.
honest, you know. So I cut the fucking breast up, slapped a load of fucking what I thought was cheese fucking spread in the fuck. Thought I was going to have my hunter's chicken, didn't I? No.
Yeah,
I
but
had myself.
imagine if you'd been able, if you knew what it was, you could have at least tried to seal it better, and then it could have been like a big juicy like Kiev, isn't it?
Garlic butter Kiev, yeah.
Made a twat
You could
of
have just
myself.
chucked some
No,
garlic in there and been a garlic butter Kiev.
You can do something like that, Dan. I promise you, I can't. Do you know what? I'm not even kidding, right? Dan.
I've made a twat of myself because I've shared it with you. I could have just kept it
No,
to
Dan,
myself.
trust me, right? Dan, promise you, yeah. I once cooked jacket potatoes in the oven. Just no other lie. Got them out, right? Fucking someone stole the potato.
Someone what?
Someone stole the potato from the inside. I don't know the potato.
Potato for a jacket.
Yeah,
So,
I got the
just
shell
have a
thing. I got the shell. I don't know where the hell the potato went. I'm not kidding. It was in my own oven.
How long
I
did
came
you
back-
cook it for, Angela?
I don't know. Quite a while, I think.
8 hours?
Dehydrated. It dehydrated.
Yeah.
Dan,
I was
To find
horrified.
out.
Dan,
Yes.
a few years ago when my brain fog was bad, I thought I put something in the oven. 2 days, I emptied the oven to try and eat it and I couldn't work out where it was. 2 days later, I find it in the washing machine, okay?
Oh, yeah.
Fair enough. I mean, I have some fucked up moments myself. Don't get me wrong. I mean, I will. I've got a kettle that's not an actual kettle. It will boil just 1 cup at a time, and it spits that boiled water out into a cup. Okay, just one at a time. I will sometimes get the milk out of the fridge, pour it in while it's fucking poured, and put it in the cupboard above the fucking fridge rather than put it back in the above the kettle rather than put it back in the fridge. Then half an hour later, I'll go back and I go, oh, I fancy another cup of coffee. I'll open the fridge and I'll go, oh, fuck me, I'm out of milk. And it'll take me 10 minutes to realise the milk's in a fucking cupboard, not in a fridge. Because I've
done it many times.
How many times have you lost your keys? I'd hate to tell you the places that I find my keys about 24 hours later.
There's only 2 places, and I've purposely only got 2 places that I'll put my keys, and that's one on the side table next to where I sit, and secondly on the microwave. That's the only two places
Yeah,
I will
that's
ever
the reason far too many times though. So you were like at one point, I must put them here or here, otherwise you the poison.
Peter, I see you in the
Trust
back there.
me, under the sink with the cleaning stuff, in the microwave, believe it or not, in the freezer, in the fridge. It's like
I bought that the house
brain fog with fibro. It's like really screw you up.
Hang on, guys. Peter, just give me a thumbs up please, fella, while you're in the back there. Just like that. Just do that. Brilliant. I'll bring you on.
Dan, did you read my back message, please?
Sorry, Dan. The only reason why I come on because obviously my phone died, mate, and I didn't want to leave. I didn't want to leave that way, so I only just popped on to say, do you know what? Have a good night, everyone.
Yeah. Have a good day,
Listen,
tomorrow.
I appreciate you coming on, brother. Right, I do. I appreciate you coming on, and thank you for sharing your story with us. You know, again, not everybody fucking appreciates what other people have been through, but we do.
It's my life shit, Danny. It's my life shit. It's not a story, mate. It's my life shit.
No,
and I don't want to
It's
spread it
your
over.
survival story.
It is what it is, and it's important to you, therefore it's important to us, the same as anybody else that wants to come on here that has got an issue that they've been through or are going through and they want to share that story with us. It is important, and it is very important for people to know that what they need to share is relevant. So I will always give people the opportunity to share what they've got to say. It's only when people start mugging me off or mugging off other people on this channel that action is taken. Right, you've not done that.
Of course, Dan. Of course, and it's your channel, and you should fucking do that, man. You know, and I understand that. And if people don't, then you know they don't belong on fucking social media whatsoever. But you know that's another story.
Exactly, and I appreciate you coming on, and I thank you for coming on as well. You know, as somebody that's new to the panel, shall we put it that way? You're not new to the channel. You said you've been around for a while, but somebody that's new to the channel, I want you to know that I at least me, I don't know about everybody else, but I personally respect you for coming on and sharing your story with us, and I genuinely appreciate that.
Mate.
And
Respect, mate.
And Dan, let me tell you. I mean, I know there's loads of fake accounts out there, yeah, and someone could fake my account and all this lot. But that's fine. You know, I have no problem of coming on and showing you I'm a real person because I'm not a fucking snowflake. You know, it's a precaution. So, and it's a precaution for your channel. So, you know, I'm all cool with that, man. But I will come on again. I don't know when.
Or Mangala.
Peter, once you've been on the panel once, perhaps able to identify that it's usually you, as opposed to somebody cloning you.
Yeah, I understand that, but you know, I prefer Dan to double check because you know there is people out there.
Sometimes I need to because I don't. You know, I'm not going to. You know, I've had a drink tonight. I might not remember your verified name now. Your verified name is the same as your name now, but when it comes up next time, I might think to myself, "Oh, I can't remember because I had a drink last time." So if I do ask. It's nothing against you. It is simply to protect the channel, and I'm thankful that you understand that. But after a couple of times, I will remember. And
but Dan,
you know,
that's fine. That's fine, mate. And I understand that, man. But I just, you know, don't know when I'll come back up on. You know, it could be a while. You know, problems at home. You know, and stress levels. But you know,
just know that you're welcome. Just know that you're welcome. All right.
Yeah.
Thank you, Dan.
You are welcome.
Dan, you're a good man.
Take care, Peter.
Sonic,
Thank
you're
you.
a good man. You live in a good place, but a shit fucking run place by fucking assholes.
Mate, you tell me that
him over there is a fucking wanker. Don't worry about him.
Yeah, but
he's a fucking pussy, innit?
Sonic,
Pussy old
Sonic,
body wanker.
Sonic, you're a good fucking wanker.
That's to be decided, but there we go.
That's between Liverpool and Scotland, isn't it?
Listen, the thing about me and Sonic, right? we know where each other's levels are, so we take the piss out of each other rotten. I'm telling you.
I know, I know that, Dan. I've been watching. I said I've been watching for a long time. Just never had the balls to come up until now, and it's because I knew you was talking about your health, and I knew from past experience what you're going through. That's the reason why I asked, did you get out of breath when you walk and that lot? It's not to take the piss out of you, mate. It's just, you know, I've seen it. You know,
and I appreciate you coming on and sharing your story and getting involved in the conversation. I genuinely appreciate that, as I would anybody that comes on and has got something genuine to add to the conversation. So thank you,
Angela. It's good talking to you, Bumblebee, and is it Smiler?
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm only going by memory because fucking seeing is impossible for me. So I'm going on memory.
Thank you, Rick. Peter.
Fine.
Sorry, that's my memory.
I'm just wanting to just clarify the embarrassing moments. Maybe not live, but Dan, do you remember the time when I nearly lost my eye in the Dyson? Can you remember?
I don't.
In a Dyson.
In a Dyson.
Yeah. In a Dyson.
Angela, you crack me up so much.
Why would you want to suck out your eyeball?
I do remember you on the back of your bed.
I was only kidding, Angela. I was only kidding. I was only trying to make a laugh.
No, it's honestly, like, do you know when like you hoovering along with the pipe bit, and I was like, oh bloody Nora, something's got stuck.
Trust me, Angela, with my visual impairment, I wish I could suck out my fucking eyes.
No, I promise you, I had visions of,
I've seen a video of Angela stuck down the side of her bed.
Yeah, straight up, I was trapped in my bed.
Stuck down the side of her bed. Don't fucking record me, you bastard. Don't fucking share this.
Ali, a little car bag, Ali was.
Dan, I can't actually see like a hand. Like if you come up really close to me and put your hand up in front of my face, I could see that. But if you took maybe 2 or 3 steps back, I couldn't see it.
Right.
So that's how bad my eyes are. That's the reason why I won't come up on camera. It's not because I'm a porn bomber or any fucking thing like that, mate. It's just no one needs to see this ugly fucking mug, man.
And everyone knows now that porn bombers getting caught.
You've been respectful. You've contributed to the conversation, and I just want, you know, as I said a minute ago, I respect that and thank you for coming on and adding to the conversation. You've not just come on and just not said anything. You've come on, you've added to the conversation. We've discussed certain things. You've brought certain things to the conversation that we've discussed. And, you know, that's all I ask for, you know, so thank you very much for coming on.
Well, Dan, it was you what was talking about your health, Dan, what brought me up, you know. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fucking come up, seriously, because I've seen it. I watched it with my dad for years and years and years growing up. So I saw the signs. I knew the signs. And when you was talking, it hit home. And I was like, that's why I sent a message. And then I was like, well, do you know what? It's going to take time for them messages to come through and Dan to see it. I just fucking, you know what, bite the bullet and I'll fucking take the bullshit in the morning with myself. And why did you fucking do this? And why did you do fucking that? You know, Dan. You know,
yeah, I know, man. We appreciate
Peter.
it and we're for it.
Nice to meet you.
We need to get us
Come back.
Nice to meet you too. Nice to meet you too. And you, Angela, and you, Bumblebee, and Smiler.
That was Bumblebee.
And DJ Sonic, man, you live in a good fucking land. What's beautiful, but fucking run by dickheads.
I hopefully get rid of these bastards.
Every time people
I
say
fucking
that.
hope so, mate. Stop.
Tell me fucking useless.
Yeah, tell your fucking
Peter, there's a
homeland
guy
people.
called Smiler
stop
on the
fucking-
panel that's been involved in our recent discussions as well.
Who? Sorry?
There's a gentleman called Smiler Lewis that's been on the panel as well. Well, you've been chatting.
He said thank you.
Yeah, he did say Smiler as well.
Oh, sorry,
Smiler?
Smiler. My
Sorry.
apologies. I didn't want you left out.
Did I get it wrong, Dan? Did I get it wrong?
No, mate. No.
Peter, I've had a drink. I'm sorry.
Listening.
So have I. So have I. I've had a drink. I've had a drink and a smoke. So I got to ask, did I do fucking wrong?
No, you didn't, mate. And I'm grateful that you came up on the channel and shared and discussed. So thank you for making the effort.
Dan, one love, man. You're a good man. Don't let this shit bring you down.
No,
Everyone else on panel, Sonic. Everyone on panel.
Mickey's
One love, man. Take it easy, everyone.
Take
Look
it
after
easy,
yourself.
Peter. Watch
I'm going to try and get my daughter into bed and go to bed myself.
watch the stream back in the morning, mate.
But that's after when I finish my beer and that lot. But yeah, see you later, guys.
See you later.
Watch the
Take care.
stream back in the morning.
See you
Like
later,
that.
guys. I'm going to fucking dread this in the morning.
Yeah, watch it back.
Smiley,
Listen,
you're
I
still
don't-
very quiet.
Dan,
Listen,
you
I've done-
fucking hell.
Listen, Peter, I've done a bottle of brandy. Right, I don't give a fuck. Right, in the morning, I'll just wake up and go, do you know what? Fuck it.
That's a
Crack on.
fucking
Yeah, and I'm going to
morning.
wake up and think, what the fuck did you do? And you know what that's about, Dan.
It's
I might
all
be
good,
waking
mate.
up later on the night.
It's all good.
Yeah, what?
You'll see
You
me
need that-
again. One love, everyone. You know, take it easy. Have a good night.
Ta-ra,
Good night.
Peter.
Thank you, mate.
Laters.
Oh, it was
Mr. Jack, Mr. Hobson, how the fuck are you?
Right, Jack.
How
Yeah.
you doing?
Walked into.
We're having we've been having a discussion about mental health and shit like that, man. It's all good. It's all
And
good. How you
chronic
doing?
health and
Is that any
How's
better?
the Philippines?
Yeah.
thank you, Smiler.
How's things over in the Philippines,
Yeah,
Jack?
it's good. Not too bad. Me and my fiancée, well, we had our breakfast, which was chicken wings on the grill.
I keep looking at the dating apps and I keep coming across women that say they're in my local fucking area that says they're fucking like 1,000 miles away. I'm like, fucking have a laugh, you bitch. You're in fucking Philippines.
Not back.
You know what I mean? You're not in my local area. You're having a giggle. So yeah, I don't get that. But there we go.
Where's the
But
echo coming from?
how's life treating you, Jack? Is it all good or what?
Hopefully be better tomorrow.
Well, what's happening?
I,
What's happening?
Go hit up the bank.
What's happening?
I could go rob me a bank tomorrow.
You're gonna rob a bank tomorrow?
Well, legally, we'll say.
Oh, legally rob a bank? Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
How do we get to do that then? I want that. I want part of that. I'm in. I can hear
Did
an
you
echo.
say legally or illegally?
Can someone please acknowledge me about an echo?
Say
Yeah,
that
there is
again.
an echo somewhere.
There is an echo, isn't it? I thought I was getting crazy then, you know. I was like, whoa.
Let me just double check. So if I talk while I block Jack, no, and that's still coming through. So it's something else. If I block Smiler and talk, it goes away. Smiler, unfortunately, it's you.
Right.
It's in the echo.
You are
mate.
still there now? Is it gone now?
Yeah.
Let's see.
It has.
Yes, it has. Yes,
Yeah.
it has.
Go on.
No echo.
Sorry about that. Doing some talk, but
What's
yeah,
happening
I'm all ears.
What's in the Philippines? Oh fuck me! Somebody's trying to phone me again at 4:45 in the morning. Come on, mate, have a laugh. Who's trying to call me at 5 in the fucking
Sure, is it
morning?
111 or someone?
Be a fancy woman, Briny.
Hang on, let me see. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Reader, please.
Oh, you're gonna hang up on me. Don't fucking ring me if you're gonna hang up on me. Fuck's sake, come on.
Call you.
Have some balls. Fucking hell. Well, they didn't want to talk. So, such is life. Oh, I don't want to be live on camera because I want to slag you off. Fuck off. Anyway, Jack, how's the Philippines right now? What's the website? You sound like Robo.
Should let a drunk
Unfortunately,
Dalek.
you sound like Robocop. Your connection isn't ideal, mate.
A drunk Dalek.
Do our sound. I think my reader and just shut up. Oh my god.
I am a Dalek.
Yeah.
I
hang
am
on.
pissed as a
Hang on.
fart.
Hang on.
Neither.
Hello. Hello.
Connected now.
Who's that?
Yeah, that's BB71 from the chat. I was banned, pretty much.
Who are you?
I'm just watching your live, and I was banned for just asking the questions, and your mods
Who are
just
they?
banned me.
You were banned by my mods for asking questions. What's your username?
Pretty much, yeah.
What's your username?
BVs71. BEVIS 71.
Hang on.
Beavis. Yeah, I recognise it.
Beavis. I think you were told at the very beginning, I'm sure. Stop being in the hot one ball.
Did the moderators ask you to stop talking about something or to do something?
No,
Yes, we did.
No.
Can check.
No, right,
I'm
what's
having
that?
comments at the moment.
What's happening?
It's fucking late to be called in. Do you know what I mean? But still.
It could have been in bed.
Number is in the description, so I thought I'd just call it.
It is. You're right. The number is in the description. But I'm looking through, and I've just scrolled back as far as the live chat will let me.
Yeah, that's no problem, mate. I have absolutely no problem with you. Trust me, I'm supporting you 99% of the time. There is no issue with that. The thing is, I just come to the live, and I thought, fucking hell, these guys are drunk. And they talking bullshit.
Yeah, I've had a drink and I'm talking shit.
That was all I said. That was all I said. And every single message was banned. That
Okay,
was it.
can I just? Do you ever call in during when Dan does live streams? Do you ever call in?
Jack,
You sound
this is soda.
Unfortunately, the guy on the phone can't hear you unless he turns his TV up or
Ask
his
him a
computer
come on panel.
That's going to cause some issues.
I did that.
Can you come on the panel to talk to us?
I don't think so. I don't have a webcam. I don't have a microphone.
There's a microphone on the phone.
That's it.
No webcam and no microphone. Okay, fair enough. What I'll have to do is I'll have to speak to the moderators.
Look, I'm not mad at them at all because I'm drunk myself. And if
that's good. We're all pissed.
Call me. You're fucking drunk and you call
No,
me.
you can't.
I've done a bottle of brandy. I'm fucked.
Some 3 bottles of holy water.
Oh, hang on a minute. Did you mention something about Sonic not wearing a shirt? Sonic the Hedgehog not wearing a t-shirt or something?
Yes, exactly.
Right.
That's what I mentioned.
Right. Okay.
What a shame.
I if you've been banned,
But he was under another name as well.
I will need to speak to the moderators with regards to that. There's nothing I can do right now because I'm going to be wrapping this live stream up shortly. So there's nothing I can do right now, but I will speak. I have a private conversation. I have a private chat area that I speak to my moderators in, and things like this we discuss. So I will speak to the moderators tomorrow. If we can sort something out, we'll be live again on Sunday. So if we can sort something, if I can find out what exactly has happened and what the moderators have potentially given you a timeout or a ban or whatever it is, I will need to speak to them about that first. But it's
Lord Pap, can I just ask you a question? Are you and me already live on a stream?
We're live at the
don't have don't have that sounds.
No, we're live at the moment, mate. We're live at the moment.
Right. Okay. So, peace to everybody. Peace to you. Supporting.
Peace on you too, son of a bitch.
They got Monument to Malta. You know that.
Everything you do.
Can't hear him. What a pity.
All I can do, brother, is I can speak to the moderators in the morning. I'm a bit pissed to speak to them now, Okay, so I'm going to be completely honest with you. There's no point in me talking to them now because I won't remember what they fucking say to me by the morning. But I will speak to them tomorrow and we'll find out the reason why you've been timed out or banned or whatever it is. Okay. And we'll try and sort something out. Okay. I appreciate you phoning and saying your piece. I appreciate that. So let me make that very clear. But if moderators have asked you not to do something, for example, and you've continued to do it, then I have given them the go ahead if somebody doesn't listen to their instructions, which to be honest doesn't happen very often.
Yeah.
But if somebody hasn't listened to their instructions, then they're to boot them, and that's my decision, not theirs. Okay, so
yeah, sure, true, totally supporting you. But the thing is, just tell them not to be a snowflakes. If there is a question,
be responsible for your behaviour, mate.
There's a difference between being a snowflake. I mean, sometimes people say things that they mean in jest, okay, and I get that, I understand that. But when a moderator says, "Look, can you not do that?" and they say that 2 or 3 times, and somebody continues to do that, then obviously they are in their rights.
You called DJ Sonic Nonce, didn't
conversation.
No, that was somebody else.
I'm asking the question,
Yeah,
they can answer it, or they can answer the question, I can answer it.
Yeah.
Let's have just a conversation.
Right.
Let's go with the arguments, not just with the, okay, I didn't like what you said. Okay,
No, and that's understand, and I understand that. And as I say, my moderators will normally ask people several times not to do something or not to behave in a particular way before they take action. They normally ask 3 or 4 times before that happens. Okay,
yeah,
so
and that's a fair play, and that's how it's supposed to be.
right.
Much.
So I will need to speak to them tomorrow. There's no point in me speaking to them tonight because I'm fucked. Okay.
Yeah, obviously, not only you, mate.
But let me
I'm
speak.
fucked as well.
Let me find out tomorrow. Let me find out tomorrow when the alcohol has left my system, and we'll see what we can do. But I appreciate you phoning me and explaining. Okay, I appreciate that. Okay, fair play.
I'm really sorry for calling you at this time in the morning, but I seen you still on the chat, so I thought, okay, asleep, so maybe you're gonna answer.
Right.
So I really appreciate that.
Okay, no worries. Well, listen, let's hope we can sort something out tomorrow, and on Sunday we're live again. So by all means, try again on Sunday, and if we've sorted it out, then you'll be able to comment and all the rest of it on Sunday. All right.
Yeah, that was what I was speaking to you anyway. Okay.
All right. Well, thank you anyway. Mate. Take it easy. Ta-da, mate.
Take care. Bye bye.
Well,
why couldn't you have left your message on WhatsApp or Discord or your email?
That's an interesting one, wasn't it?
Like phone you at almost 5 in the morning. What if your dad family that woke up to that?
No, he's watching the stream.
My phone from 11 o'clock of an evening, my phone goes on silent until 9 o'clock in the morning. And that's an automatic thing. So my phone will light up, but it won't ring.
Mine does that. It's a bastard when one are calling you and it's going to automatically on sleep mode. Sorry.
It is. I mean, if that's the case for me, if I need to call somebody and I'm expecting a call back, then the phone is always in front of me, and I'll see it light up. On the live stream, my phone's always here on the desk, from the start to the end. So when people phone, I will see my phone light up anyway, and I can choose whether to take it or not, depending on whether the phone call comes through Skype or through the number.
He didn't sound irregular, did he?
No, I mean, no, I don't recall the name, to be honest, but I'll have a talk with Tiffany tomorrow. Tiff, you might have to remind. I think it was Tiff that booted him, to be honest. So I'll talk to Tiff tomorrow, and we'll see what was what. But again, there's no point in me trying to even consider working out what has happened tonight, because I'm fucked. I've done a bottle of brandy, and I'm
brain fog. Don't forget the brain fog.
So
I had nothing to do with it.
Anyway, Jack, How's the Philippines? What's the time over there?
It is 11:57 a.m.
AM? It's fucking daytime, man.
Yeah, man.
What are you doing on here? You should be out. You should be out doing shopping and shit. Not on here.
Shopping. I need to rob the bank first.
No, yeah, tell me about this. I'm still wanting to know about this. How can we do it legally then?
It's going to be shoplifting.
Yeah, so how are we going to rob a bank then, Jack? Fucking
How
hell.
can we shop?
I want a cut.
I don't want the barriers.
Legally. We're all legally abiding citizens, aren't we, Pat?
Oh, of course, yeah.
I do it twice a month.
Look at the size of that fucking bottle of beer he's got. That's bigger than a fucking litre bottle of brandy that I buy.
How can
1
you?
liter.
1 litre. That looks bigger than a
bottle of
brandy.
a bottle of beer.
It's like, what is this? 6.9% alcohol.
6.9. What's this? Hang on a sec.
69.
38%.
Mm.
And I've done nearly a bottle.
That one step further, wouldn't you?
38%.
But that's drinking history.
Oh, I can take
Top
it.
pumps of alcohol.
Up the arse. That's the pose he makes when he's getting his shit pushed in.
Can I just continue? Can I just talk about me? I'm kidding. I'm joking, but no, not really. So I was just going to carry on with it.
Angela.
Give me shit.
Yeah, I was just going to say about my eyeball, yeah, and how I really nearly lose it in the Hoover. Joe, I'm so proud of them little pink things either side of my eye. They fucking worked for me that day. If it weren't for them, my eye would have been in that cylinder system. And
what worked for you? Sorry.
Pardon?
What saved your eyeballs?
No, it was eyeball. It was the pink things. What's that?
Pink things.
Yeah, I don't decide the eyeballs.
Yeah.
I don't get it. What's going on? What's going on?
Love this shit.
Hang on. I need to. Hang on. Oh, fucking hell. What am I doing? I'm fucking pissed. I don't know what I'm doing. Hang on a sec.
Okay.
Angela, so you got your eyeballs?
Yeah. Well,
and what part did the Dyson almost destroy?
The whole of it. And it took my eyeball in the Dyson.
So what saved it? Yeah. Eyelid?
No, not my eyelid.
Right, everyone's got to be quiet. Hang on a sec. Everyone's got to be quiet. Shh.
New volume.
It's up as loud as it goes. I might just Right, some people don't know what that's all about. Some people do, and if you don't, then
it's training day, isn't it?
If you don't know what that was all about, then I'm sorry, but tough.
It's training day.
It was Training Day. It's a fucking great film. Excellent film.
Pretty good, isn't it?
What's his fucking?
He's
Mickey Mouse.
Yeah, anyway, some pink thing do the side of it.
Denzel Washington, that's it. Denzel Washington's a great fucking actor.
Do you mean the iris?
What?
No, what about them things where do you get sleep in the corner of your eye?
Oh, sleepy.
No, not sleep. Them pink things where your tear ducts come
Tear
from.
duct.
Yeah, tear duct, son.
But no, but then you got the other one outside. So imagine it like being, say, like cartoon like, and they've got like rubber band bits. That's literally how my eye was. My eye basically was in the Hoover. That's how it felt. Literally, I picked it up at the end of the Hoover because something blocked it.
Not the eyeball.
You picked up your Hoover with the eyeball. You picked up the eyeball with the Hoover.
No, my eyeball went out my eye. My eyeball went out my eye.
You can have an eyeball come out your eye, you know.
I
No,
didn't
Dan
hit
tries
my
to pick.
jaw.
Dan tries to pick his jap's eye out with his fucking Hoover.
Yeah.
Oh.
You should try it.
That's
try
right.
it.
Okay, yeah, it sucks, doesn't it?
They've gone past me again.
If
That makes
you're
me.
gonna- you got to use a proper Hoover, not a handheld one. The handheld ones haven't got enough suction.
Try a Henry Hoover. I hear they're good.
See the dinky wee USB powered ones you get, the wee novelty fuckers for Poundland. One of them would be too big for you.
No, I don't know, mate. Sorry. I'm sorry, but those tiny
Mickey Mouse says Angela's eyeball. She's a qualified teacher. She loves her pupils.
No,
Mickey.
It was only one eyeball. It was only one eyeball. And it was only because I lifted the tube.
Aye,
No, but when I did that, it dislodged whatever it was in it. But by that point, my eye was already on the end of that pipe thing. And obviously, then when it had all dislodged, the hoover went, "Meow," and I was like, holy fuck. And it literally, I had a black eye for ages.
How did you stop it? Did you turn the Hoover off?
No, I didn't even think about doing that. I just had to try and suction it off. Like, pull it off. I think that's why I ended up with a black eye. But I think that was just not long.
Hang on. Tried to pull it off.
And it suctioned it off.
I don't know what I said. I couldn't have said anything then, to be fair. I don't know. But whatever I did it. Yeah. And so, but then I think it was just after then I had to go to A&E because I had one of them beads in my ear. Do you know, like craft bead for some reason. And I'm just like,
Angela.
so then I was just basically saying earlier about how drunkenness when you're me, it's just one of them, isn't it? It happens every single day.
I've got to be honest. I've drunk quite a lot of brandy on my channel, and I've never stuck anything in my ear that's required me to go to hospital. To be fair,
his ass is a different story.
Yeah, my ass is.
Oh. You've never shown it. I'm just saying. You could never tell.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying. But my dad always said to me, the only thing that should go in your ear is your elbow. Kind of silly thing.
Oh, I was told that too. Never tried it though.
Yeah, go in your ear is your elbow.
Yeah, because it's impossible.
How do you work that out?
She doesn't know an ass from a fucking elbow.
Because you can't do it, and therefore I was not. Yeah, exactly. So nothing therefore should go in your ear, should it? That's the whole point.
Did your dad ever tell you that if you pick your nose, that your brain would fall out?
But it's like when you tell someone if you can nick your elbow, it means you're highly intelligent, and you get people in school.
I'm trying.
I never went.
The wine's hitting me.
Yeah, I can't believe you used to do rhino nose, Dan.
Sorry.
Can't believe you used to do the rhino nose.
Oh yeah, every fucker used to do it. I don't care.
Yeah.
Like people go, oh,
What's
I've never done
rhino
that.
nose?
Everybody.
I mean,
I don't give a fuck who you are. Everybody used to break the thorns off of rose bushes. Everybody used to break the thorns off of rose bushes, lick it, stick it to the end of their nose, or stick it to their knuckles. Everybody. I don't care who you are.
No,
You deny
never
it.
did.
Oh,
Deny
man,
it like you're talking shit. Like everybody did it.
I used to get them devil horns.
Oh, it was amazing. I used to put 2 on. I'm like, wouldn't it, people? That's
Angela, can you see the chat?
And then on your knuckles.
Angela, can you see the chat? If
Yeah.
not, I'll read out Mickey Mouse's comment.
No, I can see it. Yeah, I can.
If the Hoover was more powerful, she could have been at hospital with Popeye.
Yeah.
Mate, I don't believe you. I do not believe you. Everybody has done that with rose.
Maybe what? Have you heard of anyone?
Lived up the olive oil.
A lot of kids and young adults stick something up their nose and get stuck.
Yeah, this is me again. I did the same thing twice in one day. Yeah, that game of solitaire where they have them pegs.
Oh God!
You know what I mean? That video game peg thing.
Did you snort them or did you put them up your ear, up your nose?
No, No, to put it on my nose.
Laughs.
It got stuck, and it was when we used to have to go to like GP surgery on like Saturday, meet the doctor there. So that's what we did. Yeah, went in. I came home, and my dad went, "Don't do that again." My brother said to me, "So what did you do then?" I was like, "Oh, did it again." Got stuck. I was in big trouble, and then I had to then we all had to go with them. My brother had to come with me.
I hate to be a fly on the wall in your GP and hear what he called you.
Oh no, honestly, because I got in trouble because of him. He took his chains off in the car, so I took one of the men with me and hid it in the toy box. He got in shit. I was like, get in.
There's always one stupid little fucking dickhead with the big ears with his head stuck in the railings.
Yeah,
Hi.
Normally DJ
Hi.
Sonic.
Yeah. Yeah, I was a bit like,
Well, guys, I'm gonna have to call it. I'm gonna have to call it shortly because I'm fucked. I'm actually really pissed. Right
Almost
now.
9 hours.
All I've eaten today is 3 packets of hula hoops and 6 Pringles. No, that's 4. 6 Pringles.
Whose phone is ringing?
Not mine. So I'm gonna have to wrap this up very shortly because I'm genuinely a bit drunk right now.
I bet.
Unfortunately,
I'm a bit tipsy. Hands up.
Not bad. 9 hours.
I'm shit faced, don't I, bro?
Oh, wait, it's
You're
not.
shit faced, are you, Sonic?
2 minutes
I'm
away
allegedly
from
shit faced, I am, bro.
I actually feel quite sick. So
Please don't on camera. Other people would be upset.
Well, I can close my eyes and nothing's spinning right yet, so I know it's time to stop drinking. When I close my eyes,
lie down and put one foot on the floor.
Far.
Just have a pint of water and go to bed.
He knows he hasn't piss because he can lie in the flare without having to hold on to anything. It's all good.
Sonic, was it you that was climbing out the fridge one night after
Yes,
drinking?
it was. Sleep in the fridge. So he can,
don't recall.
he can try and mug me off as much as he likes, but I have not fallen asleep in the kitchen and then had to crawl through to the lounge to turn a fucking stream off.
But then I haven't fucking fallen asleep, cuddling the fucking toilet and thrown up in a trainer.
Yeah, that was 2 different nights. It was either
Was that Pat's trainer when you were visiting for his birthday last year?
No, I had it was last year, I think it was, but I threw up in one of my trainers.
I remember that.
Oh, I thought Sonic did when he was visiting.
I didn't do it on straight, and nobody saw me crawling about on my hands and knees, Sonic. So, you're the little bitch there, not me, bitch.
I don't cuddle toilets, you bitch.
I've gotten drunk and never fall asleep inside my refrigerator.
He's very friendly with
I found myself in some very awkward predicaments after having drinks when I was younger. Thankfully, I don't find myself in those predicaments now I'm older.
Sonic, did the fridge attract you because it had sort of like a hum vibration?
When you wake up next to somebody and you don't want to wake them when you leave, and you literally feel like you've got to gnaw your own arm off in order to leave them asleep, like a hyena.
Yeah.
You gnaw your arm off so you don't wake them up, so you can leave the premises without fucking being collared by them. I've been in some of those situations in the past. Thankfully. When I drink when I'm on here, that doesn't seem to be the problem.
Yeah.
And apart from throwing up in a shoe once,
cuddling toilets and fucking hoovers.
I've not. Fuck off! You fell asleep in the fucking fridge, you prick.
I still don't
You
fucking
did.
hoover.
We all saw it.
Yeah, but I still never fucked a hoover.
On camera, you fell asleep in the fridge and then you crawled through your lounge to turn your fucking lights off. Nobody saw me after I fucking threw up. So fuck you.
Henry. Ooh, Henry.
Sonic,
Where's that toilet?
was it the vibration of the fridge that attracted you to sleep there?
That was nice and cool, actually. Made me
I
pass
think
out.
the one most fucked up
But it
things
wasn't
I've
the
done,
summer.
I think one of the most fucked up things I've done when I was drunk, I passed out drunk, and I woke up. I'm like, I'm gonna take a shower because I get I was living in a hotel at the time back in Michigan, and I got butt naked in the bedroom, and I thought I was walking to the shower. No, I was walking out the door into the hallway. Once I realized it, I grabbed the door and it's already clicked. I'm like, oh no.
I remember.
There was a fire alarm that went off at about 1 a.m. and I opened my door to find this man almost naked in the corridor, wondering what the fuck to do.
Well,
and the alarm had stopped by then, and I went, "Just go back to bed, sir."
I ended up going back to this girl's house once, right? And I woke up in the morning naked on her bathroom floor. Okay, but I had a sheet over me. Okay, so I woke up
and I've sheet there.
Well, I've woken up completely naked on my back, right? And I've woke up. I've gone into her bedroom and I've gone to her. Did you put that sheet over me? She went, no, it weren't me. There was only 2 other people in her house, which was her mum and her dad.
Oh, good.
Oh my god!
So I had to go and eat breakfast with this girl and her mum and her dad, knowing that her mum or her dad saw my penis.
That's the oddest thing. Like, you can't.
Oddest thing.
It was a bit.
I had to go home.
Don't lie. It was definitely uncomfortable. Hello, Stitch. Definitely uncomfortable. But yes, I obviously didn't bring up the subject of me falling asleep on the bathroom and asking who it was that put a cover over me, because it was her mother or father, which was quite embarrassing to be fair.
I've passed out on the bathroom floor, but I was clothed, but I was covered in puke because I drink beer plus liquor on top of that, and I stained all those little carpets, little mats in front of like the shower, the sink, the toilet.
Oh, Jack, I can assure you, I wish I was fucking dressed, but I was not. I was completely darkest, bollock naked.
Watch us. Bring it up.
Hang on.
It's Jack. He's on fuck.
Yep.
Oh fuck.
The name Bean.
My name's Jack. Jack Bean, and I'm naked in the corridor.
Yep.
And the cable. Bollocks.
No, what was doing?
I see some funny shit, man.
You know, night porters in hotels have seen some fucking random shit.
Oh, I bet they have.
It's like the hotel I was staying in. I was paying weekly on it. It was expensive, but they kicked me out. I told the maintenance guy, don't say anything to nobody, but supposedly they lied. The maintenance guy lied and said some children and some adults seen me walking around naked, and I'm like, I see not one soul. Trust me, I was looking around.
If I get
try to find that bit, but he's fucking running up and doing all the.
For this, Sonic, I'm going to slap you silly.
Oh shit!
It's only. It's not showing the fucking the bit I was hoping to find.
Oh,
fucking hell, it's briny.
It's like Cruel de Vil back there.
Perverts, all perverts. Sorry.
Anyway, moving on. Moving on. How do I
Who's
get
the other
you
fucking bit,
on main screen like that? That's how we do it. Right. Well, people, it's now 5:15 in the morning, and I'm fucked, absolutely bollocks. So I'm going to have to call it. I'm afraid. But thank you, Jack. Sorry, Jack. It's only been a short stream with you.
It's okay. I'm not gonna cry.
Angela, Sonic, fuck you. Smiler, thank you for jumping on.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for having me.
Everybody in the comments and everybody who's joined in the chat and the discussion, much appreciated. Thank you very much. I appreciate all of you. Again, I will tomorrow at some point. I'll clip the first part of this live stream and put it out just to remind people how things are going at the moment and what's going to happen with the channel.
Tomorrow night at some point he's going to get shit pushed in.
Basically, Angela, my chronic fatigue has got a lot worse since the stroke last month. I can't to go a full day without having to sleep during the afternoon at the moment, and it's affecting what I do on here.
Right,
So
okay.
I need to try and deal with that. So basically, it's a case of things will not be the same on here as they have been. Only be able to put stuff out as and when I can, rather than trying to put stuff out on a daily basis.
Absolutely. You've got to do that for you, haven't you? You've got to put yourself first. It's like, and I think everyone, and whether they watch the live streams or not, I think everyone wants the best for you, and people want sub to your channel because of you. Do you know what I mean? It's your personality that people come back for, and it's you bring the stories to us, but at the same time, it's the way you do it, and it's so whether or not it's one every now and again or advantage whatever you do in the day, people come back to you in your channel because it's for you, but people do want what's best for you because people love you and care about you. And
I appreciate the people that I appreciate the people that have messaged me privately and whatnot and said, you know, stay strong and get well soon and all that kind of stuff. And of course, I appreciate it, all of those people, as well as the people that watch the channel still. Because to be honest, the last few months have been pretty sporadic and pretty shitty, and I've not really put that much out. And I apologize, and especially for the people that are supporting the channel with a few quid every month. You know, I genuinely appreciate that, and any donations that go to the channel always go on equipment. I don't spend them on going out and buying the missus something nice because I ain't got one. It all gets saved up and it goes on the channel if I need something to replace. You know, if I need something for the channel, it's always done on that.
There's no need to explain yourself, mate. It's no need to explain yourself.
I know. I'm just saying.
You'll put out content when you can put out content. There's a lot of hard work doing all that editing. So, you know, it's easier to do a live stream, you know, and if you feel up to a live stream or jumping in somebody else's panel, you know, crack on.
Yeah.
Still support you, you know, and we can still have a laugh together. You know, it's no point wearing yourself out just to keep people happy by putting out content. You know, you can do a live stream and you know, you get more people or more interaction with that live stream than you will sitting there 3 hours editing a video.
You're right. And it's true. The live streams get a lot more interaction than the videos that I do. But you know, that's not to say that I don't appreciate the people that comment on the videos and watch the videos, because obviously I do. That is the main part of the channel. But I do feel bad, and it's just me. It's not because other people make me feel that way. It's me, myself, you know, my own personal feelings. I feel bad that I can't do what I was doing before. And when I see stories, I think to myself, I need to report that. And sometimes I cannot. And it's just the you know, the strength that it takes to do a video. And it's not difficult. It's not easy. You can't just, you know, click your fingers and the video's done. You've got to write the story. You've got to research the information, you know, research the information, write the story, record the story, edit the story, and then publish the story. And that's hard. That is hard work. And I'm not trying to go, oh, look, give me some sympathy, because, you know, I've chose to do the channel as I do it. You know, I've chosen to do the topic that I've chosen on the channel, and that is entirely on me. But specifically for the people that support the channel financially, you know, even if it's just 99p or a couple of quid or whatever it might be, I want people to understand that I do appreciate that.
9p?
And anybody that supports the channel that feels that they're not getting, you know, their money's worth, if you like, then by all means cancel any subscription that you've got. I don't want people to think that I'm just trying to mug people off and get money off of people, because I'm certainly not trying to do that.
The thing is, though, if you were to continue doing what you were doing now, your recovery would take a hell of a lot longer. And if at all, do you know what I mean? So you've got to focus on yourself and build yourself back up before you can do a level where you are maybe a little bit better, aren't you? It's that, right?
Yes. I just don't want people to think I'm trying to mug people off. So as the video said, you know, anybody that supports the channel financially, as I say, I mean, don't get me wrong, it's not a lot. I'm not exactly making a mint. You know what I mean? I can't even afford to pay somebody a few quid to fucking help me. You know, it's that bad. But I appreciate everybody that does support the channel, and I don't want people paying for something that they feel they're not getting their money's worth. So my point was, if somebody's supporting the channel financially and they think to themselves, well, he's not putting anything out for the next week or 2 weeks or whatever it might be, then by all means cancel the subscription, cancel your membership, and wait until I start putting things out again properly. I just don't want people thinking I'm trying to mug people off, because I'm certainly not trying to do that.
No, and everyone knows that, Dan, and everyone's grateful for what you do, and especially that even tonight, giving people the opportunity to have a voice and things like that are so important, I think. And yeah, I'll never forget the time though when someone came along and streamed your internet cable. Just saying. Do you remember?
Yeah, well, it's important to give people a voice. The only time I don't give people a voice is when they're proven to be dickheads and try to cause issues. You know, even then I will give people the opportunity initially. But when they prove themselves to not be able to be trusted to just come on and be normal and discuss things properly, then I have to take action. I can't just let people like that on the channel to disrupt things. And so I have had to ban people in the past because of shit that they've done and said. I didn't want to. Certainly didn't want to do that, because I think everybody has a right to express themselves. But when it starts affecting the channel, I have to take that into consideration, you know. And unfortunately, there are people out there that have taken that to the extreme and gone, "Oh, Dan's banned me. Let's fucking try and ruin him." You know, bring it on is what I say. Bring it on, pissed or not. I've said this before, but I've been sober. Bring it on. Show your proof. Show you evidence that I'm an arsehole. Show you evidence that I'm a bully. Show you evidence that I've, you know, done this, that, and the other. But unfortunately, nobody can. Nobody has as of yet, and nobody can, because all my shit is out there. All my stuff, all my live streams are still up there. I've never taken one down. Some of them have been reported, and they've had to go as 18 only, 18 plus, but they're still there. You know, I don't hide anything from anybody.
Is there no reason why you come to the left?
I can be an arsehole sometimes. Don't get me wrong, Angela. I can be an arsehole and I can talk to people like a piece of shit. But generally, I will only respond to people how they talk to me. I won't go out of my way to just go and find somebody and be a dickhead to them. I will generally only respond to people how they.
Yeah. Are you scratching your leg?
Who, me? No, I'm not scratching anything.
Okay, you just seem to have gone to the left slightly. Was that just me?
No, I'm just leaning. That's all. I'm just leaning.
Okay, I think you need to get bed because I've just got a feeling. I've just got a feeling that no. Yeah, I was just thinking you're just gonna do like you're just gonna
If I
spin.
lean on this elbow, then this is in the way. So I lean on that elbow, so it's not in the way.
Okay. I have visions of you spinning and just coming off the chair. I'm sorry, I was just like, no.
That'd be funny.
Yeah.
I'm all good. I'm all good. But with that said, I am going to wrap this up now. It's now nearly 3:30 in the morning. 5:30 in the morning. Fucking 3:30. No, it ain't. Knobhead. It's 5:30.
Wish it was that fucking early.
So it's 5:30 in the morning. I'm going to go get myself to bed. I appreciate you all. I genuinely do. Thank you so much to everybody who has stuck by the channel. Whether you're just a subscriber or a member, it makes no difference to me. You are all equally welcome, and I thank every single one of you.
Thank you.
I just wish I wish things weren't the way they are, and I wish I could continue doing what I was doing before.
But except that for now, though, you're doing the best you can, and that's the most important thing.
I have to do what I can do, and that might be a video a day, it might be a video a week, unfortunately.
Well, you still can. It's just the odd now and again.
And until I get myself into a routine, it's going to be very difficult for me, and things are genuinely an issue for me at the moment. So I thank everybody that understands that. For those of you that don't understand that and want to give me shit, go fuck yourself.
Yes, they go sort of dick, but I didn't mean to say that. Sorry. But I said it anyway.
So no, with that said, everybody that's watching, thank you so much. That's the last time I'm going to say it. Good night, and I hope to see you. I will be live on Sunday. Sunday night I'll be live. So, and I won't be drinking on Sunday. So oh no, I won't. No, I won't be drinking on Sunday. Once a week, mate. I told you, once a week. With that said, thank you everybody that's watching. Much appreciated. Love you all, and I will see you on Sunday.
Okay.